Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm going to call this meeting to order, the Standing Policy Committee meeting of Public Works on Friday, November 29th, 2024. I'm Janice Lukes, City Council for Waverly West and the chairperson. And today I'd like to welcome our members, Councillor Edie and Councillor Sharma. Councillor Chambers won't be joining us until probably noon. He's in a police board meeting. And I guess what we'll do is I'll start with the land and water acknowledgement. I'd like to acknowledge that we're in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis, and that our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. So we have a big day here. Maybe we'll start just with the minutes of the last meeting. Does someone want to approve the minutes of the last meeting?
So moved, Madam Chair.
So moved. Okay, all in favor? Carried. So I'm not sure how many delegations. We've got some in person. We've got a huge list. I think we've got a lot on Zoom, right? I think we have 29 delegations to get through. At 11 o'clock, we are going to take a break. And I welcome everyone here who's in the gallery to join us for the Scottish flag raising. I'm doing the Scottish flag raising. We'll be doing it, a little discussion in the foyer, and then we'll go outside and raise the flag, and then we will have our little lunch break, and we'll reconvene at noon. So we'll break at 11, start at noon. Somewhere in these delegations, Councillor Rowlands is going to show up, and Councillor Wyatt, I guess, is going to show up. So I see Councillor Gilroy's here already.
Do we need suspension of the rules to hear those two?
Yeah, we'll need suspension of the rules. Maybe you could do it now. You want to suspend the rules?
Might as well also suspend the rules to hear both Councillors Wyatt and Rowlands.
Sure. Okay, that'd be great. Okay, all in favor? Carried. And I guess now we'll start. Anything else anyone wants to say or that we need to cover? I think we've covered it all. Okay. All right. Another exciting day on the Public Works Committee. Councillor Gilroy, you're here to be heard with respect to the Omond Park pedestrian bridge replacement. Good morning. We can't hear you.
Thank you very much. So I also just wanted to just really put in my support for the Arlington Bridge and thank Councillor Edie for all his kind of work on that. He's done a fantastic job, and I just want to share my support on that important connection there. And I just also want to give my support for the transit safety, especially for people with disabilities. As the UN Safe Cities chairperson, it's really important that we make sure that our transit is safe. And so I really, I believe that if we can make it safe for women and people with disabilities and those that are perceived to be women, because we know that those are the major issues in terms of safety, we could make transit safety for everybody. So I think it's really important. So I just wanted to support that, and happy to help on my end as the chair of the UN Safe Cities Initiative and also the Winnipeg Committee for Safety. And if there's anything I can help support with that work, I'd be happy to do that. And so, yes, I'd like to talk about the Omens Crossing. The report that's come forward. I just would like you to maybe make sure that it's kind of clear to the public on the next steps, because it is my understanding that this was really a preliminary step, that now they're going to really take this data, come up with a new drawing, a real concept, and in that concept, they'll be able to really provide that feedback. I think that the community is really wanting to see what the design is going to look like, what the community can expect, and that's going to really come back to community. That's my understanding. So so for those that are really wanting more consultation, more understanding of the project. This is really, from my understanding, and that's something you can get clarity on, that they're going to take the information that they've gotten from the previous consultation and make a preliminary design that's really going to come back to the community, and the community once again will have that engagement opportunity and dialogue on that before there's any kind of formal decisions made on the design. And that's my understanding. If you can make that clarity with the department, that would be good, just so that we can all hear what they have to say on that. And so, yeah, my hope that once that design comes forward, the community will be able to kind of see what that would look like.
Okay, do we have any questions? Councillor Edie?
Thanks for presenting on that, Councillor Gilroy. I'll be frank, I spent a lot of time reading the Arlington Bridge report. I didn't quite check the Omens Creek crossing. So I just had I don't know where they're saying it's crossing, but I was part of out there in, I think it was 2009, before I was elected in 2010, in regards to consultations about crossing Omens Creek in the park. And do you know what the proposed alignment is? Is it where the old bridge is?
Yeah, it's going to be where the old bridge is, but they're raising it. So with that, with the raising of the bridge, and they do need to raise it because there's a large percentage of the time the bridge is actually underwater, so it's not really usable. So, and with the raising of the bridge, they're also going to be there's a really steep kind of transition to get to the bridge. And so they're going to be changing the steepness of it. It is my understanding that a lot, because the community was clear, there were aspects of the park they didn't want changed. They love going on and tobogganing down there, and they love the natural aspects of it. So I think from my understanding, they're going to do very little to the actual other parts of the park. It's really kind of looking at the bridge itself, raising it, and the access to the bridge, and maybe the opportunity, which I would like to see, is the opportunity to have a future kind of dock there that people can access canoes in the summertime. So I think that that's kind of what the city is looking at. And I know that people do love that bridge now, but I think the idea is it's coming to the end of its life cycle. It needs to be replaced. And if we're going to replace it, we may as well make it usable, throughout the flooding period.
Yeah, and usable for all, because in that consultation, they were touting just replacing the bridge as is, saying making it accessible, but the wheelchair users and people who are blind there, it's like, I mean, the bridge is a good alignment with Wolseley, which is a greenway, right? So anyway, I like it, and I'll be asking questions about what they're doing about the slope, if they can sort of do a kind of a side ramp to get down, because it's pretty crazy, Cindy.
Yeah, and I thank you for that feedback, because as somebody who's not disabled in that way, yeah, you're right. I haven't thought about it from that perspective. So I appreciate you raising those and asking those questions on behalf of everyone that do have those issues, Councillor Edie. So thank you for that.
Sharma?
Councillor Gilroy, good to hear from you. I know this is an important project in your area, and you've spoken about it many times. I notice on page 3, it does say that there will be additional public engagement, and you highlighted that. Mm-hmm. And the class 3 estimate, the tighter estimate for costs, would be prepared after that public engagement. Then they would have the preliminary design fully in front of them. So we'll make sure we ask that question as well to the administration today.
Yeah, and sometimes these reports are awkward for the public to read. So having that just hearing it verbally from the administration and of course yourselves out there, kind of helps the public understand that there's a lot more to come on the work of the Omens Creek Bridge.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So I just have a question and maybe a comment. So back in 2008, I was the Winnipeg Trails Coordinator and lobbied heavily to the federal government. We got $20 million at that time in 2009.
Yeah, that's right.
And we were very involved, the trail folks and even Mark, I don't know if Mark's here, but we were very involved in lobbying for a connection, right? And so they came out with this monstrosity of a bridge, right? The public, the open house, was very vehemently opposed to it. I'm still getting emails when this report came out. I'm still getting emails. And I mean, it will fundamentally change the aesthetics of the park because it will be 10 feet higher. And, you know, they're going to have to do the accessibility grade and everything. So, but I know that it's a key connection. So I guess my question to you is, you know, in talking to your residents, did many talk about using the Portage Avenue as a connection, not the direct connection of the bridge, but the Portage Avenue connection? You know, did you get any feedback? I've had like probably 15 emails since this came out that people, they want to support the Portage Avenue connection. Do you have any comments on that?
Well, you know what, I think once we see the drawing of the bridge, I'm hoping that once what we see what the actual bridge will look like, and you know, we'll be able to really feel what the community wants. But I mean, in all reasonability, we should have that multiple access, right? So people that do want to use the Portage Avenue Bridge, like that part of it should still be a connection. But I mean, the reality is people need to get to the other side of the park. So we're going to need a bridge. And so we got to figure that out too. I mean, it's at its end of its life cycle, and the alternative is having no bridge there, right? Because for safety issues, because of the area in which it is, which is right by the waterway, I mean, it is a safety issue. So we got to figure this out. So looking forward to more dialogue on this as we see the preliminary drawings and really have an opportunity to be engaged on what it's going to look like to the park.
Sure. So just so you know, I'll be asking Public Works, the department, you know, there's many different designs for bridges, right? It seems lately we're building bridges that can handle, you know, big trucks going across them. So when we build bridges that are designed for big trucks, you know, there's a lot of infrastructure, right? There's big piers, there's big everything versus just say a pedestrian or cycling bridge. So we'll have, you know, they're going to study it. They'll come back, but you know, I mean,
but make it clear to everyone, please, that we're not putting trucks on that bridge.
well, but that's every bridge they build now. They put trucks on them. So
yeah, I guess to do maintenance, but I just want to clear that it's not for like, you know, heavy duty trucks. It's trucks for maintenance, just because the community is listening. And you know, the idea is to make the bridge better and to today's standards. I mean, Councillor Eadie is correct when we talk about the disability community. You know, that's a very challenging area for people, right? To get down to that bridge even. So.
okay, all right.
Actually, I'll just, seeing as how it's on the record, there was a third option presented back in 2009, which was to have a bridge closer to well, actually on the south side of the church, more towards that direction. That's persons with disabilities like that idea because the slope is way less, and so on. And anyway, there was a third option, but it sounds like nobody liked it except for wheelchair users. Like Jim Dirksen was there. Anyway.
Okay, well, thank you, Councillor Gilroy, for your presentation, and we'll ask the department some questions, and that's our understanding is they're going to go away and come up with some sort of design because the current bridge could be closed at any point in time, and for sure the city's not going to build a bridge that's low that will get flooded again and again, right? So just that on the record so everyone understands it's either a high bridge or a no bridge. So, okay, all right.
Thank you.
What's our next delegation?
Next up, to be heard in support of speed limit reduction on Wellington Crescent is Wendy Van Loon, who also submitted supporting documentation. If you can join us at the end of the table, we'll put 10 minutes on the clock for you.
Morning. Morning. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Public Works Committee. I support the City Center Community Committee's unanimous motion to implement a year-round 30-kilometer per hour speed limit on Wellington Crescent. In fact, I'd like you to reconsider Councillor Rowland's original motion to implement the speed reduction from River Avenue to Kenniston Boulevard. Having different speeds at different times and different parts of the road is confusing to drivers and everyone else. We don't need any more studies to know that this has been a tragic year that stretched for cyclists and pedestrians. From what we know, there has been one fatality, one serious injury, and at least 3 documented near misses. My husband was that fatality. He was killed on Wellington Crescent on June 6th of this year, and so far no actions have been taken to slow down vehicles there. Next Friday, it'll be 6 months since his death. I have been walking down the Crescent regularly ever since that day, and cyclists aren't the only ones in danger. The width of that road makes it nearly impossible for pedestrians to cross safely, even when drivers don't exceed the 50-kilometer speed limit. This area sees many families with strollers and numerous seniors living in buildings along the road, all of whom are at greater risk. Slowing vehicles down will also make it safer for all transit users. I never really knew what a bike network meant, but since I've learned that all of Wellington Crescent is a crucial link that currently missing and putting people at risk when they choose this form of active transportation. It has bike route signs, but has no protection at all. Thank you. Okay, do we have any questions? Councillor Eady?
I used to work for doing what they call MPI intake. And the operation of a vehicle, this was a big thing from Western Manitoba. Essentially, they're illegally operating a motor vehicle causing death. What's going on with the person who essentially killed your husband?
That is before the courts on February 19th.
It is?
Yes, it is.
Thanks. I just wanted to make sure, because in the end, anyway, it's a long story, but I think they're guilty, so.
Yeah,
Thanks.
thank you for your presentation, Wendy. And I want to extend my sincere sympathies to you. I've been involved in advocating for safer pedestrian and cyclist routes since my kids were born in 2002. So we've made great progress. We got a long way to go. And advocacy is key. Thank you. Thank you. Clerk, our next delegation.
Next, we have on the same item, Andrew Single.
Good morning, Andrew.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Single. I use he, him pronouns. I'm a resident of the West End. We moved there back in 2002 because it was a neighborhood that had close connections to transit, place I was working at the time, and things like grocery stores and healthcare. We chose that specifically because at the time we didn't own a vehicle, and it was perfect for getting around and having a whole life without needing a car. Like so many other people, though, we had some kids, and we, became adults and bought a car. And then when my work moved 10 kilometers away from the home, we bought a second car. Time passes, you put on a bunch of weight, you stop walking, and I took up cycling as a recreational thing. And I found that I enjoyed it so much, why not bike to work sometimes? So I started biking to work in the summer. And then over time, you get kind of used to that. And every time you have to drive, you're stuck in traffic. The bike ride was really pleasant. It was great for my mental health and physical health. Lost the weight again. And found that anytime I drove, it was making me crazy. Being stuck, especially in summer during construction, the bike ride really didn't take any longer than driving. And I thought, well, that's great, but what about the winter? Those people, you can't bike in the winter. Saw a video, saw places in the world where people actually do bike in the winter, and decided to challenge myself to what would it take to try this? I gave it a try. Actually wasn't that bad. And biking in the winter became a great part of my mental health. That time every day. And thankfully, I have a great route from my home in the West End to Windsor Park. It's mostly greenways, protected paths. With just a few exceptions, it's a relatively safe ride to work. But not everybody has that. There are people in the city, especially in the North End, where the roads are not slow. There's no bike routes. There's no greenways. The speeds are not safe, and they're put on the roads along with traffic that typically don't care that much about cyclists and in many cases are aggressive. So when we talk about making streets whole and safe, there's so many documents from the city of Winnipeg that are beautiful documents, the transportation master plan, the different climate goals, the pedestrian cycling strategies. What you have on paper is excellent. The problem is there's a big gap between what we have today and what the city aspires to. So I'm calling on Public Works Department here and the committee to take steps to concretely change our city to move us towards things. We have 2050 goals to get to a point where half of people are taking active transportation for trips. The way things are right now, there's a very small percentage of people who have the ability to do that and feel safe doing that. To get to that goal by 2050 takes action today, this decade. And there's a lot of people, well, the money's not there. The city's basically broke. We've got a huge infrastructure deficit. This year, there's a budgetary deficit and the funds aren't there to cover it. The rainy day fund's been depleted. And so I wanted to read a quote from, Martin Cabell was the mayor of Copenhagen, and he was involved in technical things in terms of environment and technology. So he said, when I grew up in the 70s, Copenhagen was not a cycling city anymore. There were few bike lanes and those that were there were narrow. Our transportation infrastructure had become all about cars. And if you build a city for cars, that is what people will use. The city was close to bankruptcy in 1993, but it still wanted to promote development. So it had to go with the cheapest option available, which was cycling infrastructure. When mayors in other cities asked me how Copenhagen afforded to invest in its cycling networks, I asked them, how on earth have they been able to afford highway projects? And then he said, we invested in bike lanes because that was the cheapest option. And bike infrastructure is so much cheaper to build than road infrastructure. My route to work takes me past Archibald. And just 2 summers ago, I guess it was, that they were rebuilding Archibald and rebuilt the bike lane. The lanes of Archibald were worked on all summer long, and the multi-use path was done in 2 days. An entire summer for 2 lanes versus 2 days to complete the entire length of the bike path. We can build this infrastructure very cheaply. And if people have the options, we can reach those goals that we've set in the 2050 goals. It just takes that investment. And in the meantime, how do we make streets safe? We reduce speeds. This has been studied all over the world. So many organizations have come out in favor of 30K speed limits where cars mix with vulnerable road users. Every place that's been studied, we get the same result because physics are the same. When a vehicle hits somebody at 30K or less, typically the people survive. Vehicles going 30K, the drivers have more time to respond to incidences. They're not focused on a narrow field of view. They can focus on more peripheral. We avoid accidents and we reduce the severity of those accidents. We know what to do. Cities all over the world, countries all over the world are mandating 30K standard residential speed limits. I see this as an inevitability. At some point, this will come to North America. Many cities in Canada and the US already have implemented these 30K speed limits. So this is the interim step. A speed limit doesn't solve everything, but it is the first step. Because then we can take a look at road design and say, how is this road unsafe for 30K speeds? And then we can make additional changes. But the cheapest and quickest thing we can do is to change these speed limits. So to prevent future tragedies, like Rob Jenner's death and other people who have been hurt and injured on our roads, this is something I implore the committee here to consider because it's the fastest thing we can do to save lives. And the longer we take, the more people are injured and killed in our streets. And our aspirational documents talk about how we care about safety as a priority, that building safe streets means safe speeds and safe design. And so we need to take actions to get there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Councillor Eby?
Yeah, just one quick question. You mentioned getting, say, back and forth from the west end to the north end back. We also have on our table here replacement of the Arlington Bridge with including two multi-path uses on either side. And a change in slope to make it more usable. Are you in support of that replacement of the Arlington Bridge?
Thank you for the question. Yes, I came to speak on this issue, but there's actually several issues around transportation. I do support making a usable bridge. There's so much of infrastructure in the city that we don't have the money to replace, and that's as a result of building so much roadway. And the city's goals are to take us to a point where we can have more people with better density and not require this expensive roadway, so we can return to solvency and, you know, be able to afford these pedestrian bridges and replace this infrastructure that's aging.
Okay, excellent presentation. Excellent presentation. Thank you very much for your input on the record.
Thanks.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Wyatt has appeared and we'll have him come and present, all right? Councillor Wyatt, if you'd like to speak to us about your topic. I don't know what topic you're talking about. What topic are you talking about?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief, because I know you have lots of delegations who are waiting here today. I'm here to speak to you about, well, I'm going to talk just briefly on Arlington Bridge number 6, 13, 14, 15, and 19. So 6, 13, 14, 15, and 19. Just on the Arlington Bridge, I'm glad to see that something is moving forward. I hope the committee acts and moves the recommendation. I think it's a good compromise in terms of the need for the bridge. It wouldn't be much in terms of a property tax increase to do a slight adjustment. Probably not even 10% of a tax increase to finance the debt that would be associated with that over so many years, as was done for the rapid transit corridor. If you recall, it was about if I recall, about 450 million, and it was 0.25% to finance that. So just to give you an idea, the Winnipeg Free Press editorial page the other day is incorrect. Tax increases do not affect the lowest end of the totem pole as much as it does affect possibly people at the top end, which they were neglected to say in their editorial. So I just want to say I think is great, and I hope the committee acts upon it and maybe even goes as far as to give some direction to the budget, which is coming forward shortly. I want to jump to item 14 before I go back to 13. Item 14, I just want to, I read the report. Don't necessarily agree with it, but fine. Okay.
Yeah.
Let it go, receive it as information. Item 15, the report has indicated, based on the recommendations that came out of community committee, that indeed left-hand turn signals should be installed for southbound Plessy Road at Regent Avenue West. Cost is only $20,000, not only, but $20,000 compared to other. As you know, the cost of traffic signals is usually a lot more than that, but we're talking about a turn signal. Southbound Plessy Road and Pandora, left-hand turn signal, $15,000. Northbound Plessy Road at Transcona Boulevard and Kildare West. They forgot the "and" there between northbound and Transcona Boulevard and Kildare West. Is $10,000. They go on to say in the report that the public service report back on the other movements regarding Pandora West and Plessy, Kildare Avenue West, Transcona Boulevard and Plessy, and Devonshire and Plessy, or Plessy Road in Pandora, Plessy Road in Kildare Avenue, West Transco Boulevard, Plessy Road in Devonshire. So I took the liberty, Madam Chair, of writing out a motion for your consideration, rather than receive it as information. Thank you. And I don't have an electronic version, Peter, if you don't mind, if the clerk is able to type that up, or have somebody type it up and so forward it to Councillor Edie, since there will be time to do that. But basically my motion reflects their report. So I'm suggesting that the following be moved, that the installation of left-hand turn signals for A, southbound Plessy Road and Regent Avenue West, that's the $20,000 amount. That B, the southbound Plessy Road and Pandora Avenue, which is the $15,000 figure, and the northbound Plessy Road and Transco Boulevard and Kildare West, which is the $10,000 figure, be implemented no later than the 2025 construction season. I'm kind of surprised, to be honest with you, Madam Chair, that the public service didn't do this on their own, that it took constituents in my ward messaging me on Facebook to point this out. Plessy Road is an extremely busy road, as so is these cross-section streets, especially Regent. Why this wasn't done already, I'm not sure. But anyway, it's something that is here today, and that the second part of the motion is to keep the matter alive pertaining to the other movements that they study. They report back in 90 days on Plessy Road, Pandora, on all the other movements. Plessy Road, Pandora, Plessy Road, Kildare, Transco Boulevard, Plessy Road, and Fair Drive. So I've tried to make it as simple as possible by having a printed motion for you to hopefully act upon and get this implemented here going forward to make these intersections much safer than they are right now. People are making left-hand turns, they're misjudging, we're having accidents because of the traffic volumes in this area, all the development that we've had. And as you can see, Madam Chair, this is all to be done with less than $50,000. So it's not a huge ask. Just to jump now to item report 19, because I know you have a busy meeting today. This was moved simply because out of frustration, it was communicated to my office earlier this year via this committee when I was on it, that a lit pedestrian corridor, again, this is all being impacted because of the new development in the area, Kildonan Green, that a lit pedestrian corridor at Devonshire Drive West at Donville be installed. Public Service committed to do that this year. It did not occur. And I double check before I put something in a brochure out to my residents. I, of course, communicated to them. You will be seeing this soon this year. Lit pedestrian corridor, nothing was communicated to my office. I had to follow up to find out, oh, we're not doing it this year now. And that's very disappointing because, you know, when you tell residents, you know what folks are like, they now are looking for it. There's a seniors block here at this location, which is nearly 100 units. They've been advocating for this lit pedestrian corridor for many years. And so they're calling me, what the heck is wrong with your city? You said this was going to happen this year. And I said, yes, that's what the Public Works Department assured me would happen. And I confirmed it with them before I put it in my brochure in June. And then lo and behold, they decided to change their mind. Well, I wish I could change my mind like that. Also, jumping back to the report that I jumped over, report 13, Marianne Sorelli Trail completion. This has been a drama that's been going on since I was last on council. We have a developer obligation in this area to pay for this pathway. This doesn't cost us anything unless we have not been updating the letters of credit based on the inflationary costs of building a trail. And if that's the case, then the cost of inflation since that time is going to be eaten by us. But hopefully we've been doing that, which is per our policy. And this pathway was held up partly because the owner of the property wasn't cooperating Finally, he sold his land to the school, province of Manitoba to build a school at this site. So now the province has the land, but the report is extremely unclear and says, well, the school division submitted pre-application to the new school site, but the formal development application did not proceed with the change in government. However, the land is owned still by the school division, and the province has every intent of building a school here. They have not said otherwise. The city could get the property through development agreement process. We don't need to do that. We already had a development in it. We can simply write to the school division and write to the province and say, listen, give us the land for the pathway. I know the MLA for the area is in support of this. She's a strong believer in pathways. If the city needs a letter of support from her, I'm sure I can get it. But this is a situation now, madam, where the pathway basically ends at the north side of the property. And then people literally walk on Plessy Road, kids and children and everything else. And it's not a safe situation. I don't want anybody getting hurt. This is a multi-use pathway, fully funded. And I'd say it's about a football field in length. Okay, just to give you an idea of the size of the property. It's a significant property, but we have set aside the funding for this via the development agreement that was applied against Waterside, which was the McGarry development, or Prairie Crocus. When I was on council before, we made sure that was the case. The entire pathway, by the way, Madam Chair, has been installed. It goes all the way down to Regent Avenue, south of here, from where it would stop at the south end, which is Ravelstone Transcona Boulevard, and it goes all the way north and over the track all the way to Concordia Avenue east. So this one missing segment is the gap that I've been trying to get done, and it's extremely frustrating. So I would really appreciate some action from the committee on this. You're hearing about bike paths and pedestrian safety today, and this is what this is about. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Eady?
I just have one question.
Yes.
So they got a plan for the school, but so to finish this trail off through that property, is it immediately at the side of the property, or does it
Correct.
go right through the middle?
No, this is along the boulevard, Councillor. So it's
It won't impact
their site at all.
Okay.
Yeah, it's matter of fact, the fence that was in place because of Sumka Gardeners is actually set back. So we don't even have to touch the fence that's there. That was the site of the Sumka Gardner greenhouse before the province bought it. And, we don't even have to touch the fence. The path could go in and down to the intersection of Transcona Boulevard and Plessy. Peguis. I keep saying Plessy.
I just want a clarification.
Peguis. Yeah, it's along Peguis on the west side of Peguis, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, good question.
All right, that's it then with your comments, questions. Okay, thank you
It's
very much.
nice to be back at the committee.
Yes, at the other end of the
Good
table.
to see you all. Where's your other member? Anyway, good to see you.
Yes,
Thank you.
not-
Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, okay, now I see Councillor Rollins has showed up, so Councillor Rollins, if you'd like to come forward, or where did you go? Where'd you go? Thank you. Thanks. Okay.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Public Works Committee. It's Friday. Mazel tov. We made it to today. I'm here representing Fort Rouge's Fort Garry Award and a motion that was written for City Center Community Committee, a motion that comes to you with a unanimous consent of Councillor Gilroy, Councillor Orlico. It's a motion that you have probably both on your agenda as in full coming from City Center. So if you look at the City Center motion, you'll note that it comes to you with an amendment. You'll also note, and I'll point out, a communication that was written, a briefing note that was written over the summer by me, my office, to talk a bit about what I think is the good work coming from Public Works around active transit. And so I want to point you to those records, that of city centers, the original motion, and importantly, the briefing note that I think supports a lot of the work that you have stewarded up through this committee and to council. I want to bring it in there because what I think you'll hear from the community, both my residents and residents across the city that have come today, is I think you'll hear that a call that is concretely proponents for the original motion, undiluted original motion. And so I'm here both to explain why, and I put forward the original motion, and why it was amended. At City Center, we discussed the motion. It was reduced in scope. This is on the record to have considered actually the reduction in scope and the merits of it for you to do. So, as you know, patience isn't my virtue, and somewhat I could be accused of being somewhat uncompromising. So I come today with, I think, what is 3 votes for the motion before you, but I also come here today representing residents who will call for change and perhaps more, perhaps occupy the space that, Madam Chair, you and I both share on Vision Zero, and that 30 kilometers, with 30 kilometer speeds, pedestrians' lives are saved at a 90% rate, whereas 50 kilometers, they are saved at a 15% rate. That is the evidence basis for which Vision Zero comes up with the calls for 30K. Many of us have streets like I have that bug them. And it bugs me every day that I walk or take my car to work, when I drive past St. Mary's Academy and see their fence has once again been broken into by a car, slipping or traveling at excess speeds to break a metal. I worry about the students at Kelvin, at Grosvenor, at Robert H. Smith, at École River Heights School, at Westgate, at Laura Secord, at Mulvey, who are traveling this stretch of road. And I worry about the cyclists. In Fort Rouge's Fort Garry, we are committed to climate action, healthy lifestyles, and so we are on our bikes all seasons. And so this stretch in particular, from River to Grosvenor, if we had the ability to manufacture signs at City Hall, they would be tacked up today. That's the urgency I come to you with. But I also come very happy to answer questions on any and all of the material before you, because it is not often that City Center doesn't come with a unanimous motion to Public Works. This one does come, but it came with a fairly severe edit, and I think that's how many people that'll come following me will characterize it. An edit that they likely will encourage you to not compromise on. And that is fair. The stretch of road has seen the first ghost spike in Winnipeg, and I want to also introduce some of the speakers that likely will be here before you, in particular Wendy and Steve West, who have walked some days together. And I've had a privilege of walking with Wendy for a short distance, and she's an inspiration. She's an inspiration to me. And there is a picture I keep that Patty Weens gave to me of Wendy back on a bike. And, you know, many of us have lost loved ones, but not quite in the way that was so public as Wendy did. But I want to be very clear. I'm not here because of some misunderstanding. I'm here for a fidelity that I've had since being a school trustee to 30K, and that it saves lives. We have come a long way. We have more to go, but I'm here to answer any and all questions because I appreciate when a counselor writes a motion, and this one was in fact a long time coming. When a counselor writes a motion, there's work to be done at Public Works. You have a long day today. And with 3 minutes left, I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Okay, do we have any questions from committee members? No committee members. Maybe you could just share with us the experiences you have. I mean, I get the emails, but just I want to hear on the record your experiences with the 30K for the summer Greenway initiative.
Well, generally the experience I have with Summer Greenway is that it's seen as a bit of a half measure, right? The trajectory of 30K within the city of Winnipeg that I've been proponent for since being a young mom and watching city after city and us sort of lollygagging into the world of even just school zones. And so while, we're really close.
Like, I guess, is it working? Do you
course.
feel it's working right now?
Of
With
course.
the 30K sharing the road, with the signage and everything that's up? What do you find?
Well, I want to be clear, I'm not here for the status quo. Every policy move that reduces speeds on residential streets to 30K, every policy move that creates a separated bike lane, every budget structure that supports road safety, to which, I've had a hand, as has Matt Allard, this committee, Madam Chair, has been progress. Of course, it's seen as not enough in light of the relative safety risks and in light of the need to perhaps reduce on streets faster. And substantively, that's why I'm here. I'm here because I do want to pick one priority faster because I feel that the risk warrants it.
I guess, what do you feel about the built environment, changing the built environment?
I have some of the best AT structures in Winnipeg. I know it, but I also have ones that look a bit like an active transit, archive. Look at Pembina Highway. This is every single notion of a bike lane built in the city that you and I and John Orlico share, right? We have unfinished pieces. Mark Cohu, who will probably be here today, he and I meet every budget to look at what's next and what is funded. And one of the things that is top of my mind and his is the disconnect around Health Science Center that isn't in my ward, but it is of concern to my residents. I'm here for Wellington today because of the safety concerns. The calls that require an answer, I think, from the city and a work product that until there is a separated bike lane, that we reduce the speeds to 30K and all year round. I'm not here to just talk about the summer, but all of those, to your question, Madam Chair, all of those structures, really important work. And that is why, in part, I wrote the briefing note that I did. We have a lot of work product. There is no dust settling on this standing policy committee. It's exciting. There is no dust settling, and everyone's watching us have a very tougher and tougher budgets and more fiscal constraints. And so everyone should really watch that we are underlining this as a priority. It is not going by the wayside. But I am here to ask that until there is a separated bike lane, a very key missing component, a very popular lane, roadway, that it is reduced till 30K. This committee supported a pilot on Assiniboine and Main. Also very critical for the bike community, one that I believe that it will show in the fullness of time it was the right thing to do, both because the department had identified some really critical risks and because it's a very popular bike lane. However, you and I both know, as people who have an open door to the AT community, that the calls were correct in our inboxes before the work product resulted in the pilot that was late even getting out the door this late summer, fall.
Okay, Councillor Sharma has a question.
Thank you, Councillor Rollins. Thank you for your advocacy and for being here today. Just if we can just isolate that summer 30K Greenway for a moment. I just want to understand it better.
You're talking about the Wellington one on
Yes.
River Heights, okay?
Yes, in the summer, for the summer period. How is that operating on its own in terms of, do you feel there's opportunities to change the built environment as well there?
Well, of course. However, that's John Orlico's ward, right? That's John Orlico's ward. Of course, I feel there's opportunity to change the built environment. I like the separated bike lanes. I believe it's safer. We have a good example of the downtown Winnipeg bike lane all the way down Sherbrooke. I like putting some roads on diets, especially when I worry about the children going to and from school, the students, the seniors going to and from Sherry Zedek and the Lutheran Church. And concerned about the accidents that, you see in your
Not
inbox.
just the speed alone, we could possibly change things in the built environment. We've had bump outs, et cetera. There's some things that have been done in my ward on Watson Street and certain treatment recently, other areas of the city. So that's just why I asked the question. Yeah.
Yeah, through the chair.
Speed alone is not the answer, probably.
Speed alone is the answer today. 30K is the answer today.
Start.
It is the start. If I can get signs up tomorrow, like I said I would, and I would reiterate that again and again. If I could put signs up myself, they'd be 30K. River, and if I only had so many signs between River and Grosvenor, those signs would be up tomorrow. It's twisty turny in that component. And, that's the call. That's the call. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much for your presentation. All right, Mr. Clerk, our next delegate.
Our next delegate on the same item is Aro Van Dyck.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay through the mask? Excellent. My name is Aro Van Dyck. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a resident of Fort Rouge, and today I'm here to speak in support of reducing the speed limit on Wellington Crescent to 30 kilometers an hour. And as has been said already, I do support the original motion, the whole stretch of Wellington. If we can get put back to that, I love it. I think this proposal is a sensible way to keep vulnerable road users safer with a low cost to the city. In short, I think this one is a no-brainer. Most of the time, all year round, I get around this city on a bike. I'm lucky to live in proximity to some of the best parts of our city's bike network, and I use them every day for my typical commute and errands. I know from experience about what works around here. I started riding everywhere in October 2022, but actually before that, there was another period of time in which I was mostly getting around on my bike in the early 2010s, when I used to work and go to university in the south end of the city. Most of these Pembina highway commutes were done before there was any bike infrastructure on Pembina, before there were even sections with painted bike lanes. So take it from me when I say that I have seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. In the decade that I've lived in this neighborhood, I've only ever ridden my bike on the stretch of Wellington Crescent between River Stradbrook and Academy alone twice. The first time, I figured it would be a good way to get to Assiniboine Park, since I had seen the green bike route signs posted up along the section while going by in a car. It was not nice. In the stretch where it's 2 lanes in each direction, I remember people trying to squeeze by me rather than changing lanes to pass. And in the spot where the road narrows at the intersection with Grosvenor, I almost got hit. I learned a lesson that day, which was that just because the city says that a street is a bike route doesn't mean I should consider it any safer than Pembina Highway. For years after, I refused to ride alone on Wellington, and for the most part, I still do. I made an exception this year on a ride back from Assiniboine Park the weekend after the Ghost Bike Barrage Dinner was set up. For me, it was in a way paying my respects to do that ride. I couldn't help but notice that as I rode down Wellington, I saw some signs that said, bike route, then the Ghost Bike route. Reducing the speed limit to 30 on this street won't solve everything forever, of course. But for now, it's an important stopgap measure. I was disappointed to see this summer come and go without some sort of rapid implementation bike infrastructure set up along Wellington Crescent. I am aware that permanent infrastructure is in the works, but for right now, Wellington represents a major east-west gap, with the fabulous new separated bike lanes on one end, access to Wolseley, West Broadway, the West End, and the south of the city via Harrow partway down, and further east-west connections at Assiniboine Park. These major bike commuter routes all lead to Wellington Crescent, attracting riders in, and then leave them high, dry, and at risk. While we wait on this critical infrastructure to be built, reducing the speed limit on Wellington would help. I would like to add as well that while I mostly get around on my bike, slower vehicle speeds make deaths on the road less likely for all vulnerable road users. Collisions are less frequent, and when they happen, the risk of injury and death is much reduced when the vehicle is being operated at speeds of 30 versus 50. Reduced vehicle speeds make it safer to cross the road, whether or not people are crossing at official crossing points, such as the intersection at Wellington and Gertrude, where drivers are forever making that slight right turn, barely even slowing to 40. Incidents of traffic violence come down to two main issues, which are the built infrastructure and user behavior. I don't like waiting for built infrastructure, but we can call that a conversation for another time. But if a change can be made with an immediate impact on user behavior, why not do it? People are dying in the city. 14 pedestrians and 2 cyclists so far this year. While I wish that I was here today to advocate for reducing the default speed limits all over the city, we're here to talk about this one tiny baby step. So why not just do it? How many deaths, disabling accidents, and even close calls will it take before the city actually does something here? Anything. While I mostly get around by bike, I also do drive sometimes. And the other day I happened to drive down Wellington Crescent from Academy to Daly fairly late in the evening. There weren't any other cars behind me on the road, so I decided to just slow down and see what driving along Wellington at 30 felt like. For any avid motorists listening who worry that this measure would slow their commutes dramatically, please don't worry. It was a matter of maybe 30 seconds, nothing to sweat over, and certainly nothing to prevent the city from saving lives over. In closing, I would like to reiterate that I support the motion to lower the speed limit on Wellington Crescent to 30 kilometers an hour, to bring it in line with modern safety standards put in place for roads that cyclists are intended to share with drivers. I understand that this motion has been amended to only cover the stretch from River Stradbrook to Academy, but I would also like to declare my support for scrapping that amendment and returning the proposal to its original intent to cover the entire east-west distance to Assiniboine Park. As someone who still likes to ride to the park, I can attest to how much of a difference that 30 speed limit makes along the west stretch of Wellington during summer months, and I would think that for such a major commuter and recreational route, that speed limit should be made permanent. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Excellent presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Rachel Elgier.
Good morning. Thank you for having me here. My name is Rachel Alguire. I am here to urge this committee to pass the speed limit reduction and subsequent plan for bicycle infrastructure on Wellington Crescent. I want to express my gratitude to this committee for the work you've done to make our city more walkable, bikeable, and livable, including the new bike lanes on River and Stradbrook that I benefit directly from that have been installed this summer. These protected bike lanes narrow the road and naturally slow traffic, serving as an effective traffic calming measure through design, which we talked a lot about this morning already. This approach shows how well-designed infrastructure improves safety for all road users and is much more productive than relying solely on speed limiting and signage. Applying a similar approach to Wellington Crescent would turn the street from a high-speed thoroughfare that it currently is to a friendly neighborhood street that's safe and enjoyable for all. A vibrant destination and a place where people want to be, not just move through. As a resident of Wellington Crescent, this speed limit reduction would have a significant impact on my personal quality of life and sense of safety. Whenever I walk, bike, or drive, or take Winnipeg Transit down Wellington Crescent, the tragedy of June 6th was heavily on my mind, and I wonder if it will be my life that will be taken next. I've had countless close calls, and I'm definitely not alone. I experienced firsthand just how dangerous this stretch of road is on a daily basis. I refuse to bike down the Crescent anymore because it feels like a death wish, even though it's technically a designated bike route. Walking it feels like a war zone. We really don't need any more studies to tell us what we already know, that slower speeds save lives. A pedestrian hit by a car traveling at 50 kilometers an hour has a 40% chance of dying. Compared to at 30 kilometers an hour, that chance drops to 13%. This is an actionable and simple step to take to prevent any more tragedies. Therefore, I'm asking this committee to do the following. 1, to pass the motion to reduce the speed limit to 30 kilometers an hour year-round from River to Academy. 2, to amend the motion back to its original state to include this speed limit reduction all the way to Assiniboine Park for a safer, more consistent corridor. Having different speeds at different times for different parts of the road is incredibly confusing for drivers and for everyone else. And to 3, to prioritize the development of active transportation infrastructure along the Crescent, in line with the over 20 years of recommendations from City of Winnipeg reports, and to maintain this 30 kilometer an hour speed limit even after the installation of dedicated bike infrastructure. While lowering the speed limit may not have stopped the driver who killed Rob Jenner, a traffic calm road designed for safety just might have. The actions outlined in this motion represent the critical first steps toward creating a safer, more intentionally designed road that protects all users. Here's how these changes would have directly impacted my daily life. 1, I'd be able to walk to Munson Park without vehicles speeding past me. I'd be able to enjoy the quiet park, free from noise pollution that would have come from lowering speed limits. 2, I could bike safely from my apartment to Assiniboine Park, something I've had to avoid due to fear for my safety. 3, I could enjoy my apartment without the disruption of noise pollution of illegally racing car engines echoing through the Crescent. 4, I would finally have a safe and seamless connection to bike to and from work without weaving through back lanes and residential streets, as the bike network currently lacks this critical link. And 5, I would have the opportunity to visit and enjoy the vibrant West Broadway neighborhood and more neighborhoods more frequently, as Wellington Crescent offers a direct route to Sherbrooke. Currently, I'm forced to take a significant detour around the river to reach this area by bike, a detour I'm willing to take to prioritize my safety and ultimately my life. Reducing the speed limit is one of the simplest, most impactful actions this committee can take today to improve the safety and quality of life for all road residents and all road users. It's a small change that will save lives and prevent trauma from close passes and dangerous speeding. And it will make Wellington Crescent a safer, both more enjoyable space for everyone. As other delegations have noted, 14 pedestrians and 2 cyclists have been killed on our city streets due to traffic violence this year, according to data from Manitoba Public Insurance. Among the names are Tammy Bateman, Doris Porter, and Nardia Bedward. All of those have in common are speeding vehicles. Their lives are tragically taken and unnecessarily cut short, while they were denied the opportunity to live full thriving lives. Their deaths don't have to be in vain. I urge this committee to take this small, simple action now, an action that should have been implemented as an emergency measure after the tragic crash that killed Rob Jenner on June 6th. As we can see, this motion has overwhelming support from the residents in the community who are concerned about their safety. It reflects the needs of the people who want to feel safe walking, cycling, and living in this neighborhood. Lowering the speed limit to 30 kilometers an hour sends a strong message this committee values the lives and well-being of its citizens. I urge this committee to not wait for another tragedy to act. Let's stop hiding behind endless studies and excuses. The evidence is overwhelming and the solutions are very obvious. How many more lives have to die before this committee decides that enough is enough? The cost of inaction is unpaid in human lives and preventable grief and trauma. Let's please make the streets safe for everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rachel. Are there any questions? No, I want to thank you for your presentation. I want to thank everyone here for coming out and putting their work together. I know how much time it takes. I know you have to take time out of your schedules. And, I reflect back on when we had $100,000 in the budget. When I was coming down here, I think I came down here 50 times at that end of the table, tying into people. And I feel I understand, I hear what you're saying. And it's like in the city where, we've made such great progress, but yet we haven't, but we were trying to encourage people to go out. We want them to get out, but yet there's so many situations that aren't perfect, right? There's gaps, there's challenges like this. So yeah, I hear you. It's a challenging time. I'm just reflecting back on a lot of presentations I did here in the same manner. So thank you. Thank you. Mine probably weren't as succinct as yours. Yours was excellent. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. No, I think let's just do one more presentation and let's do one more presentation. And then we're just if people have shown up, we're going to do one more presentation at 11 o'clock. I encourage you all to come out and raise the Scottish flag with me. And then we'll reconvene at 12. So that's life at City Hall, things that go on. Okay, next presenter, please, Mr. Clerk.
Next, via Zoom, we have Atul Sharma, who also submitted supporting documentation, which is on our agenda today.
Okay, perfect.
I hope people can see me and hear me.
We can hear you and we did see you. We can see you now.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Atul Sharma, and I'd first like to thank the chair and members of the Public Works Committee for granting me 6 or 7 minutes today for a few observations. I genuinely think you deserve kudos for the hard work you've done in recent years, particularly with the pilot project on reduced speeds and enhanced summer bike paths. To introduce myself, I'm going to share slides if I can. Share. I'm not quite sure why that's not sharing.
We have them as a submission.
Yeah, we have them attached like it.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, I'll just speak. To introduce myself, I should explain that my wife Celia and I are both recently retired pediatricians from the University of Manitoba, with a long-standing interest in recreational services that directly affect the children in our communities. We moved to Winnipeg 11 years ago from Montreal, and our involvement in bike routes therefore spans several Canadian and American cities. Moreover, although we both recently retired from clinical work, I continue to work as a university biostatistician. And I explain that because it explains my bias toward data-driven policies. And I'd like to share with you today some of the hard data on pedestrian and bicyclist safety. In the first slide, I begin with where we live at the corner of Harrow and Wellington Crescent on the Wellington Crescent bicycle corridor, a street which in your 2022 survey had the highest volume of weekday traffic. From our living room window, therefore, we have a front row seat on the day-to-day operation of the Crescent bike route, and it's been interesting to witness its evolution. As pediatricians, we recognize the role of safe and accessible recreational facilities in promoting child health, which is a priority, I believe, for the city and for ourselves as citizens. And I have to confess that we're both tickled when we see children on foot or skateboards or bicycles able to enjoy the park-like serenity of our street. While we are occasionally inconvenienced by living on a bike route, I can assure you from personal experience that any delay is inconsequential, and it's a small price to pay for expanding the recreational opportunities for children and families in our neighborhood. Following your 2022 public consultations, you will recall that 6 routes were labeled as enhanced summer bike routes, including Wellington Crescent, with a summertime speed limit of 30 kilometers per hour, and along with traffic calming measures like speed bumps, new signage, and enhanced pedestrian crossings. I think those were important decisions, and I applaud you for them, but it seems to me that these kinds of policy decisions should be motivated by more than just public outcry and traffic volume data. And fortunately, in this case, there is abundant safety data to inform our policy making, and that's what I'd like to speak to you briefly about today. I'd like to introduce a comprehensive white paper on pedestrian road safety published by the U.S. National Highway Safety Association, or NHSA, which summarized injury and fatality rates in a number of large U.S. databases and in over 600 studies from 15 other countries. While mostly focused on U.S. data, on accidents involving pedestrians and motor vehicles, the little Canadian data we do have suggests that Canada and the US are similar in terms of fatality and injury rates. And in fact, the next slide just makes that point. It shows data from an article in the Canadian Journal of Public Health. And whether you're comparing, if you look at, for instance, bicycle injury rates in British Columbia or in the United States, you'll see that they're identical per kilometers of highway. And that's true for fatalities, that's true for injuries, it's true across the board. And so I think that it's not unreasonable to rely on US pedestrian data when we're formulating policy. I hope you can accept that premise. And if you can, there are a number of important points that we can glean from this white paper. Firstly, they cite numerous studies on the relationship between motor vehicle speeds and pedestrian outcomes, which some of the previous speakers have alluded to. The next slide shows some of these data from a very large database. And you can see in the first row that the number of fatalities essentially triples in going from a speed less than 32 kilometers per hour to a speed of 34 to 40 kilometers per hour. So a small change in speed triples the fatality rate. And by the time we get to 50 kilometers per hour, we're looking at a 5-fold increase in fatalities. And these data are based, as you see in the final row, on thousands of observed accidents. In the penultimate row, it's interesting to look at the number of pedestrians who escape with minor or no injuries as a function of motor vehicle speed. And you can see that this falls by a third, again, as speeds go from less than 32 kilometers per hour to 34 to 40 kilometers per hour. So again, a small difference in speed has a tremendous impact on injuries and fatalities. Now, you have speed data of your own, which I'm going to mention in a moment from your speed data, it's also clear that we have to distinguish between posted speed limits and actual vehicle speeds. In Denmark, for example, a decrease in posted limits by 10 kilometers per hour saw a reduction in traveling speeds of only 2 to 3 kilometers per hour. And for that reason, it's important that we deal specifically with actual speeds. And I'm therefore using actual speeds from CCTV reports or police accident reconstructions. This discrepancy in your own speed data needs to be kept in mind, particularly given the non-compliance we saw where the 85th speed percentile was 40 kilometers per hour in 30 kilometer per hour zones. Moreover, there are interesting data from California where urban speed limits were decreased in some areas and increased in others in the same cities. Unexpectedly to the investigators, actual speeds went up in all areas, and they concluded that consistency matters. And I worry about this phenomenon when we start varying our posted limits between bike routes in nearby neighborhoods that are otherwise similar, like Wolseley and River Heights, for example. If you flip to the next slide, as a retiree, I also worry about the data on the relationship between vehicle speeds and pedestrian age. These are data from Florida, and we see a very clear relationship between vehicle speed on the x-axis and fatalities on the y-axis, where the individual lines represent different pedestrian age groups. So the blue squares at the bottom are those under 14, and the purple circles at the top are for those over 65. At all speeds, I am 5 times as likely to die if I'm over 65 compared with under 14. And if struck by a car moving at 70 kilometers per hour, I have a 62% chance of dying, which brings me to the last slide. I think that data like these and analysis like these suggest that we need to look carefully at safety data when we're setting speed limits on bike routes. And based on analyses like these, you will recall that the Transportation Association of Canada recommends a top speed of 30 kilometers per hour whenever bicyclists and motorists share the road, as they do along the Crescent. For this reason, I would urge the city to apply a consistent 30 kilometer per hour zone on all neighborhood greenways and enhanced bike routes. And with that, I'm happy to take questions, and I thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sharma. Now, any questions from committee members? No. Okay, you've presented before. I really appreciate your presentations and the data that you've provided us. It gives us another perspective to look at when we're making our decisions and recommendations. So thank you. Keep coming.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so now we will break till noon. I'm sorry about this, you guys, but I'm gonna raise the Scottish flag. Okay, that's it? All right,
Raise
thank
the
you.
Scottish flag.
Okay, going to reconvene this Public Works Committee for today, November 29th. Now we'll get back to delegations. We've got a lot of delegations still in the queue. And Mr. Clerk, who's next?
Next up, to be heard in support of speed limit reduction on Wellington Crescent, we have Daria Magnus Walker.
Okay. Morning or afternoon.
Yeah, it's written down good morning, but I suppose that's not true anymore. Yeah, so my name is Daria, and I grew up in Charleswood. I did a lot of biking when I was a kid for fun with my family, but I kind of stopped doing it as I grew up just because I lived in Charleswood, so it wasn't really a reasonable way for me to get around. And so I started busing, and then I moved downtown so that I could walk everywhere because I don't have a driver's license. I've never had a driver's license. And I also just couldn't afford a car if I had a driver's license. So I do not bike for fun. I bike to get around. I also bus. I also walk. But I cannot use a car. Right now I'm a resident of West Broadway. So the city told us in their transportation master plan that they would be prioritizing sustainable mobility options. And I've yet to see this in action at all. Today I'm asking you to prioritize sustainable mobility options by reducing the speed on Wellington Crescent until protected cycling infrastructure is built. I live very close to Wellington, and I need to travel on Wellington often to get places. And this stretch of Wellington is especially dangerous, causing many cyclists to avoid this area, especially after Rob Jenner's death proved to us how unsafe the road is. The city hasn't done anything to improve safety on this road, despite encouraging cycling here by designating it as a bike route, despite this road being a treacherous gap in the city's limited infrastructure. The Transit Master Plan says its goal is to reduce car trips to 50% by 2050, and to achieve this, the plan repeats many times that it will prioritize other transit options. But I just wonder how we plan on getting drivers out of their cars onto increasingly dangerous roads. Reducing the speed of Wellington Crescent to 30 kilometers an hour is not so inconvenient to stop people from driving, and if it was, it would align with the city's goals outlined in the Transportation Master Plan. This is not a shocking or reactive decision. Cyclists have been telling the city for years that this road is not safe, and we don't feel like anybody's been listening. And now somebody died here, and if the city listened earlier, he might not have. I hope you listen now. I hope you follow the advice laid out in the Transportation Master Plan today for those who choose not to drive and for those of us that can't.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Daria. Councillor Edie?
You live in West Broadway. Over the last, might have been done but are you saying they did improve cycling along Westminster. Would you not agree?
There are bike lanes that have been added along Westminster. Today we're talking about Wellington. I
Yeah,
mentioned
well, but
that
you said that you've yet to see and you live in West Broadway, so
Yeah, I said that I've
in
never
West
seen-
Broadway, there have been some
Yeah, I've yet to
revisions
see
made.
the changes on Wellington. And the changes on West Broadway were after, or were before the transportation master plan.
Okay.
So that wouldn't really count as part of the transportation master plan.
All right. Anyway, that's your perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I think James Watts is the next delegation. James, if you'd like to come up.
Hello, good afternoon. Hope everyone had a good lunch. Great flag raising. Good afternoon. My name is James. I'm also a resident of West Broadway. I cycle regularly in this city. I'm here today to speak in support of the temporary reduction of speed on Wellington Crescent until dedicated and protected cycling infrastructure can be built. As a cyclist, I've often felt that Wellington Crescent, with its narrow lanes and high speeds, is too dangerous to travel down. Even though it is designated as a bike route by the city, for my own safety, it is often best to be avoided. Well, a large section of Wellington Crescent, west of Academy, with a posted speed limit of 30 kilometers an hour in the summertime, is significantly safer and more accessible. When cars are traveling at 50 kilometers an hour or faster, it creates a dangerous situation for anyone on a bike, especially when drivers are not anticipating or respecting cyclists. Lowering the speed gives more time for drivers to react and improves the safety for everyone on the road. As a driver myself, I see how the design of the road allows for and even encourages high traffic speeds. When I do drive, ideally, I'm not going 30 kilometers an hour on a road like this, but since this is yet to make any changes at all to prevent injuries and deaths on this road, even after a cyclist was killed here, I'm asking you to support this, the speed of Wellington Crescent being reduced while you speed up the process of building the protected bike lane. On June 6th, Rob Jenner was hit and killed on Wellington Crescent. In the city center council meeting, the common argument was made that since the driver was speeding, a speed reduction would not have saved Rob Jenner's life. Reducing the speed from 159 kilometers an hour to 50 kilometers an hour improves the chances of survival from virtually 0% to a measly 20% chance of survival. Rob would still most likely have died if the driver had been following the posted 50 kilometer speed limit. His chances of survival jumped to 90% if he was hit at the requested new limit of 30 kilometers an hour. Posing this as an issue with one speeding driver is akin to saying guns don't kill people, people kill people, but people who bike in the city are telling you it is not safe and that they fear they are going to die. Still, nothing is yet to be done as we plead for our lives and our safety. 2 years ago, on November 1st, 2022, I myself was hit by a vehicle while riding my bike. Many other speakers this morning and a majority of Winnipeg cyclists have also experienced safety issues with cars and will mention that they themselves have been hit. This is not a unique experience and in fact, far too common and not always captured in the data until tragically someone is killed. The driver that hit me had only started to accelerate out of a slip lane. If the driver had been going 50, I most likely would not be here speaking with you today. The Transportation Master Plan states over and over that you will prioritize sustainable mobility options. I ask today that in your decision, you do what you told us you would do and prioritize the sustainable mobility options, prioritize the lives of the individuals who do not or cannot drive, reduce speeds on Wellington Crescent to 30 kilometers an hour, and build protected infrastructure as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any questions? Thank you for adding your voice. Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Clerk, our next presenter.
Next up on the same item, we have Ian McCausland.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
My name's Ian McCausland. I'm a Bike Winnipeg board member and a lifelong resident of St. James. I'm here today in support of reducing the speed limit on Wellington Crescent to 30 kilometers until such time that a low stress, all ages and abilities cycling route can be provided. I frequently use this stretch of Wellington by both bike and car, and I am among the many people here today to bring attention to the dangers of Wellington. Immediate action needs to be taken before we are confronted by another tragedy like the death of Rob Jenner on June 6th. In the short time I've been involved in Bike Winnipeg, the organization has enjoyed a healthy dialogue with this committee and Public Works. Unfortunately, some detractors in the media would characterize this as the all-powerful bike lobby holding sway over too many policy decisions. But I would argue that it's more a testament to this council and the Public Works commitment to ensuring that the city moves towards its own goals in mode shift and reaching our climate goals as outlined in the Transportation Master Plan 2050 and the updated pedestrian and cycling strategies. One only has to look to the recent changes at the crossing at Assiniboine and Main and the recent additions to our bike network, the bike lanes along River and Stratford, and recent investments of crucial infrastructure closing gaps in the bike network in South Osborne and on Keewatin. We look forward to celebrating these investments in our bicycle infrastructure in the spring with some ribbon cuttings. Approving the motion today is yet another small step in that commitment to ensuring safety for vulnerable road users. Unfortunately, the motion before you is a reduced version of the full motion that Councillor Rollins presented at the committee meeting, and many of us here today would prefer a motion covering Wellington in its entirety. I can personally recall embracing Wellington as a cycling route as far back as the early 90s, when it started by the city closing the route on Sundays and holidays to car traffic. So it should come as no surprise to anyone after all these years that the city's bike network is built around the idea that the entire length of Wellington Crescent is a firmly established bike route. But we have already experienced close passes at speed along various parts of Wellington Crescent, and as ridership numbers continue to increase, the potential for death or injury also increases. While the overarching issue of funding will always inform these kinds of decisions, I think Councillor Lukes, you said it best in a Winnipeg Sun article way back in May 2020, and I'll quote, "To avoid wasting a fortune on road safety infrastructure, the best way to bring about calmer streets is lowering speed limits," end quote. I feel it's very important to remind this committee that setting speeds on our city streets is a decision set forth by our elected officials. It is a political decision. As elected officials, you decide what kind of community you want, and then it's up to the staff to implement this decision, not the other way around. We do not need another study from an already worked city staff to determine the impact of this motion. This city's vote in favor of this motion would dictate the actions taken by Public Works, and at the same time would send a strong signal to the community at large at what's important. It would signal that when faced with a horrible tragedy like Rob's death, the city would respond immediately to dismantle the conditions that allowed such an event to occur. It would signal the city values the safety of all road users, especially the vulnerable, rather than the impact it might have on the travel times of car drivers. It would also signal that the city is committed towards a future where Vision Zero is an attainable goal. One of my roles in Bike Winnipeg is being part of the communications team, and my job this weekend will be to report on the outcome of this motion. I'd love to report back to the bike community that this Public Works Committee showed leadership by approving this motion. As we move forward in the next 6 months, we will quickly approach June 6th, the anniversary of Rob Jenner's death. I can tell you that something's going to happen on June 6th. It's either going to be a protest or it's going to be a celebration. Wouldn't it be great if we could actually celebrate changes to the infrastructure on that date? Well, we cannot change what happened June 6, 2024. What happens on June 6, 2025 is dependent on the willingness of this committee to move forward on this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Committee members, do you have any questions? So Ian, you and I work together on lots of things, okay? So I hear you. We don't need to be studying 30K, 40K. I get it. We know that, right? This is what concerns me. So the Public Works Department, they can run off and beaver away and come up with whatever traffic calming infrastructure to change the built environment. Because we all know, I think we all know that the built environment really is key to safety, right? Whatever it is. So Wellington is this beautiful stretch, right? It's this stretch. It's trees, it's green, it's a nice smooth ride, whatever you're in, however you're riding. What worries me is, so we do the 30K, okay? I'm supportive of that. We do the 30K. What worries me is it gives this false sense of security until we get the infrastructure in. Because we know we don't have enough police to enforce the 30K. We know that, right? Like, we know what's going on with the police in the sense of what's going on in the city. A lot of not good stuff, right? So we're not gonna have the cops out there all the time enforcing this 30K. So, you know, we put up the signs, it's 30K, oh, I'm happy, I'm out with my kid, I got into this because I had 3 kids, right? We have 3 kids and it's just not safe with kids. It's not safe for adults. So we switched it to 30K. It creates this false sense of security. And then you've got people going, oh, I'm driving down this beautiful road and they're going 50, 60K. Like we know what goes on with the summer bike closures when we do the greenways. We know there's issues, like and all that junk that's on the street to make that happen is really depressing because it's a beautiful street. We clutter it all up with these orange barriers and all this stuff, right? And it still doesn't really work, right? Because we still have, so I am really nervous about saying, let's do 30K. Like, I believe in 30K, I believe in 40K, right? I'm doing a pilot of 40K. You know, you think it was the end of the world when it started. And now oh my goodness, it takes 30 seconds more to go 40K versus 50K, right? It's not the end of the world, it's fine. But I just worry about people thinking, oh, everyone's going to go 30K. Because for a fact, they're not, right? So that worries me, putting people in more vulnerable position. What are your comments on that?
Well, you know, separate of this motion, I think no matter how you get around this city, everyone agrees that the car drivers are becoming faster and more aggressive. And I think we have to start somewhere in dismantling that culture of speed that most car drivers seem to be embracing. And I mean, we can focus on Wellington, but everyone here assembled today has examples of that happening everywhere. We really need to start signaling to the public at large that this is a real issue. I hear what you're saying about the false sense of security. I'm actually, you know, more hopeful in car drivers, the majority of car drivers adhering to the speed limit. I understand that's not necessarily the case. And this is just a temporary measure till we can move forward on something more permanent, ideally an isolated bike lane connecting, you know, the two ends of this network would be ideal. Yeah.
I know, I hear you on that. And so, and I'm just going to put a plug in on another topic, seeing as you're here.
Yeah.
So when I was an advocate, there was like 5 or 6 of us, right? Like, I just get choked to see a whole room here. Like, it's wonderful. Like, I don't even know anyone here. People didn't even know I was an advocate. You can tell by getting slammed on Twitter, but you know, I will take blame. The tens of millions of dollars of advocacy work, raising bridges and all kinds of things. But anyways, whatever. If you follow what New Zealand is doing when they are using their automated speed radar, we need that here. We don't have the police to go out and do the 30K and monitor all this stuff. We need to use technology so that we can have safer streets. And Brandon Mayer is advocating for it. There's some on his council. They don't even have it. We've got an old junky system that's dated from 20, 30 years ago, right? So we need this advocacy also to put the pressure on government to use technology to make our streets safer. Because we saw how long it takes for the protected bike lane on River. I mean, the construction part actually is the fast part. The getting the money, the engineering, all of that's the long part, right? So whatever comes of Wellington and whatever comes of the built infrastructure that goes on it, it's not going to happen this summer, right? Because it's going to take time. So the advocacy efforts that Bike Winnipeg provides, or just a private resident provides for photo radar, it needs to be amplified because it's so interconnected, right? It's so interconnected. Like in New Zealand, they nail you with cell phones. They can do it automated. Like our police, we need them another, I mean, yeah, speed kills. We know that, right? We know that. But we really, you know, it drives me crazy when people are saying that bike lobbyists, you know, there's no bigger lobbyists than the car lobbyists. So, or the vehicle lobbyists. So
Yeah.
anyways.
I think, it's just speaking on that photo radar piece, you're gonna see this kind of level of engagement moving forward on issues around photo enforcement. We understand the complexities of that issue and how it's closely tied to the Highway Traffic Act.
Yeah.
We're also anticipating a level of engagement towards the province on that issue as well, because it's really important. We firmly agree with you on that,
Right.
the new style photo enforcement is imperative.
Right, and the complexities, cost is a complexity, but the other complexity is political, because people don't like it, so there's a lot of pushback, and that's votes, right? But the reality is, it's a proven fact that it works. Anyways, I'm not gonna go down that.
That's why the province hasn't done anything. I've been doing that for
Well,
ever since I got elected, I've been doing that, and the province continues to say, when we review it and say we need use newer technology and expand our use.
Yeah.
They continually do nothing.
well, I think now we see how stressed out and how much work the police have to do. We've got municipalities advocating for it. We've got proven factual results from other countries that are doing this, and it's effective, and we need to do it here. So thank you for all your advocacy work.
And we need pedestrian corridor, photo,
Yeah,
enforcement as well. I tried to get that as well.
okay, next up, who's next up?
Steve West, and he
Steve.
also submitted supporting documentation.
And by the way, Madam Chair,
Yes.
I tripped on the protected thing on Stradbrook.
What,
Just
protected
this
bike
year.
lane?
Yeah, I tripped over it.
Oh. Well,
Poor little pedestrian I can't drive. I can't ride a bike by myself either.
Steve, Mr. West.
Good
I feel
afternoon.
you very well. Anyways, we do know each other very well. Okay, welcome.
Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor and members of the committee clerk. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm a resident of Osborne Village, and I used to be a commuter cyclist, but since retirement, I'm just biking for fun. I want to begin my presentation by thanking your committee, the mayor, and all of council for the investments in active transportation thus far. We have a way to go, as you said, in closing the gaps in our network, but progress is definitely being made. Excuse me. I'd also like to thank my area councillor, Sherry Rollins, for initiating the motion. I fully support the motion to reduce the speed on Wellington to 30 kilometers an hour, and I'd urge you to consider expanding the motion to the original parameters proposed by Councillor Rollins from River Avenue to Kenaston Boulevard. The need for protected bike infrastructure on Wellington Crescent is clear, as is the need for safety interventions to reduce car-pedestrian conflicts. In the meantime, a speed reduction is crucial to slow drivers and calm traffic for the safety of everyone on foot, on bikes, and in cars. Every time I travel on Wellington, whether on foot, on bike, or driving a car, I encounter drivers who exceed the speed limit. Lowering the speed is a critical safety intervention, at least until infrastructure is implemented to improve safety. We all know the stats. When a vulnerable road user is hit by a car driver, the chances of surviving a collision at 30 kilometers an hour are over 80% versus less than 10% at 50. The enhanced summer bike route program has been enormously beneficial in encouraging families to get out for healthy exercise. However, as a major east-west route with commuter and recreational cyclists moving year-round, the seasonal flip-flop in speeds on a portion of Wellington leads to confusion, as has been said earlier today, and further endangering vulnerable road users. Official City of Winnipeg planning documents for Osborne Village dating back as far as 2002 call for an on-street bike route. And a 2006 document recommends using Wellington, yet all we have to indicate such a route are green bike route signs. On this critical east-west link, cyclists ride unprotected in speeding traffic, contrary to Transportation Association of Canada guidelines that recommend 30 kilometers an hour, where bikes and cars mix in traffic. This on a wide street that with few traffic controls between River and Kenaston encourages and enables speeding on a street that intersects with residential streets and though it's a collector street, is a busy, high-density residential enclave in and of itself. Rob Jenner's tragic death occurred in an extreme example of speeding, but it's deeply concerning that such a wide right-of-way exists, making that speed physically possible. Vehicles are frequently operated at over 60 kilometers an hour, close passing cyclists, and making crossing the street a risky endeavor, as my wife attests to from frequent brushes with inattentive and/or speeding drivers. I am an experienced cyclist, but my confidence drops when I am on Wellington. Many speeding drivers pass cyclists without leaving sufficient space for us to navigate around a pothole or other hazards safely. And as much as I avoid Wellington, there are no reasonable alternatives. My confidence riding on Wellington was further shaken this year when on June 26th, I had a near miss incident near the Coburn intersection. Riding where I was supposed to be, in the curb lane, close to the curb, I suddenly noticed in my peripheral vision a Winnipeg Transit bus drifting in towards me. I immediately braked and the bus proceeded into my lane, then back into the median lane. The driver was weaving around a vehicle that had stopped to make a left turn. As my incident highlights, traffic weaving is a common and dangerous problem, especially when drivers are not alert to vulnerable road users forced to share the space with massive vehicles. Mark Coho, Executive Director of Bike Winnipeg, was riding behind me and witnessed the incident. He observed that the back of the bus would have hit me if I hadn't happened to see the bus in my side vision and brake to avoid it. There is ample space on the very wide Wellington Crescent to accommodate everyone, and narrowing the roadway would naturally encourage drivers to slow down, as has been my experience driving on the newly configured River and Stradbrook Avenues, where bikes and vehicles are separated. This would make Wellington safer for drivers, cyclists, transit users, and pedestrians. In closing, I'll add that Council's climate action plan calls for active transportation to double by 2030. An advanced pedestrian and cycling network is a critical enabler of this transition. Many people want healthy alternatives to driving, but feel unsafe driving on high volume, high speed, high conflict routes in our city. We don't need another report to confirm what we've known for over 20 years. The need for protected infrastructure on Wellington is clear, as is the need for safety interventions to reduce car pedestrian conflicts in what is billed as a walkable neighborhood. In the meantime, a speed reduction is crucial to slow drivers and calm traffic for the safety of everyone on foot, on bikes, and in cars. Such a speed reduction is also consistent with your comments to the Winnipeg Sun in May 2020 as the best way to calm our streets. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Any questions for Steve? Yeah, I have a question for you, Steve. You're a man about town on your bike. So we've got really wide lanes here on Wellington. What are your thoughts on, until permanent protected infrastructure can go in, what are your thoughts on poly posts? We have them on Pembina. We designed Pembina, was one of the first ones we did before we did any of this permanent concrete protected bike lanes. So we've got the width and we have these poly posts. Pembina is way busier, bigger volumes than this. But what about poly posts? So we can share the road. We can have the protected poly post lane and then we can have the other lane.
So are you saying as an interim measure?
I don't know. I'm just thinking, we'll ask the public service this, but we've got 2 lanes going each way. What if we had one lane that was protected for cyclists pedestrians, whatever. And the other lane was just vehicular traffic. Because if we slow it down to 30K, right, we can slow it down to 30K, they'd be going, you know, or we just leave the one lane as it is. Maybe we put it to 40.
I think slowing it down in conjunction with poly posts, they're a visual cue that sort of psychologically narrows the road. Not nearly as effective because the protection isn't there. But yes, psychologically, I think they would have some impact. I would think of them as a temporary measure until proper protective infrastructure could be in place. And yes, I think that's something that could happen fairly quickly. There's sometimes issues getting them back into place in the spring, but I think that would be a small improvement.
I just worry again, I'll just say it again, I just worry about the fact that we set up this, it's gonna be 30K. We know already that people aren't gonna go 30K because they're not doing it in the summer on the Greenway. So, I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there. And
I think it would definitely give a visual cue and perhaps be a slight improvement. Not obviously the same as permanent infrastructure.
Right. Okay, thanks for all your work and your emails, and I don't think we got that pothole fixed on
Not yet.
University Crescent. but-
It would work better than
That's another story.
it could work better than the 30 kph sign.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Thank you very much for all your advocacy and your good work. Mr. Clerk, our next delegation.
Via Zoom, we have Ian Walker.
The classroom.
Good morning, good afternoon, Mr. Walker. Have you been listening to all of this between teaching kids?
I've been listening all day. Our afternoon's just starting, so my class is just finishing up lunch and they're gonna sit quietly while I speak to you, and then we're gonna play this video for them on YouTube afterwards so they can see what we're doing. My student teacher's not back yet, so I'm gonna have to walk them down to to go to their music class, but they're gonna wait for me. So anyways, thank you all for having me on this morning. I'd like to start by thanking all of the other advocates that have come out to City Hall this morning and spent their day presenting. You folks should know that there is an enormous amount of support for 30 kilometers an hour in Winnipeg. I've been chairing Safe Speeds Winnipeg now for a number of years, and just the number of people that are interested in lowering speed limits in their neighborhood has gone up exponentially. So the people you see here might be 1 or 2% of the people that we're talking to now that are interested in going out to their to come out to these community committee meetings, to come out to the public works meetings, and advocating that their communities be safe. During the morning while you folks were meeting, I was looking at the CBC just to remind myself when we first started this campaign, and it was July 9th, 2019 that we first came out to Public Works to speak to you folks about this. And there's a picture in the CBC of my then 7-year-old son Owen and I outside the council chambers. And we just finished speaking with you folks, and we were talking about the importance of speed reduction. And Owen's now 13 years old. He just turned 13 at the beginning of November, and he's walking to school on his own every day, despite my anxiety about him being struck by a vehicle. I was heartbroken when I learned about Rob Jenner's death. He was killed on June 6th, the day that I was elected to the school board for the Louis Riel School Division. So I hadn't actually heard about his death until after the election results came in and I turned the news on and saw it. And since then, I've had the opportunity to meet his widow, Wendy, who's just an amazing human being. I've told Wendy that she's going to be the most powerful advocate for change in the city of Winnipeg because she's had the courage to come out to speak with you folks and to advocate for other families so they don't have to have the same heartbreak that she's had in her life. So I can tell you folks that we're very, very, very busy. We're going to be having some information sessions in the coming days. On Saturday at 3 p.m. I've got about 100 people signed up to come to a Zoom meeting so I can inform them what the community's doing. I got together with a group of people from St. Boniface on Monday evening. We're going to be going out and we're going to be knocking door to door, talking to residents and And I can tell you, I've been surprised by the number of people that have come on board, including people that in the past weren't supportive of this. I had a conversation with an individual in the summer, a decision maker. I won't name them on the call here, but they were against lowering speed limits to 30 in July, and just recently came out at their organization in support of it and said that they were going to be advocating for it. So they went from not being a supporter in 3 months to being somebody that's going to be bringing it forward to their organization to ensure that it happens. So I have a lot of hope for this. I don't typically get involved in things that I don't think we can win. And I do believe we can win this. I know, Janice, that you're a big advocate of 30. I thank you for that. I share your concerns that Wellington will be difficult to control. I also share your belief that we need to have more automated photo enforcement. And I was happy to see that Brandon has come out asking for it now too. And I know the city's asked the province to do that. And I can tell you that the advocacy community isn't going to just be asking you folks for it. We're going to be asking WAB-Canoe to make changes to the Highway Traffic Act, to increase the amount of photo enforcement that we can use in the city, because it's a very effective tool to reduce speeds. And I've also encouraged the provincial government, when I've spoken with them, to take the money from photo enforcement and put it into traffic calming measures. We don't think that the money should be going towards the police to increase their coffers. We think the money should be used to increase road safety. So I think we're all on the same page. Thank you very much to Sherry Rollins also for bringing this motion forward. I do want to take this opportunity to call out John Orlico, though. I was very disappointed that he didn't have the courage to stand up for the safety of people in our community. I know there's concerns about how we do it, but we all need to be kind of rowing in the same direction, which is towards 30 kilometers an hour. So we're going to, we'll create a parade for you folks of people that want it, so you can jump in front of it and help us get it done. So I think I'll leave it at that. I need to get my class off to music. Thank you very much to everybody that's come out today. I can promise you folks that we are going to fill your chambers full of people that are going to be advocating for this, so that you can feel courageous in making this change and know that you're not the only ones that want it. I do have time for some quick questions if you do want to ask me anything.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Does anyone have questions for Mr. Walker?
Mr. Walker, I just wanted to clarify, you mentioned you were disappointed in Councillor Orlico. There's a process in front of us. There's many different points to participate. And so there were probably some discussions you're referring to at the community committee, but there are different points in the process here at City Hall to participate, right? Depending on what decisions are made. So you're aware of that.
Absolutely. I was disappointed that Mr. Orlico decided that he didn't want his portion of Wellington Crescent included in the lower speed limit. I travel on Wellington Crescent with my kids often, and I don't believe it's fair that they should have to be around vehicles going 50 kilometers an hour at this time of year. My family doesn't own a car, so we use bikes and walk and bus year round. So it's not just something we need in the summertime, it's something we need year round.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
You may have a few minutes. We're going to be here for a while. Why don't you calculate out for me? I don't have it at my fingertips, so I have to focus. Why don't you calculate out for me how much longer it will take to go from Kenaston to River, 30K versus 50K? Why don't you text me with that?
Maybe a minute.
Okay.
You folks have a speed calculator in the City of Winnipeg website. I'm going to just pull it up and I'll tell you.
Perfect. Okay. I got to focus here. Do that. Okay. Or someone else in the crowd, text me. Okay. Or put it on X. Thank you. Thank you very much for all you do. Keep up.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay.
Next, we have Natalie Kleinschmidt.
Good afternoon, Natalie.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, committee members, fellow advocates. Thank you for welcoming us today to share our support for safety on Wellington Crescent. My name is Natalie Kleinschmidt, and I'm a car driver who hasn't been on a bicycle in years, and I would love to. It would make sense for my health, my wallet, and our planet. And in photos, it does look fun. But the truth is I'm too scared to ride a bike in Winnipeg because of how dangerous it is. I have 2 adult children who've traded their vehicles in for bicycles, And while I want to applaud their choices that are rooted in values, I am terrified that I might lose them in a sudden bend of the road, a second of inattention, a driver's heavy foot on the gas pedal. Speed on residential streets presents risks in any town. And in Winnipeg, speed, when combined with one of three factors we see here, becomes lethal. It's not just about clicks and clocks. Let's talk about speed and road rage, cross-cultural confrontations, and structural inconsistencies. I'll illustrate each and demonstrate how slowing down will lead to a safer, more welcoming, and more efficient city. So let's begin with road rage. I know something about road rage. Before I moved back to Winnipeg in 2003, I lived in France for many years. Honking cars were incessant, yelling, aggressive driving. It was madness. So back here in Winnipeg, when I first came back, I remember one of the first times driving to the cabin with my sister. And this van honked behind me, not once, but twice. And I felt my French temper flare up, my knuckles clench, wondering why they were honking, because I had not done anything. Then suddenly I saw my sister's face, the look of horror and laughter, like, what is wrong with you now? Like, they're just friends, they're just saying hi. And I was like, what? And sure enough, this van comes by and there's a canoe on the top and everybody's waving and smiling at us. And I am just my heart had to find its normal beat. And I realized how profoundly visceral and immediate my rage had been, and certainly how pointless. So the reason we moved back to Winnipeg, moved our family, was that my children's father, who's French, loved the civility here. And he wanted to raise our kids in a city where people were decent with each other, to each other. That was 20 years ago. And the city was calmer then. He was right. Our children have had the happiest childhood here. However, Winnipeg has been seeing some change. It's still one of Canada's most livable cities, but is it one of the most livable ones? Well, we've gone through a pandemic. We've witnessed a shift in how people interact. Incivility has risen, exacerbated by social media, polarization, stress, anxiety, and these things are brought onto the road. Cyclists are held in disdain. This is strange for me. I've traveled around the world, and the attitude towards cyclists here is just, for me, bizarre. Victims are blamed. So in Winnipeg, the incidences of road rage have been rising, leading to collisions, injury, and worse. As a consultant and trainer, I've been working on verbal abuse, anger, and outrage since 2004, when I was first contracted by Veolia Environment in France to develop a program worldwide to drive culture change and make public transportation a preferred choice. I've personally worked for over 50 transit systems in 15 countries with a focus on passenger safety and confidence. This work allowed me to witness firsthand the interplay between bus drivers and their passengers, pedestrians, cyclists, and of course, car drivers. I'd be happy to share insights and tools on the experience of shared transportation. For now, though, there's one key point I'd like to highlight that speaks to our concerns today. And it is that when emotions take over, our rational brain switches off. It's a light switch. Emotions come up, thinking goes out. So when people experience impatience that escalates to frustration, to anger, rage, common sense disappears. People can quickly lose their sense of speed, space, and environment. So this is where reducing speed limits can help, because slower speeds force mindfulness, attention to detail, keep the rational brain active, which is crucial when cars encounter pedestrians or cyclists. This is especially relevant now as Winnipeg welcomes so many newcomers, enriching our city with new skills and ideas. We're meant to hit 1 million, right? However, diversity brings challenges. While newcomers may receive some orientation for getting their visa or finding a job, that training can miss cultural expectations and etiquette that allows us to get along, especially when it comes to driving. So much of what we experience as instinctive is actually learned behavior. It's not easy to navigate different driving rules. I mean, I don't know if anyone's ever driven in England or Australia. It's terrifying. On the left side of the street. But in Winnipeg, some newcomers point out, some of this, I'm neighborhood watch captain in my neighborhood downtown. And so I get to hear what they say, like, why do we have so many road signs? Too much information kills information, some say. And then you have some more subtle signs. For example, a lot of communication in Winnipeg is nonverbal. It's through the rear view mirror. Sorry. So we look at each other and pass, nod a little way to say thank you. But we have cultural groups with tinted glass or tinted windows, and we're losing those cues, obscuring cues, breaking connection, creating mixed signals. And of course, we're seeing it now. We've got the winter driving and icy roads. And there are anecdotes. It's funny when somebody's come from Morocco or Ivory Coast and they're discovering driving on our streets. But it's not funny when you're on that street and you push your foot on the brake and you've never seen black ice and your car goes spinning. So it's a challenge for Winnipeg drivers. I mean, the line markings and crosswalks can be blocked out by snow. We know where they are, but that's not obvious for everyone. And so it's downright daunting for new drivers, young drivers, or those unfamiliar with local conditions. Cross-cultural confrontations are inevitable. And when these happen at a high speed, they can lead to harm. So slowing down gives everyone time to adjust to their environment, drive more intentionally. No one is a perfect driver, neither car nor bike. But slowing down provides the necessary room for error and adjustment with safer interactions for those who share the road. So we also need to examine our relationship with our physical surroundings. You all spoke to that. And some of the inconsistencies that contribute to risk. At its best, Winnipeg driving is full of surprises. Confusion Corner lives here. Like, have you ever, it's a strange thing to have a place called Confusion Corner. It's a funny sign. But when you first approach it and you've never driven here, it can be unsettling when you reach it. Our construction season transforms the city. Suddenly we have new lanes, new signs, new speeds, inevitable struggles with zipper merge. So we face changing speed limits on streets. Signs near schools ask us to slow down specific months and days, including long weekends, but we don't need to during summer months when playgrounds are full. So the inconsistencies feed the confusion, trigger this uncertainty or stress that can build up. Slowing down the consistency in the infrastructure makes for a smoother ride. So change can be challenging when there's a sense, even when there's a sense of urgency around it, and when positive outcomes outweigh the inconvenience. You may hear from those opposed to speed reduction, in fact, I'm sure you will, like car lobbyists or trucking groups, denouncing the extra 30 seconds it'll take them. But let's bear in mind that these same people will sit patiently at a train crossing, even when some of those really long trains are over 5 minutes. So we have to ask, is it really a question about the slower speed that they're opposing? Or is it really about being asked to change and start sharing the streets? And to speak to the point you had about what about the false sense of security, you're right to mention it. But there's a dual approach to that. There's communication on one side, and I think car drivers have to also be part of that conversation to say, hey, bumpers tickets, we slow down for bicycles. And the photo radar, of course, in France, going back to my crazy driving city, when the president brought in photo radar, in 1 year, death went down from 6,000 to 3,000. It works. When you adjust speeding fines to salary, it works as opposed to something that can be written off in a business expense. So reducing speed delivers mindfulness, patience, confidence. It reduces road rage, provides newcomers, new drivers, a secure and welcoming environment. Year-round speed reduction on residential roads in the city simplifies driving conditions. It allows for better interactions with new forms of transportation, e-bike, scooters, and it makes room for a growing use of public transportation, encouraging drivers to be more considerate of public transit drivers as well. I truly hope you will approve the speed reduction on Wellington Crescent to help shift the mood, change our ways, slow down and enjoy the ride. Thank you.
Excellent presentation. Thank you. Good insight. Appreciate you coming down. Any questions? Okay, our next presenter, please.
Next, we have via Zoom, Ariel Valerian. Ariel, if you can start your video, unmute your mic, we'll put 10 minutes on the clock for you.
Ooh, beautiful. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, folks. Hi, everyone. Thank you to the Public Works Committee, the City Clerk, to my fellow delegating people, and everyone who has taken the time to be here today to voice their support for the recommendations for reducing the speed limit on Wellington Crescent. I'm Ariel. I'm speaking just as a resident of Crescentwood who walks and bikes and buses, and since the summer, drives. Before I get started on what I plan to say, I did calculate that, use that speed calculator. When Janice Lukes, Chairperson Lukes, you asked Ian Walker the time difference between 50 and 30 on Keniston, it's 40 seconds, which is less than what most people spend stuck in a gridlock during rush hour. But anyway, I'll get started on what I have to say. I just wanted to answer your question there. On February 25, 2023, almost 2 years ago, Chairperson Lukes, you invited the public to a discussion on snow clearing and the ice removal on active transportation networks. Thank you for opening up the floor that day and answering our questions. I was wondering if you remember what you said. I had a video of it, but unfortunately the city didn't accept it as a visual aid for my delegation. But I can tell you what you said. You said that even though you ride a bike for recreation, you would never commute by bike because you do not have the confidence in our active transportation network to keep you safe. Thank you for acknowledging how dangerous it is to bike around in Winnipeg. People in the bike community share a lot of stories, especially when they've had a dangerous experience on their commute by bike, which is like almost every day, if not every hour, actually. Since your comments almost 2 years ago, many people who ride a bike in the city have experienced the type of violence that killed Rob Jenner on Wellington Crescent, which is the subject of this item, on June 6, 2024. Within the 24 hours following that day, other people shared, and I'm just gonna share with you some excerpts of the things that people posted or messaged others about and had permission to share. Last night, my daughter's bestie, a quiet 13-year-old girl, was hit by a vehicle. She was riding her scooter when she came to an intersection at the same time as the driver. She stopped and indicated for him to turn first, but he insisted and replied, "No, you can walk." And then he rammed her with his vehicle before speeding off. My friend saw that post about the sit-in where Rob Jenner died and told me he got hit at Osborne and Jubilee yesterday. This needs to stop. Literally almost got hit on my way to the sit-in just 2 blocks away. A driver zooming through the roundabout without slowing down. I come from France and have lived in Winnipeg 3 times in my life. Every time I use my bike to get to work, including in winter. Never in my life have I felt more in danger than in that city, and that's including Paris, which is also pretty bad for biker safety. I got hit once. The car bent my back wheel and then ran. I was riding down Harrow in the bike lane with my son in the seat. A mom in her car with a young kid blew straight through the stop sign to come onto Harrow and had to screech tires not to hit us. I have too many close encounters to name, but the one that did me in was when I was heading north on Main close to Redwood, and a truck zipped over from 2 lanes over to try and hit me. He clipped my pedal and sent me flying, and he just kept going. I was okay, but since becoming a dad, I don't take chances. Our bike infrastructure needs to change. It feels like the least we can do, raising children in a burning world. There are so many more stories just like these. And what do they tell us about how much the Public Works Committee and its chair care about the people who have faced dangerous situations on Winnipeg streets, especially in the almost 2 years that Chairperson Lukes, who is a big advocate for bike infrastructure, has been on the chair of Public Works. At that public discussion in 2023, I personally asked you a follow-up question about what needs to be done for you to feel safe, for you to feel like you can commute by bike in Winnipeg. You said more protected bike lanes, more transit, and less cars on the road. Simple as that. So I know you get it. Obviously, the city can only build protected bike lanes as fast as you want to invest in them. But I have faith that when the city decides that something like our health and safety is important enough, you'll find a way. Just look at how fast open streets were implemented during the first year of the pandemic. Adopting the recommendations here, the recommendations from the community that you say you listen to, would keep them alive and will make our roads safer with minimal effort immediately. You can make it happen right now. My ask from the Public Works Committee is to adopt the recommendation to reduce the speed limit on Wellington Crescent, a densely residential street full of young families and the elderly, to 30 kilometers an hour immediately until the road can be redesigned with protected infrastructure that will keep cyclists, pedestrians, whatever, safe. Chairperson Leaks, you've acknowledged the danger cyclists continue to face on your watch in the past. Isn't it about time you did something about it? Councillors, I'm happy to answer any questions, but before you ask them, think about whether any reply other than yes is just a confirmation that you accept the violence that killed Rob Jenner and the violence that cyclists, pedestrians, and anyone moving around in Winnipeg outside a car faces. Simple as that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No, thank you for your presentation. Our next presenter.
Yes, and with apologies, I skipped over Jennifer Black, but if Jennifer is available via Zoom and ready to present, we can hear from her now.
Jennifer, little Jennifer.
On Zoom.
Oh, on Zoom. Sorry.
Hi, yeah. Thanks so much for having me here today. I'm really grateful to be able to speak on my behalf, but on behalf of like my friends, my family, my community. So many people that I love and work with cycle and walk as their primary modes of transportation. I'm here, as you know, in support of the motion to reduce the speed limit on Wellington Crescent to 30 kilometers an hour, and I support the unamended motion so that this reduction would apply to the whole length of the street. I'm a cyclist as well, and almost every time I get on my bike, there's a pretty close call with a motorist. Like others who have spoken today, I've almost been hit on Wellington at the intersection where Wellington narrows into a single lane in each direction. On most city streets in Winnipeg, we have nothing separating our human bodies from very fast-moving 5,000-pound vehicles. At best, motorists will give us a meter of empty space, but as many people have testified today, they usually give us far less, and going at speeds that could easily kill us. With the number of collisions and death we've experienced just this year alone, I'm sure you can see why we're not confident leaving our safety in the hands of drivers who often don't see our very humanity as worth as much as their convenience. So that's why we're asking for policy solutions and infrastructure solutions to meaningfully address these lethal levels of violence against cyclists and pedestrians. We know that 30 kilometers an hour will save lives. I think councillors have raised interesting issues about enforcement, the built environment. I think those things need to be addressed as well, and I would love to see further work in those areas. They're crucial, but lowering the speed limit is something that we can do right away. It's actionable, it's, I think, low cost, and will save lives. Like so many people, my heart broke at the passing of Rob Jenner, and selfishly, it touched my heart. It hit me close to home because it's one of my biggest fears. I think about that loss all the time because my common law partner cycles to work every day, and he brings home horror stories every day. He takes all the precautions that he can. He has this headlight on his bike that is so bright. It's like as bright as any car headlight. You can't not see him on the road, but still motorists blow through stop signs when he has the right of way. They speed next to him far too close for safety. There's just been so many close calls that every time he's a little bit late getting home from work, when there's rain or snow, when the days get shorter or the nights are darker, my anxiety spikes. He deserves to be safe, but he's not, and it makes me feel so helpless. I know that you know how deadly this is, but I want to say it just so simply. Our bodies are so small compared to these 5,000-pound bullets, 50 kilometers an hour. We're so small. We're so fragile and breakable when we're next to such large machines. And we can only control the smallest fraction of what keeps us safe. All the safety gear in the world can't protect us from the negligence of motorists. Convenience and quickness is all that's at stake for drivers in this debate, but it's our lives at stake, and lives should be the top priority of traffic regulation considerations. I think the right to pedestrians and cyclists to safely access our city's infrastructure really should be the top priority of this committee. Rob Jenner's killing was so tragic because tragedy in its truest sense is a disastrous, like life-destroying consequence or outcome that could have been avoided had better choices been made. And we know that Rob didn't make the bad choices. Rob made all the right choices. He did everything a cyclist is told to do to stay safe. He had all the safety equipment. He was a seasoned rider. He was safety conscious. But all of the measures that cyclists can take, they're the smallest fraction of what keeps us safe. And like many folks have testified around the table today, recklessness, negligence, entitlement are par for the course for many drivers in the city. And that sensibility is enabled, I think, by the political and systemic prioritization of motorists over the well-being of all others. I'm a cyclist, but I'm a motorist too. I also drive a car, and I know how easy it is from that side, from being behind the wheel. I know how easy it is to forget how dangerous I am when I'm driving. Cars put us in these closed containers. They block us from the consequences of our movements. I've driven down Wellington Crescent many times in my car and can say with confidence that it feels like a particularly hazardous road because the sloping curve makes the foot heavy on the gas pedal. I feel like Wellington Crescent is shaped like a racetrack. It just makes people want to drive fast. We see it all the time. It's dangerous. At 30 kilometers an hour, motorists will be forced to slow down. They'll be more aware of their surroundings and will have better control of their vehicles around those twists and bends in the road that encourage their foot to get a bit heavy on the gas pedal. As a cyclist or as a pedestrian being passed by someone going 30 kilometers, it's just astronomically safer than being passed by a driver going 50. Many here today have already spoken to that research. It's still risky, honestly, being on the road at any time. It's still scary, but it's less deadly, and that means we'll be saving lives. I think if the committee doesn't take this positive action today, calls for accountability will be targeted here the next time a pedestrian or cyclist is struck on this dangerous road, and I think it's really a question of when, not if, on Wellington Crescent. So I think I'll wrap up here and just reiterate that I'm calling on the committee to approve the original wording of the motion to reduce the speed limit on Wellington Crescent to 30 kilometers an hour through its full east-west corridor. I'm also requesting that the committee works with community partners to expand 30 kilometer an hour speed limits to other cyclist and pedestrian thoroughfares across the city and to work to better connect these networks so that every person in Winnipeg could live in a traffic-calmed neighborhood. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Thank you so much for sharing your experiences, your partner's experiences, and and being here and giving time out of your day for this important topic. Thank you. And I did look it up. I did manage to punch in from 611 Wellington Crescent to 1345 Wellington Crescent, which is basically from Maryland to Kenaston. It's 106 seconds at 30K. So, wow. Thank you. Who's our next speaker?
Also via Zoom, we have Gabriel Nolan.
Gabriel, good afternoon.
Hello. Sorry, that's a hard one to follow. I just like to thank Jennifer for sharing because as someone who cycles year round, I felt a lot of those same emotions in June. So thanks for allowing me to speak here today. Before speaking on Wellington, I'd like to start by expressing my support for the recommendations of Arlington Bridge Design Study, but also prioritizing further safety to vulnerable road users There are recommendations that have been shared by Bike Winnipeg, so I won't discuss the details, but now my point is that it's extremely important to prioritize safety to the highest extent when implementing expensive, long-lasting infrastructure in our city. Next, I'd also like to echo the previous support for the Oman Park pedestrian bridge replacement, as this is also an important link for people who use the park for recreation and transportation. I'd also like to express my support for this to be constructed as soon as possible. So back to Wellington, I wanted to mention that not only the extra time for drivers if taking Wellington at 30 kilometers per hour is very little, but there's also alternative, more direct routes for drivers to take and to get to Ketteston from the end of River Avenue. In fact, if you look at the directions on Google Maps, it will recommend to take Corden or Academy as the fastest routes by many minutes. So that's just one point there. So I'm in support of the motion, obviously, for the reduction of speed on Wellington Crescent, and I would also urge you to amend the motion to its original state to include this section from Academy to Ketteston. I understand that the reduction of speed is only a temporary measure until protected bike lanes are in place, which to me, not making this a permanent change is unfortunate. There's a growing need in our city for not only safe and active transportation routes, but also safe spaces designed for people rather than only cars. So Wellington Crescent is currently a missing link in our biking network, especially during our colder seasons, where we lose our seasonal bike corridor from Academy to Ketteston, and the full length of Wellington Crescent becomes unsafe for cyclists and pedestrians as well. To me, it's more than a potential bike route, though. It is a street that follows one of Winnipeg's beautiful defining rivers. It gives access to some of our best green spaces, such as Munson and Assiniboine Park, as well as lots of trails from River Avenue all the way to Assiniboine Park. So first, let me share how the stretch of Wellington as a safe biking route can significantly improve my life personally. I'm a local resident of Wellington Crescent near River Avenue, and the proposed 30 kilometers per hour stretch is often the closest and most direct route to where I have to go. If I'm going to the West End to visit a retail shop, or going to Wolseley to visit a friend, getting groceries from a locally owned store, or even when I have to go to chemotherapy treatments at Cancer Care Center or other appointments at Health Science Center, I will always choose to travel to these places by bike. By far, Wellington Crescent happens to be the most direct and simplest way to get to all these places. And unfortunately, as it stands, it is not a route that's enjoyable or safe to take. Despite there being many alternatives for people in cars to arrive to all the mentioned locations, I am forced to take alternative routes that significantly increase my travel time because I feel that Wellington traffic is a significant threat to my life. Even though extra time for me is a small price to pay for my safety, I don't see why we should prioritize a few seconds of driving over the safety and well-being of residents and active transportation users anywhere in our city. The implementation of a speed reduction in protected bike lanes infrastructure will increase the feasibility for many families to use Wellington Crescent to reach the places they need to go through means of cycling or walking. As I mentioned before, this space is not only a means of transportation to me, but it also offers access to incredible public spaces that are not car-oriented, just as parks and trails. Personally, I walk down Wellington Crescent frequently through the warmer months to access and spend time at Munson Park or to access walking and skating trails in the winter. For these simple recreational activities, I am often met with speeding drivers or close calls, with people racing traffic lights only for them to arrive at the next stop a few seconds later. A reduction in speed makes such incidents less frequent and also less hostile to vulnerable road users. Besides the benefits to safety, spaces such as parks and walkways are far more enjoyable with less exposure to noise. Lower speeds offer an instant benefit to reduction in noise in our city. Loud traffic noise, in addition to lack of safety from speed, offers major barriers to members of this community to access these spaces. All of the things I mentioned are why I strongly encourage this committee to amend the motion to its original state today and pass the motion without supplementary study. We can all understand the positive impact on everyone who showed up in support here today, by prioritizing people's safety and well-being over the little convenience to people who chose to drive down Wellington Crescent. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Councillor Edie has a question.
Yeah. So you're using Wellington Crescent, although you're afraid, but you're using Wellington Crescent quite often. I used to, when I could see back in the early 80s, we used to use Wellington Crescent quite a bit. Have you used it to get to the shared rail bridge that takes you over into Almonds Creek as well?
Yes, I have.
Maybe you can refresh my memory. I mean, I'm going to ask the public service, but we heard about using those polyposts. It doesn't, Wellington Crescent narrows out, the boulevard disappears and it narrows out at what street does that narrow out at?
I'm not familiar with the street names, but I'm sure there's other people that will be speaking after me who can.
It does correct me if I'm wrong, but it is narrowed out by the time you get to that shared rail bridge to get over to the other side of the river, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Our next presenter.
Our next presenter, also via Zoom, is Riley Sizik.
Riley. Okay, good afternoon.
Hi, thank you for having me. I'm Riley Sizik, as you've introduced me, and I'm a resident of downtown Winnipeg who's grateful to be alive with all of you here today. Just yesterday afternoon, I was cycling down Ellis and I wiped out pretty hard on a patch of ice, which left me laying on the road under my bike. I'm lucky a driver wasn't behind me going the speed limit, knowing if one were, I wouldn't be here with you today. Considering how Winnipeg winters lead to more slipping for pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers, it blows my mind that the speed limit is actually higher during this time of year on a section of Wellington Crescent that's heavily used by pedestrians and cyclists. So I'm here today supporting agenda item 20, asking that the limit on Wellington Crescent be reduced to 30 all year round until protected bike lanes are in place there. I know this motion addresses Wellington between River and Academy, and I would really love to see this extend to Assiniboine Park for more consistency and safety. I want to acknowledge and sincerely thank you all for the work that's been done to make our city safer and more accessible to date, and for this opportunity to join you over Zoom and request further progress. I appreciate using the bike lanes that we do have on a regular basis. As someone whose only vehicles include feet, roller skates, and a bike, I'm hopeful for more improvements based on how much we've accomplished already in recent years and over the course of my whole life here. I was born in Winnipeg over 38 years ago, and on my 16th birthday, I got my driver's license, and I was so excited to drive every chance I got until later that year when I hit a deer. It collided with my driver's side door, and when I turned to see what I hit, we locked eyes through the window, and I watched it fall to its death behind my vehicle. Since then, I've become hyper aware of the cost of convenience, and I do my best to keep others safe in all the ways I can, including avoiding driving. Lower speed limits in general would cause less harm and even encourage more people to choose human-powered transportation. Living at a slower pace in general would do well for everyone's health and safety, which would make me feel more proud to live in this city and less likely to relocate. Through meeting others who choose human-powered transportation, I notice many of us value the safety of others more than our own convenience, which we often sacrifice with the knowing that will inflict less injuries and fatalities than we would driving motor vehicles. Many of us are also aware that travel without the use of electricity or fuel slows down climate change, which is considerate of Winnipeggers and all living beings worldwide. Protecting these community members with slower speed limits nurtures the ripple effect of care that they create in our city and beyond. For others I've met, human-powered transportation isn't their choice, it's their only option. While Wellington Crescent isn't the most popular area for some of these folks, I believe having a lower speed limit there year-round is a step towards safety that I'd really love to see implemented in less affluent areas of the city. People in temperature-controlled vehicles can afford to take longer to get to their destinations because they're not so exposed to our harsh weather, which can cause those outside to overheat or freeze to death. Our lowest income residents don't always have the means to report accidents or give us an idea of how much they suffer from road violence. And it's only fair that we do all we can to care for them too. Protecting these community members with slower speed limits would demonstrate that our city is working to inflict less discrimination on our most vulnerable community members. With that in mind, I'm also here to support agenda item 6, the Arlington Street Bridge, as I feel it's crucial for us to prioritize safety and accessibility in that less affluent area as soon as possible. The third and final agenda item I'm here supporting today is agenda item 10, ensuring the safety and convenience of differently abled residents in accessing transit stops or rerouted transit stops in construction zones. To me, it makes sense and feels human to redistribute some comfort and convenience to the people who are being harmed for sacrificing or not having access to luxuries that so many others take for granted. I'll say that much for now in consideration of everyone's time. Thanks again for this opportunity to be heard.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you for finding the time in your day to come and present here. Do we have any questions from committee members? Yeah, no, your point about being in a vehicle protected from the elements is not lost on me anyways. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too, thanks.
Next, we have Josh Eng.
Josh.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Josh.
First, I would like to thank you for hearing us today and putting the effort to make the city safer. My name is Josh Eng, and I'm appearing today in support of the 30-kilometer speed limit on Wellington Crescent. So I moved to Winnipeg 10 years ago as an international student. Many of us do not own a car, and we simply rely on other methods of transportation. While I enjoyed biking growing up, the thought of biking in Winnipeg has been intimidating to me and to many other people that I know who grew up in Winnipeg. However, also as a downtown resident in the past 7 years, I've seen a noticeable improvement in the biking infrastructure. Thanks to this, I finally got the courage to start biking last year and become more comfortable to go out of my neighborhood and to get to places on bike. It is great to choose to bike when you're coming to a new place. It's an affordable method of transportation. It's a great way to meet people, and it's also a very accessible leisure activity. But this year, we've seen a very concerning increase in the number of crashes, especially those concentrated around Wellington Crescent. So among those incidents was the tragic death of Rob Jenner, who did everything he could to protect himself. He wore lights, he wore high-vis outfit, he avoided peak traffic. Later that month, when the memorial was held for Rob, many of us who attended reported close calls in the surrounding area, including myself. It was actually one of the comments that Ariel mentioned earlier. And on the same week, a teenager was struck on the same road, not that far away. So while the infrastructure has enabled more people to bike, the speed limit has not reflected and accommodated this change. It is apparent that this current speed limit, at the current speed limit, vehicles pose a great danger for cyclists and pedestrians on Wellington Crescent. We're constantly reminded by these injuries and close calls they often go unreported. This is not enough. As the pedestrian and bicycle traffic is anticipated to continue increasing, the cars are not going to be the only user of Wellington Crescent. So I think we should take notes from other cities with more human-centric approach, and by reducing the speed limit to 30 kilometers an hour to protect the safety of vulnerable road users. And aside from reducing injuries, we can also see other benefits like reducing air or noise pollution, and we can make Wellington Crescent a more welcoming place. And instead of just a large road with fast traffic. So to reiterate, I'm urging the committee to support the motion to reduce the speed limit. And thank you again.
Okay, so do we have any questions of Josh? So thank you very much for coming and giving your perspective as an international student who now has been here 10 years, but still that's a very short time, right? I think of this a lot. You know, I represent the South End where the University of Manitoba has a phenomenal number of international students. I've traveled abroad extensively to many of the countries that international students come from. I see a lot of international students using micromobility devices, right? Like whether it's scooters, the wheel, all kinds of things. It really concerns me because it's great because they don't want to buy a car. They don't have the money to buy the car. They want to use a bike or scooters. And I know that the way our vehicle system and our transportation system is set up here in Winnipeg is very different from many of these countries that people come from, right? And we are growing through immigration, and we are welcoming so many people from so many different countries that their transportation systems and networks are completely different. So I think about that all the time when I'm on the road. So thank you for coming and giving your perspectives and for now taking part in our active transportation network and for taking time out and coming down and giving your perspective. Thank you. Thank you. And now Councillor Chambers has arrived to be part of this discussion and the delegations. So we're on number 18 right now, Andrew Cohen, who's going to come up and speak as a delegate, speaking on item number, I don't even know the last one, 20. Okay, Andrew, nice to see you.
Thank you. And thank you, councillors, for the time to speak. Apologies, I will try to enunciate through the mask, but I promise you don't want what's going around the preschools and things right now. So, and welcome, Councillor Chambers. I'm glad to have you here. I am going to indulge in just a little bit of storytelling to start, and I know that's been quite a long day, but I hope you'll indulge me. I moved to Winnipeg 6 years ago, shortly after my father died, and he, in his last bits of storytelling to us, his most enthusiastic stories were about his youth, biking around. He once biked from the New Jersey suburbs of New York all the way to Pennsylvania without telling his parents. And he did this on a single speed bike in the middle of the summer after his sister had ridden across town without telling his parents. I knew I didn't have any kids at the time, but if they were going to know their grandfather, they would do it in part by riding bikes. It was such a huge part of his life and his identity, and that it'd be important for them. So when my oldest was 1.5 years, I believe, it was when my mother got him a little balance bike, and he started tooling around on that and learned to balance and move around. And then just this summer, he started demanding a pedal bike because he wanted a real bike that he could bike around like all of us. He'd been coming to group rides and other things around, and he took to it faster than I could possibly imagine. He demanded we take the training wheels off before he'd used them, and he rode it right out of Canadian Tire, and we had to stop him and say, no, we've got to go home and try on some sidewalks and like make sure you're ready for this. He loves the Wellington Crescent bikeway during the summer so much. It's the freedom of having the open road that we're all on together. And, you know, with several adults around him, it feels like a thing that we can do safely. We're doing it at low traffic times. It's been just a joy to watch him learn to ride a bike with confidence and independence, maybe too much independence. He's 3, but, you know, he'll say 3.75, insist on that. But, you know, I want to give him the world where that's true, where he has the freedom and the safety to go do these things himself and to follow in the maybe misguided pedal steps of his grandfather and go on rides. But we don't have that transportation system now in Winnipeg. I think that point was made very clear to me when on the morning of June 6th this year, we were out for a ride. He was, I think, in the chariot at that time, his little sibling. And we were riding and we were going to go to Munson Park. So we were crossing Wellington and we looked down and we saw the flashing lights. And I knew that something was bad, but it's hard to say to a 3-year-old, we can't go look at the old trucks. He loves a public vehicle, as I think many 3-year-olds do. So we rode down and we saw numerous cruisers and emergency vehicles. And then we saw Rob's mangled bike. And I think this so affects the bike community because so many of us see ourselves on that bike, right? And we know after the fact that Rob, as many have said, did everything he could to be as safe as he could be while riding a bike. And that's just not enough when we have roads that are 50 kilometers an hour, or as I have a radar gun, a speed gun that I use. You know, it's great if you're trying to test your curling rock and see if your delivery is the speed you think it is. But it's also great for seeing that cars go really fast on our roads, right? And our oldest likes to take it to the school zone near him, and we see that there's a lot of, you know, people going a little bit above the speed limit there. But if you take it down to that curve of Wellington Crescent, you find that I think it took in one go like 28 cars before somebody was going even 50. And so I share your concerns, Councillor Lukes, that lowering the limit alone isn't sufficient. But I also feel like that stretch of Wellington Crescent where we have lowered the limit for the summer, we do see much more compliance there with a lower limit. We see significantly when we ride on that street, and we do often, and we would more if it were open later. He's been asking us almost every day, can we go back and ride some more? And I say, it's really not safe right now. But I know that if we lower those limits, that we do see some increased compliance. And with more people on the street going slower and with more cyclists there, it's a signal to others that this is a different kind of place, that this is a different kind of street. I think that our neighborhood greenways do see better compliance with a lower limit. They don't see 50 kilometers, 60 kilometers drivers all the time. They see some of those. I think we see on Wellington Crescent where it's slow during the summer. I think we see some drivers, I yell at a few as they're going by our 3-year-old, but it's a lot different space. And I think we can build more of those spaces in the meantime as we figure out how to build actual safe infrastructure. I think if we say we can't do it until we have the safe infrastructure, we're just not going to do it. And I really need us to start moving on this as a parent, as someone who loves to bike myself, but fears not coming home to parent my kids because a driver, as we said, momentary inattention stops that from happening. I know that we have it in us to do something. And I think that this is a gesture towards a solution. And I don't think that we can afford to wait just because it's not the perfect one. And so I ask you today to please pass this measure. I would love if it extended to the entirety of Wellington Crescent, because I would love if we could take our 3-year-old on his bike. He's still riding to his preschool, even though there's snow on the ground. We're looking for 12-inch studded tires if anybody has it. But I think people would love to do this if they felt it was safe. And we need to make the measures to help us make it safe. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, Andrew. Are there any questions from committee? Thank you for all your advocacy work and for all you do. And yeah, I myself can't see, you know, halfway down Wellington being one speed and then halfway being another speed, or 3/4 being one or another speed. I know, like, it's in this role, what I found is, and it doesn't really matter what it is, it seems that, and I don't know, I'm interested in what other counselors think, but 80% of society seems to comply with the rules, maybe 85%, right? It's that other 15% that's where we need, you know, radar, cops, all these other things, right? So you heard my concern about that. Yeah, but I do believe we need to send a message, and, you know, 106 seconds, you know? Yeah, so I don't really have a question. I just really appreciate your advocacy, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, now we've got Nicole Mullen.
Nicole has indicated that she's no longer coming, but I do have Jason Ward on Zoom.
Jason.
On Zoom.
On Zoom, okay.
Hello.
Jason, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me all right?
We can hear you fine.
Perfect. So good afternoon, members of the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works. My name is Jason Ward, and I'm here today to speak in support of the motion to reduce the speed limit on Wellington Crescent to 30 kilometers an hour, and why I believe this is an important step towards creating a safer and more connected Winnipeg for all residents. To start with a little bit about myself, I'm someone who uses Wellington Crescent in many ways, as a driver, as a motorcyclist, as a bicycle rider, and as a pedestrian. I'd also like to recognize my privilege. I'm a relatively young, able-bodied male with no physical barriers, and I'm fairly risk tolerant. Yet even I find it deeply uncomfortable and unsafe to ride my bike alongside vehicles traveling 50 kilometers an hour on this road, or most roads for that matter. If it feels unsafe to me, imagine how this feels for a child, a senior, or any other marginalized road user. I'm also a professional engineer with the privilege of working with children with disabilities, helping them gain mobility through bikes and walkers. I see firsthand the importance of creating spaces that are safe for all ages and abilities. Wellington Crescent, as it currently stands, is not such a place. Winnipeg streets should feel safe for everyone, regardless of their mode of transportation. I want to take a moment to remember Rob Jenner, who tragically lost his life on Wellington earlier this year. His story reminds us of the real consequences of prioritizing vehicles over human safety. I've had my own experiences where I felt unsafe cycling on Wellington Crescent. Even though I'm a confident and experienced rider, my wife is not so much. One memory that stands out is when I rode alongside traffic this summer with my wife. While we were on bikes designed for joy, exploration, and transportation, the sheer speed of passing cars turned that experience into something stressful and full of tension. A lower speed limit would allow families like mine to use this road for what it should be, a safe, welcoming connection for all modes of travel. The motion to reduce the limit on Wellington aligns with Winnipeg's pedestrian and cycling strategies, as well as the TMP 2050. These plans envision a city that prioritizes safety, sustainability, and equity in transportation. The 2050 goals specifically emphasize the need to reduce collisions, create safer streets, and encourage walking and cycling as everyday options. Implementing a 30K speed limit on Wellington is a step towards making this vision a reality. Reducing speeds also has broader benefits. Slowing street speeds improves livability, reduces emissions, wear and tear on infrastructure that we can't afford to maintain, and make neighborhoods more inviting. By making this change, you're not just improving Wellington Crescent, you're making a statement about the kind of city Winnipeg aspires to be. A city where people, not just cars, come first. While I fully support the motion as proposed, I do believe extending the proposed section would maximize its benefits. Reducing speeds west to Harrow would connect Wellington to an existing, be it underbuilt segment of the bike network. Extending further to Kenniston Boulevard would reflect the original motion and provide a meaningful corridor, but ideally we would extend it all the way to Assiniboine Park. Imagine for a moment how impactful it would be to be able to ride with your family from Assiniboine Park to Osborne Village or even the Forks, knowing that that route is designed to be safe for everyone. Each of these extensions would build on the work that this committee is already doing. By expanding the scope of this motion, you can ensure it serves more Winnipeggers and creates a truly connected network. I understand there may be concerns about slightly longer commutes, but research has shown that reduced speed limits have minimal impact on travel time while significantly improving safety. When weighed against the value of life, the small trade-off in commute time is unquestionably worth it. I also want to emphasize that this isn't about taking something away from drivers. It's about sharing the space more equitably and ensuring that everyone can use Wellington Crescent safely. When streets are safer for people outside a vehicle, they're safer for people inside of them too. So I urge this committee to support the current motion to reduce the speed on Wellington Crescent. Also urge you to consider extending the limit further, ideally to Assiniboine Park. This is an opportunity to make a meaningful, lasting impact on the safety and livability of our city. Winnipeg has the plans and policies in place. Countless studies have been done on the positive impacts of 30 kilometers an hour, and now is the time to take action. Let's make this change not just for people who ride bikes like me, but for the families, children, and future generations who deserve to experience our city safely. I want to thank you for your time and considering this important step forward, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you for your points that you made. Committee members, do we have any questions? I think we're hearing advocates, we're hearing presentations accentuate the common theme, common points. So it appears there are no questions. Thank you very much for taking the time to actually present.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next, we have Michael Avon.
Michael Avon. Okay. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon, Deputy Mayor and councillors. I'm Michael Abbin. I use he, him pronouns. I urge you to set the speed limit along Wellington Crescent to 30 kilometers an hour, full-time, year-round. I also urge you to fund and build dedicated separated cycle lanes along Wellington Crescent to protect the people traveling under their own power, whether on foot or by wheel. I live just a few blocks away from where a driver killed Rob Jenner. I'm someone who drives. I walk, I take the bus. That's how I got here today. And I cycle to get around the city. I choose whatever makes sense for any given trip. And as it turns out, my toddler and I are on a bicycle along Wellington Crescent 3 times a week, roughly. That's the most direct route to go visit her grandparents. And every time, it is plain to see that our only protection is a green metal sign that says bike route. Those signs were installed sometime before 2007 and subsequently forgotten about. My wife and I lived in Vancouver for 4 years, from 2017 to 2021. And when we were there, we didn't own a car. We were able to bike and bus and car share everywhere we wanted to go. My wife didn't know how to bike when we moved there. But the city of Vancouver has been championing high quality, protected, all ages and accessible cycling infrastructure. So she learned how to ride a bicycle, not as a fearless child made of rubber, but as a grown, fragile adult, fully aware of her own mortality. She learned how to ride a bike so that she would be able to easily go to work and back without worrying about traffic delays. She wasn't worried about being struck by a car because we had a proper network from home to her office downtown. And she was so thrilled of being able to do that, and I was so proud of her. Now that we've moved back to Winnipeg, we live in Earl Grey, a wonderfully walkable neighborhood. My wife and I use Wellington Crescent to go cycle to the Leaf with our toddler. We use Wellington Crescent to bike out to the Grace Hospital so I can visit my sister. We use Wellington Crescent to go get bagels in Wolseley. We use Wellington Crescent to dine out in Ogwen Village and to travel to the Children's Museum of the Forks. And every time, drivers routinely buzzed past faster than 50 kilometers an hour. The lanes on Wellington Crescent, if you measure them, are wider than the lanes on Pembina Highway, or on Portage Avenue, or on McPhillips, or on Henderson, or on Kennestown. The wide lanes mean that drivers feel safe at high speeds, even when those drivers cause danger for others outside their vehicles. The driver that killed Rob Jenner felt comfortable traveling at over 159 kilometers an hour. That kind of speed shouldn't be physically possible or legal. All of this happens despite the fact that Bike Winnipeg has been asking the city for dedicated infrastructure on Wellington Crescent for over 20 years. The deaths and documented injuries on this stretch of road are negligent on the city's part. Every 2 weeks, my 2-year-old and I walk over to the ghost bike that commemorates Rob Jenner. We put flowers there to honor his memory. My 2-year-old, she doesn't understand why we do this. She just thinks that the flowers are pretty. I don't want her to find out why that bike is there. She loves being outside. Even today, I biked her to daycare. She loves the snow. She loves seeing her neighborhood around her as we cycle to our destinations. Even at a precocious 2 years of age, she knows what our destination is just from observing her surroundings. She can't do that in a car. And I hope that she retains that same exuberance as she grows. You've heard from previous delegations about how speed kills. How when a driver is traveling at 50 kilometers an hour and they strike a pedestrian, that pedestrian has the driver has an 85% chance of killing that person. And if the driver is traveling at only 30 kilometers an hour, that person now has a 90% chance of surviving. Every city has a Vision Zero plan, but there are some cities that have achieved that. Hoboken, for example, is celebrating their 7th year with 0 traffic deaths. 0 pedestrians have died in 7 years. 0 cyclists have died in 7 years. 0 motorists have died in 7 years. That's because they did the work. They lowered speeds, they daylit intersections, they built raised crosswalks. They didn't just talk about it. So I urge you to take action now. Please lower the speed limit here. Please build cycling infrastructure here. The city has encouraged cyclists to travel on Wellington Crescent for the past 20 years. You have a duty to keep us safe. If you fail us, I invite you to lay flowers at my ghost bike. Again, I urge you to install dedicated cycling infrastructure along Wellington Crescent. I support the original motion for the entire length of Wellington Crescent, and I support quickly reducing the speed limit to 30 kilometers an hour. I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Councillor Eady.
Sorry, I missed the city name you said?
I moved to the city of Vancouver for 4 years.
No, you said a city has.
Hoboken in New Jersey.
Which city in New Jersey?
Hoboken.
Hoboken?
Yes.
All right. I do have a question though. So in Vancouver, Lower Main and the Lower Mainland, right? It's not just Vancouver, right? Do they put protected bike lanes on streets that are speed limit of 30 kilometers an hour?
They do, yes.
They do? That
That is part of what is recommended on their website, yes.
Yeah, okay. So can you give me an example of the street there?
There is West and East 10th Streets.
Yeah, okay. All right. That's a good example. I know that. Okay. All right.
Okay, so I think I know the answer to this, but I'll just ask you anyways. So let's say it takes 2 years to, I'm not an engineer, to design, to analyze, to come up with protected whatever the infrastructure is. Now we know that it takes about 106 seconds longer to go 30 kilometers versus 50 kilometers. You think we're going to have a huge public outcry against that? For vehicles to slow down for, let's say, 2 years for 106 seconds to do the distance while we build these protected bike lanes? And if so, why do you think why will there be a public outcry?
I wish that drivers gave cyclists as much respect as they do their Tim Hortons drive-through line.
Okay. Councillor Chambers?
Thank you for your presentation. I mean, I have had young children at one point. You just know the importance of them being familiar with their surroundings, as you've indicated. Reducing the speed limit to 30 is just one of the strategies that can be deployed. Of course, in order to improve safety at 30, there has to be a component of enforcement. Of course, we're in discussions now, or recent media has talked about the use of photo enforcement, which still allows police officers, and we've also seen the other side of, media stories that talk about high crime rates in the city. So between high crime rates and traffic safety, police are involved. I was on news media talking about the expansion of photo enforcement into residential areas. Is that something that you would support as well as a mechanism of enforcement of the lower speed limits?
I think it's clear that we ask a lot of our police officers. They are mental health experts. They are mall security guards. They handle dangerous situations as well.
And traffic.
It would be prudent to have a mechanism like photo enforcement that handles all drivers equally as they pass by. Enforcement is important. Telling drivers what their behavior is supposed to be is also important, right? If we don't have, it would be imprudent for us to say we don't have enough enforcement, so let's get rid of all speed limits. Like, we have speed limits for a reason, whether there's enforcement or not.
Yeah, but there are those that choose not to obey those speed limits for their own reasons. Then they turn around and say that photo enforcement is a cash grab.
Photo enforcement saves lives is the thing. It works. We have so much data that photo enforcement saves lives. So yes, I would support fully expanding it.
Right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, Councillor Eady.
Councillor Eady.
I just had one question. See, I have this personal belief that if everybody, pedestrians, bicyclists, drivers, all followed the rules, like in Hoboken, we wouldn't have any deaths, whatever. So I'm wondering, what's your perspective on, and this happens around, I live on Scotia, and I see this happen all the time. And I was taught to ride a bike that if there's a motor vehicle coming and you're with several people, you go single file. But I'm actually seeing parents teaching their kids to ride wide, no matter whether there's a vehicle or not. What's your perspective on that?
That's a good question. There are different ways of being safe there. Personally, I think from what I have seen, it is safe to encourage drivers to change lanes entirely, as opposed to give you a half measure. You heard from Steve West as he was nearly sideswiped by a bus that decided only half a lane was good enough. So encouraging folks to ride side by side, not only is it more pleasant, you can chat to the person next to you, but you get to...
I was a cyclist and almost got hit several times by drivers who are stupid. It doesn't mean you should antagonize drivers. Thanks for your answer.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. Our next delegate is
Carla Braun.
Carla. Hello. Good afternoon.
Thank you, councillors, for your service to the city of Winnipeg and for entertaining our delegations today. I live downtown. I've also lived in the West End and in Central Park neighborhood. I bike year round as my primary form of transportation and have done so since the year 2009. I wish to speak in support of the original motion for the speed limit reduction on Wellington. I quote, reduce the speed limit on Wellington Crescent from River Avenue to Academy Road to 30 kilometers an hour until such a time that a low stress, all ages and abilities cycling route can be provided along this route. I'm assuming that Academy Road here means the western end. And then, it really only makes sense to reduce it all the way to the park. And I'm assuming this doesn't really mean until such a time, because it doesn't make sense to walk it back once you've already reduced the speed limit. Just keep it low, even after providing protected lanes. It's my wheels that I usually prefer to spin as I ride my bike from one place to another, but it is my head that spins when Winnipeg talks about traffic. We say changing speed limits all the time is confusing to drivers. So why would we change the speed limit on only part of Wellington and then change it back at another time? We say that drivers' convenience is important, but the other side of the coin is people's lives, their safety, their health. I don't understand. It makes my head spin that convenience of a matter of seconds is prioritized over people's lives. We say that drivers will speed anyway, so nothing can be done. We do have speed limits in the first place. Sure, we know people exceed them. If we lower the speed limits, what counts as exceeding will also be commensurately lower. Others in this meeting have shared powerful stories, and they've shared statistics, and they've shared plans and facts that make a lot of sense here. So I won't go into that. However, I would like to note that there is nothing arbitrary or unproven about the request for 30 kilometers, as one councillor erroneously suggested in the November 18th City Centre meeting. I put my body on the line every day as I ride my bicycle on these unprotected streets in Winnipeg. To be sure, I derive plenty of benefits, physical, financial, even emotional and social from doing that. But the fact remains that I'm putting my life at risk. And for what reason? Because we aren't willing to ask people to inconvenience themselves and slow down? So I'm putting my body on the line here in this lineup of people to ask for a reduction in speed limit. I'm coming out to add to the ranks of living, breathing people here from your wards who wish to remain living and breathing as we traverse the roads of this city. Reduce the speed limit on Wellington Crescent. That is my request. No ifs, untils, or buts. And let's not stop here. Wellington Crescent is not the only unsafe street in Winnipeg. It's one with a lot of privileged people who have the capacity to come out here and advocate for it. I really hope that after Wellington Crescent, we look at the North End and we start doing things to protect the people there who probably walk and cycle at a much higher rate. Thank you for listening to me today. I have one more completely off-topic comment to make. It is International Day of Solidarity for Palestinian people today, because in 1947, on this day, the United Nations declared the partition plan to create two states, and only one of them has been created. So I just want to note that. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Great points. Any comments, questions? Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you.
Next, via Zoom, we have Bill Hamlin.
Bill.
All right.
Bill, welcome, Bill.
Good to see everybody. Thank you for entertaining all of our comments. It's a long day. And thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts on this important issue. And thanks to Sherry Rollins for her leadership in bringing this issue forward. I am a resident on Wellington Crescent, and I use it regularly as a driver, as a cyclist, and as a pedestrian. And I wish to express my support for the motion, but like many others, ask that it be extended to include all of Wellington Crescent right to Assiniboine Park. A lower speed limit for the full length of Wellington Crescent is justified by a meaningful body of evidence. We've heard the statistics from Dr. Sharma about the implications of accidents at slower speeds. Under the existing enhanced summer bike route program, the speed limit is already reduced to 30 kilometers between May and October. And I can't see any reasonable justification for a need to drive faster in the winter months. And perhaps this is based on an assumption that cyclists, pedestrians, and others are not on the roads after October, but that's clearly not the case. In fact, Wellington Crescent is used much more heavily for active transportation in the winter than many other streets that are already designated as year-round greenways. While a tragic event continues to be an important catalyst for action, this proposal is not reactionary. It's a rational proposal that builds on more than 20 years of city planning, calling for the development of a cycling route along Wellington Crescent. A year-round speed limit of 30 kilometers an hour across the full length would align with policies and goals laid out across a multitude of city plans and processes. And I think you're going to hear more about that in a subsequent presentation. In March of 2023, when considering the enhanced summer bike route on Wellington Crescent, the Public Works Committee concurred with the best practice and retained 30 kilometers an hour rather than the proposed increase to 40 kilometers per hour for the summer. I congratulate you on that wise decision. This speed is also consistent, as we've heard before, with the Transportation Association guidelines. It's also important to note that we've already had 3 related consultation engagement processes for Wellington Crescent, and the most recent one was in association with the 2022 Enhanced Summer Bike Route Program. And under that engagement, more responses were received from the Wellington route than any of the other routes. It's often suggested that Wellington residents oppose reduced speeds, and I would like to say that's false. Under that engagement, the majority of the residents were either satisfied or somewhat satisfied with the program. The most common reason given for the level of satisfaction was that respondents liked reduced speed. I would also note that if you look closely, quite a significant number of the submissions and delegations you're hearing from today are from Wellington residents. My experiences as a resident, a cyclist and a driver under the Enhanced Summer Bike Route Program is that it results in significant benefits. Traffic speeds are reduced, not 100% compliance, but drivers are going slower overall and more attentive. As a cyclist and driver, I feel safer. More cyclists and pedestrians are out using the Crescent. My neighborhood is significantly less noisy and more enjoyable to live in. And importantly, the 30 kilometers an hour does not significantly increase my driving times. The additional time for most trips is a matter of seconds. To travel the entire length of the Crescent, by my calculations, it was a little bit longer than yours. It's about 3 minutes all the way to Assiniboine Park. But this is not a significant inconvenience. It wouldn't be for me. It isn't for me. And it makes my neighborhood safer for everyone. However, having the speed limit change during the year confuses and frustrates drivers and cyclists. And especially around those periods of change, there are compliance issues. Having one lower speed throughout the year would lead to clearer expectations and greater compliance. Winnipeg is a winter city. I see more people using the Crescent during the winter. With each winter, it seems to get more. This includes many students that I see during the busiest commuting times heading to schools. But I've also witnessed numerous winter accidents, especially where the vehicles fail to navigate the many bends in the Crescent. Having slower speeds would minimize these accidents and the potential to involve cyclists or pedestrians. Once again, I just don't see a rationale for increased speeds in the winter. response to Janice Luke's great questions. The potential false sense of security, I believe, is outweighed by the overall reductions in speed, even if we don't get full compliance. But I like the ideas of the polypoles, and that would be an effective psychological signal to drivers, and limit traffic to one lane, precluding passing in the lane where the cyclists are. This would be a significant benefit, in addition to the 30-kilometer speed limit, until a more permanent infrastructure can be implemented. Enhanced photo radar would also be helpful. In conclusion, it's coming to an end. An all-season reduction in speed is required now. There's sufficient body of knowledge and adequate consultation that has taken place to make this decision. While there is a need to design and implement permanent structural changes, this should not be used as a justification to defer the implementation of 30 kilometers per hour. Let's make Wellington Crescent safer for everyone, and let's do it now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes.
All right.
I'm still struggling with this calculator on trying to get these addresses from one end to Academy to the other on Wellington, but we'll get the exact time. But yeah, it's probably 2.5, 3 minutes, like still not the end of the. Okay, thank you for your presentation. Councillor Chambers has a question.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I've got to play devil's advocate here.
Okay.
In my car, in residential zones, I have a heads-up display, and the default is 40 kilometers. What are your thoughts around 40 versus 30?
I'm sorry, I have bad hearing, and I was having difficulty hearing that.
Okay, so as I mentioned, I've got a vehicle that has a heads-up display. The heads-up display in residential areas is defaulted to 40. Even though it's posted at 50, the default in my car is 40. What about 40 versus 30?
Well, I think the evidence is pretty clear that you get significantly less accidents at or severe accidents at 30 than 40. And I think the compliance is going to be better at 30 than 40. 40 is virtually 50, and I think it fails to take that final step towards drivers being engaged with the road around them and being more aware and making eye contact with drivers and pedestrians. I just don't think you get that at 40, but you do at 30.
Okay, second question. Speed is one component that can play a factor in accidents and fatalities. What about other factors such as distracted driving?
Sure, that's a factor.
Do we need stronger penalties around distracted driving or more enforcement around distracted driving?
It's a great question. I don't know. I don't know the answer to it in relation to Wellington Crescent, but I think we somehow need better compliance on distracted driving as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now, well, thank you very much for your presentation, and we're going to move on to the next delegation. I think it's Robin.
Yes.
Okay, Robin.
All right, so Robin will be heard with in support of speed limit reduction on Wellington Crescent, Report 20, Arlington Street Bridge over the CPR Yards Rehabilitation Feasibility and Preliminary Design Study, which is Report 6, and update on status of the completion of Marianne Sorelli Trail, which is Report 13.
Okay, Robin.
Good afternoon, and I'll keep my mask on. As I said, I have a toddler and don't want to spread those germs everywhere. Thank you so much for your time. I know it's been a long day, so I appreciate you sticking it out to listen to all of us. Thank you so much to my fellow delegation. You've been wonderful. You've been wonderful. Just collecting myself. So I think I'll start with my story. I feel like my job as a resident of Winnipeg and to share my experience and how I'm personally impacted by the policy that you all have the privilege of influencing day to day. So number one, I live in St. Boniface, and I have a toddler, and he's 4 years old. And so we travel by all modes. So car, we have a car. We all have bikes, so we bike when we can. We have take transit a lot. He loves the bus. I'm glad. And walking. We walk. His daycare is 10-minute walk away, depending how quick or slow he decides to go that morning. So we definitely understand all the perspectives, all of those perspectives. I didn't actually know what it was like I'm a pretty able-bodied, white, cis woman, pretty privileged. So I didn't really understand what it was like to have a vulnerability. And so having a child kind of brings that in, especially having a kid at the very beginning of a pandemic when everything's out of your control. You can't get a vaccine. You can't go anywhere. You don't have support from community or family. So it was an interesting experience to go through. And so I feel like that's why I'm here to get more engaged and help out where I can. We bike and walk a lot in St. Boniface, but obviously I've had the privilege of using the new bike lanes, and I thank you so much for that work on River and Stradbrook. We used them this summer. They were great. And we used them to get to Wellington Crescent. And that was a bit of an experience. They do protect you on those very limited stretches. And then you're kind of shunted out into traffic. So obviously having a kiddo on the back of your bike, you have a whole new frame of awareness around you of just what's going on. And it makes you feel a lot more vulnerable than I normally would be. And I actually highlighted, there's been a lot of talk about the rapid transit on Provencher. And so I've been to those discussions, town halls. And I remember one of the city staff telling me, I said, why do we need it on Villa Cathedral? It's fine. And he said, it's not for me. And it's right. It is for the most vulnerable people. And I feel like that is what we need to keep in mind here. And when it comes to road users, cars are not the most vulnerable users. They have dictated policy in this city. And we're seeing that in the deaths and the injuries that are occurring. And it seems to be at an not exponential rate, but at an increased rate. So anyways, I come from a science background, so it was really hard for me to not get into the stats. And I thank you so much for my fellow delegations who have taken the time, and you'll hear from Mark. Steve, thank you so much for getting into that, the data. I'm not the expert on that. I am the expert in my experience and what trying to keep my family safe. And my kiddo now is on a bike. He's on a pedal bike, still on training wheels. And he actually, all last winter, he biked. So he kept the training wheels on and he was able to the whole winter. But just actually this last week, walking to pick him up, I had 2 close calls. So that was fun. And I'm very thankful that, and because I'm being a bicyclist, being a pedestrian, I'm hyper aware. So I actually saw them coming before they even happened. But it was lucky that both of these occurrences were on when people were turning into my lane. So they were going slow. If they were going 50, I may not be here. My kiddo may not be here. They were going slow, and so I'm lucky. And so I do see, obviously, firsthand the benefits of a slower speed. And not just on Wellington. As I said, I'm a resident of St. Boniface. So we do go to Wellington. We use that area. It's as many people have said, it's advertised, if you want to use that term, as a cycle route, as an active, lots of green space. And I'll bring in now, I live on Cabana Street in Cabana Place in St. Boniface. And if you're not aware, that is, you don't have a street. Yeah, it's 2 paths. And so this is part of why we wanted to move there. It is quiet. If you stand at the Mirons looking east, it's a park. It's just front yards, and you can see the river. There's deer, there's foxes, there's beaver. We walk down in the summer. We take our canoes to the river, the kayaks to the river. And in the winter, we go skate and ski on the river. So it was interesting to hear some of the delegation talking about Wellington and how Wellington has that feel. And so obviously we're not going to get rid of all roads. Like there's a road there and that's fine. That's why I chose to live on Cabana. But I do, my wish is to share a part of that with the rest of the city in some way or another. And as you mentioned, I'm here to speak on a few things. So one is the reduced speeds on Wellington, and that the 30 kilometer, as I mentioned, with my close calls, that is why I would be supporting that motion. The original motion of the entire length, which just makes sense for many reasons, as delegations have already said. The other thing is the Arlington Bridge. Obviously, equity in the city is necessary. And so Wellington, as we all know, is a very affluent area, lots of resources. I'd love to see more of that happening in the North End. There was one Bike Winnipeg ride. I took my toddler and we drove by our bicycles to the North End. And what a gong show. trying to get there, the sidewalks, you can see the differences in the infrastructure compared to Wellington, compared to Cabana, compared to Selkirk. So it is necessary that these infrastructure projects are expedited. They keep in mind active transportation. I know there are two on both sides of Arlington. There is the multi-use paths. Obviously, I'll take what I can get. Obviously, if it's separated, because as a pedestrian, it is terrifying when you've got a big bike. Obviously, you don't speed past them. You use your bell, you go slow. But that's a whole thing that we want to avoid as well. So yes, I support the Arlington Bridge. Love it. The last one was the path down Peguis. And I'm trying not to look at my notes, so I've already forgotten the path name. I actually unfortunately drive down that area a lot. I don't walk or bike. Maybe I would if that path was there. And I heard Councillor Wyatt's frustration with that this morning, so I support that as well. The last thing I was going to wrap into my story is I am a federal, I work for the federal government, so I have the opportunity to live anywhere in Canada. I originally did my training in Edmonton, and I came back to Winnipeg. I'm from here, born here, raised here. But what's interesting is that I could go anywhere in the country. You know, I know of friends that have moved to Victoria, have moved to Montreal, and they have such a great like transit and bicycle network and all these great things that could benefit. And so I'm here and I want to try to do whatever I can to help Winnipeg get there. I think we can, as many delegations have mentioned. All the plans, the paperwork is there. It's a matter of political will here. And I know there's funding, and I will leave that to your greater organizational skills to manage. But I'm just here to tell you that I will directly impact my kiddo. Will directly impact, and I don't want him to have to bring flowers to my ghost bike. I don't want my husband as well bikes to his work across the city, and so he has encountered a lot of the challenges of the bicycling network. I don't want to have to take my toddler to bring flowers to his ghost bike, and this is something that we can action right now. I think we've come up with a lot of obviously concerns with the 15-20% that may or may not comply. I don't think that's reason to not take action today. I think that the 80% of us who will benefit, who will follow the law, those are the people we need to cater to, and we get the rest, we figure it out as we go. I think that's mainly my story I wanted to share. The last thing I will say when I do bicycle, especially when I'm not with my toddler, when I am trying to keep my body safe, and when I'm against that 5,000-ton bullet, I'm going to do what I can to stay alive. And if that means that I'm going to drive in both lanes and take a lane, I'm going to do that. I'm not doing it to aggravate a driver. I'm doing it. It's a strategy to keep me safe. So I just wanted to put that out there that I am not blocking traffic. I'm a part of traffic. I think that's all I wanted to say today. I do appreciate everything that you've done, all the delegates, and I think I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Thank you. Councillor Eadie.
I don't know about that last statement, but
that's okay.
I never owned a car. I rode a bike. And I used to ride to work all the time into River Heights, all over the city, and took a bus in the winter. They didn't have those wonderful bicycle tires they do nowadays, so I didn't ride in the winter at all. I still wouldn't ride in -30, but I want to thank you for mentioning when you have a multi-use path that cyclists have to respect pedestrians, pedestrians have to respect cyclists, and drivers have to respect cyclists and pedestrians, and likewise for the other two of us. It's not, this is what I see as the biggest problem. But also thank you for supporting the Arlington Bridge. And oddly enough, it's not just a North End thing. The Arlington Bridge is in the inner city. So the West End, Central, North End, Garden City, all the way up to like even Aurora. Eventually, if the bridge gets replaced, people will use it. And actually, it's a great route to take. I know people who used it when the bridge was open. They would use it to get over the Maryland Bridge and then over down Academy Road to Kenaston, because there's a path there and the traffic, it's not as bad. Anyway, so I just wanted to thank you for that. Okay, just want to clarify stuff.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Oh, and it's the Mary Ann Sorelli
Well,
active transportation trip.
okay, now our next delegate is,
Next, we have via Zoom Patty Ween.
great, I'm gonna ask Councillor Sharma if you could take the chair for me, please, for the next delegate. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, members of the Public Works Committee. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Thank you for your time today. I know it's already been a long day and you have a long agenda, so I'll make it quick. My name is Patty Weens, and I'm a member of the bike community at large, a board member of Bike Winnipeg, and the Bicycle Mayor of Winnipeg as designated by Bikes.org, an international organization of bike advocates. There is nothing I can say here today that hasn't already been said by this beautiful community that I'm a part of. First and foremost, I would like to thank on the record Councillor Rollins for showing courage, leadership, and political will in restating her original motion and responding to criticism in a constructive manner. I know that she's listening not only to her constituents, but the community at large. And it's important to remember that when we speak of walking or cycling infrastructure, the whole city is affected, not only the residents of a particular stretch of road or a particular street. If we want our city to be connected, we need to make sure that all connections are safe for everyone, and making it safe for pedestrians and cyclists also makes it safe for drivers. Thank you, members of Public Works, for the incredible roadways we've made as a city in installing and implementing bike infrastructure. It feels like this year was on fire with the addition of bike lanes and neighborhood greenways, as well as the prompt snow clearing of active transportation routes this past winter. Let's hope this is a trend, because to me, it's a vital service and it vastly improves the livability of our city for all citizens. First of all, I support item number 6 on the agenda, the rehabilitation of Arlington Bridge as presented, as it's a vital connection to the north end of our city. And the current design allows for safe transportation of vehicles as well as vulnerable road users. We need this connection to revitalize a portion of the city that has fallen into neglect. I also support Councillor Rollins' motion to reduce the maximum speed on Wellington Crescent from 50 to 30 kilometers per hour, and would like you to reconsider supporting the original motion presented at the City Center Committee, which was to reduce the speeds from River Avenue to Kinnison Boulevard, not just to Academy, as the motion stands today. I have personally had a close call in winter on Wellington Crescent, close to Lindsay Avenue and the train tracks. To add insult to almost injury, the driver yelled profanities at me, letting me know he didn't think I belonged on the road. As Ian McCausland and Steve West mentioned in their presentations, in the words of Councillor Lukes in the Winnipeg Sun article of May 2020, and I quote, "To avoid wasting a fortune on road safety infrastructure, the best way to bring about calmer streets is lowering speed limits." Today, you mentioned you're concerned that 30K gives us a false sense of security, so you're nervous about it, but that makes an assumption that drivers are all bad and reckless. I'm a driver as well as a cyclist and pedestrian, and I obey the rules. In fact, riding a bike has made me a better driver. I also heard your suggestion to add poly posts, and I think that's a fine temporary measure that should have been implemented on June 7 of this year. The problem with poly posts is that they often get removed in winter. So if you could make it happen year round, let's get going on this as soon as possible. I also know that it's fairly inexpensive to add concrete barriers, and I am in full support of this idea. I commend you for your leadership, Councillor Lukes, and I ask you to continue to advocate for safer streets and lower speed limits everywhere. I ask the support of Councillor Sharma, Edie, and Chambers for this motion as well. At the protest on June 7, the day after Rob Jenner was killed on his bicycle on Wellington Crescent, many of the residents joined the bike community and vented their frustrations at the high speed at which vehicles travel on that stretch of road, making it impossible for them to cross, scared to wait for the bus, or even just walk down the sidewalk. Studies have already been done all over the world, so let's not waste any more time and money that we know we don't have when we know the right thing to do is to lower speeds. Real change takes political will and leadership, but most importantly, it takes time. If we are to achieve the city's goals for climate action and the completion of an active transportation network, we have to start now. We need to show the residents of today that we care about the future, that we care about our youth and our most vulnerable. We can only do that by slowing down and not slowing down the process with studies upon studies, but slowing down vehicle speeds. If we do this now, in a couple of years, everyone will be used to it. If we don't do this now, you will have more collisions and more deaths on your hands. You have the ability to push forward this change for the better, and I trust that you will do that. You will do what's right. To quote Dr. Sharma, a small difference in speed makes a tremendous difference in injuries and fatalities. Change is hard, but change is inevitable. If we want to improve our tomorrow, we have to start today. You have a chance to make history, and I hope you do. To echo Councillor Rollins' words, 30K is the answer today. Councillor Lukes, we are activating our community, and you can bet we will be showing up to any and all events where our voices need to be heard. We are here to stay, and we're just warming up. We stand on the shoulders of you and those who have come before us, but these shoulders better be broad because there are a lot of us and we're growing every day. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Patty, for your presentation. Appreciate that. There's been a lot of speakers here today, and we're listening to what you're sharing with us, and we appreciate your time. It's been a long day.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Mr. Clerk.
Next, we have Julian Medowin Masek, who will be speaking to report 6, 13, and 20.
Secret Masek.
Okay, so as I said, my name is Julian Medowin. I want to say thank you to the Public Works Committee for hearing us, and special thanks to Janice, whom I've known for more than 20 years on this advocacy program since when in 1998 when I started some bicycle and active transportation advocacy. I've known Janice since 2002 or so. When did they expand the floodway and we put it? Yeah.
Floodway days.
So, like Janice had mentioned before, I mean, we had $100,000 back in the turn of the century, which sounded like a pittance back then, and now we know it's a pittance. And so my experience has been gone from absolutely nothing on Pembina and Stafford, those commutes down to Standard Arrow from Fort Richmond, dodging traffic and being the only guy that shows up at work in bike attire and having to share the shower with a metallizing guy that needs to clean off all his nickel. And basically looking like a weirdo. So now I see on the way here, I rode my bicycle and I used the active transportation path along the university that and the Southlands that have been put back in there. So when we see design changes that happen with bicycles and active transportation, we can see that the engineers and the designers can actually make good design decisions in the physical infrastructure to be able to accommodate these safety aspects, which allows me to get here by bicycle instead of using my fairly large Ford Expedition, which does take quite a bit of gasoline. I support the Arlington Bridge as a vital link for a cyclist to cross the north-south significantly large rail yard. It has an active transportation infrastructure on it, which is absolutely excellent. Every kilometer you have to go out of the way on a bicycle takes a lot of energy for yourself. You have to build that energy, and a lot of people don't necessarily have that energy. And if we build for people that don't necessarily have the ability that I might have, then we've built it for everybody, and that's definitely a livable and very good city. So support for the Arlington Bridge is definitely, from my perspective, something very important. The Shirley Trail connection is also important. We're seeing a lot of residential growth in that area. That small section of land should be able to be obtained with, or at least built upon with respect to the River East Transcona School Division. They're planning, I believe, to put a school on there if they so choose to do that. It seems like that would be a great place to go, considering the locations of the other schools in that school division. The extensive residential area and the multi-family residential area in there is going to definitely require some active transportation to be installed in that area. So I would support that as well. For the 30 km/h on Wellington, I used to use Wellington to get from Fort Richmond to Standard Arrow for 4 years, year round. I started biking when my car died in the 7-Eleven parking lot on Corydon, and I had a choice to pay for repairs or tuition, and I chose tuition. Good on me, thanks. Turns out it was an excellent investment. It's paid numerous dividends since then. So Wellington was actually the nice part of the commute because I would go from Harrow to the multi-use path across the train bridge and then get over to the Omans Creek pathway into the back of that short stretch of Assiniboine, and then underneath the bridge and then off to the industrial area of the airport. That was the easiest part of my commute, and Pembina and Stafford were my regular runs until I could get onto Harrow. Those were very difficult, and so Wellington Crescent was basically like Shangri-La back then. Now that we've added infrastructure to Pembina is actually quite nice. Stafford is block is not. I wouldn't recommend taking Stafford, but Wellington, but Harrow now has bike provisions on there, so it's much nicer. So coming from the last 25 years of experience, I see a significant multi-million-dollar investment in our bicycle infrastructure that I would like to extend to Wellington Crescent, and I would suggest that 30 km/h is a great start to that infrastructure. I would support the what do you call those little plastic barriers that you can stick to the roads. I know those are still on Pembina, and they seem to be robust in the winter as long as they don't get plowed over. It does provide a visual cue for the motorists to be able to separate from the bicyclists and other road users as well. So the reason I would also suggest that Wellington Crescent be extended to 30 km/h the entire length of the way is because even back in the early 2000s when riding to Standard Arrow, even at 6 in the morning, 6:30 in the morning, because I would get there for 7, I'd have the road to myself. There wasn't really many other cyclists back then. There really aren't many people driving there back then either. People would roll up beside me and tell me what I could do with my genitals. It's not a pleasant way to start the day, but to be honest, I was biking and that was good. I was just happy to be able to get to work on time. I don't necessarily agree that the 30 km/h is a false sense of security, because in my experience in Fort Richmond, when we have the school zones doing 30, and this may be because we have a lot of newcomers in the area which tend to follow the rules quite religiously, 30 km/h on a road such as Wellington Crescent would have, let's say, 80% of the people following that. Maybe they do 35. That's still better than 50 or 55. And those people that are following those rules will act as a natural barrier to people who want to not follow those rules. So people that want to do 50 are reminded of doing 30 because the person in front of them is doing 30. And at the end of the day, if you're trying to pass somebody that's also in a 5-ton truck or a 5-ton car, you're going to be dealing with that natural barrier to your progression through as someone that wants to do 50. So I think that is there's still a benefit to the 30 km/h, and I would suggest, or would highly recommend that my ask would be that the 30 km/h be extended all the way to Assiniboine Park. We should also point out that the significant reduction in emissions would be incredible if we went down from 50 to 30. I know that in my personal vehicle, doing the calculations, it's approximately 35-40%. to drop my speed from 50 to 30. That's actually quite a bit of carbon that we're saving from going into the atmosphere. And I know I will be in my 70s by the time we're expecting some of these climate change effects to be occurring. My children will be in their late 30s and 40s. And I know a number of other councillors have similar age children to mine, and I know we wouldn't want them to have to deal with difficulties because of the climate change that we're choosing to build for. One thing that hasn't been mentioned here, because there have been a number of points that are on my list that have been mentioned, is that there may be actually support from the Wellington residents as well. I'm perusing some of the citizen information system on the City of Winnipeg website. I come across the June 10th, 2021 Public Works meeting, where a number of the residences of Wellington Crescent were suggesting that we need to have Wellington Crescent open to everybody. They were arguing in favor of opening it back up to motor vehicles. They had mentioned many times that there was some discrimination based on whether you're using a bicycle or jogging or using a car. A number of these people have pointed out safety concerns of very heavy traffic on Academy. This is the same stuff that bicyclists are facing on Wellington. So 30 kilometer an hour would definitely help that. And I would like to point out specifically Naomi Levine's suggestion that as a compromise, why not make one lane on each side of the street close to vehicles and that's used for bikers and pedestrians, while a second lane on each side is used for vehicles, and that would accommodate all. So there is support for accommodation of everybody, and I think a 30 kilometer an hour is a great start to that. And additionally, Strava data shows that Wellington is very heavily used by bicycles. Contrary to some of the comments that bicycles are not being there's not a lot of people on bikes after winter or after October starts. And the last parts of this I would suggest.
Move extension 2 minutes.
Thank you. Would be every time we build a road or consider a speed limit, we're thinking about the larger points. Are you in your infrastructure is that you're going to be extending the city further. The faster you can go, the further you can go, which means that you're going to be building longer roads. But you're not just building roads. You're also burying sewer lines, you're burying gas lines, you're burying water lines. Those are all very expensive. The longer you go, the larger diameter they typically have to be from an engineering point of view, which makes them much more expensive to install, not just from the material point of view, but from a labor point of view. You're going to be burying electrical cable and gas cable. Those are also much larger. And when you build, and from my personal experience in my day-to-day work, burying larger conductors doesn't just cost more money in the larger conductor. The labor is also 3-4 times as much. So you're not just affecting the city's maintenance budgets, you're also affecting a lot of other utility costs for the end user along the way. And that's also something that 30 kilometers an hour would support. If you do slower speeds, you're doing less wear and tear. You don't have as much infrastructure to actually build and have to maintain. So thank you for your time. And again, thanks for all the work over the last 25 years, Janice. It's been great. And I just want the younger generation to have the same experience that I've had from going from very little. Right now they may seem it's very little. There is still quite a bit, but we have a lot more to do. And it's that change from where you're at to where you've gone to is amazing.
Thanks, Joy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Reedy, question?
Just one question. Like the way you presented that, I think like those other 15%, they're going to go 30 because they're behind.
Yeah,
But
that's good.
I just wanted to ask you this question. Do you think that'll actually happen in non-peak hours? Like,
non-peak hours?
Yeah.
I have seen that in Fort Richmond in the school zones where the 30 sign, it usually is typically the one with the arrow on it that tells you the 30 zone is ahead. I've noticed a lot of people will slow to 30 at that point, even if it's 11 p.m. on a Sunday, and I am behind them. They don't have to go 30, they could do 50, but they have slowed to
Yeah,
that
That's
level.
on those, right?
Yeah.
But we've actually had photo enforcement. We've had a lot of enforcement around school zones, right? So, anyway, okay, thanks.
Yeah. Automated photo enforcement would be fantastic.
Yeah, thank you.
Quick question. There has been some concern raised that reducing the speed limits on one street is going to create cut through traffic on other streets. How do we mitigate that?
Cut through traffic on other streets, you will not really be able to get away with, even if you don't reduce the speed limit to 50. That tends to be, I think, a congestion issue. That tends to, people who take the cut through streets are going to take the cut through streets no matter what. The cut through streets are usually not faster. I know in my personal experience, when I've tried to take cut through streets and I end up picking a car that I was behind to remember, I take the cut through street and then I notice that I'm actually now 7 cars behind them. Once you realize that, you no longer take the cut through streets because you learn pretty quickly. And that area is a grid type system, and it has a lot of stop signs. People don't like to stop at stop signs, even if they think they're going. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your response.
Okay, good. Thank you, Julian. Thank you very much. Now, where are we at on our list here?
Number 27, Helena Edwards Van Mayen, to be heard with respect to reports 20, 13, and 6.
Hello. Morning, good afternoon.
I had good morning written. That's so wrong now. I'm happy to have the opportunity to be heard here today. And I feel like a lot has been said, so I'll keep it short. My name is Helena, and I'm here to address an issue that is close to my heart as both a driver and a cyclist. I'm grateful for the strides our city has made in developing its cycling network, but I also believe we have an urgent need for further improvements in areas of safe speeds and inclusive protected lanes for all road users. As a cyclist, I feel much safer when riding on roads that include protected lanes. Reducing the speed limit to 30 kilometers on Wellington Crescent is a small change, but it's one that could make a significant difference in all lives on the road. On roadways like Wellington Crescent, cyclists are forced to contend with fast-moving traffic, putting their safety at risk every time we ride. With such a huge contrast of cycling speeds and motor vehicle speeds, we're faced with moving in a flow of traffic that's not designed to share a lane. It creates understandable frustrations between road users and cyclists. No one wants to be stuck between the other. I'm asking City Council to reduce the speed limit on the entirety of Wellington Crescent to 30 kilometers until proper protected lanes can be implemented. Continuing past that would also keep our pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers at a lower risk of experiencing accidents. While I recognize that creating permanent infrastructure takes a lot of time and money, there are other measures we can take to reduce the risk of continued injuries and fatalities, such as reducing the speed limit. Something I noted today while everyone has been talking is that these changes have been being looked at on Wellington Crescent for almost 20 years. I'm 21. So 20 years ago, parents and community members were already working on this, and I do see the incredible structures that we have now to deal with, and there's a lot more to go, and I just find it amazing that it's the comparison. Lowering the speed limit to 30 kilometers would not only provide immediate safety benefits, but also help to foster a culture of shared responsibility on the roads, where all users, whether on foot, bike, or in a vehicle, can travel with greater peace of mind, knowing that their risks have been minimized. It's not about just making cars drive slower. It's about saving lives from preventable fatalities. This step will demonstrate commitment to prioritizing our safety and protecting the most vulnerable members of our community. Just last week, while riding home from work, I was hit by a car that ran a stop sign while I was crossing an intersection. I was thrown into rush hour traffic, and I was uninjured, thankfully. I decided to wait around and see if the driver would return. Sometimes shock sets in, people drive away and come back, and the driver did not come back. This happened because I was forced to ride on a road with no dedicated cycling lane. I chose to take the sidewalk that day, hoping it was safer due to inclement weather, rush hour, and a pending Jets game. Doesn't make for a very friendly road for anyone who's not in a car. In doing so, I was putting myself at risk in a different way. My options were limited by the lack of safe lanes and my courtesy to avoid taking a lane or a curb lane in fear that cars weren't going to give enough space because they had somewhere to be. If I'm not safe on the road and we're not safe on the sidewalk, where can we be safe? Where the protected infrastructure isn't, it really leaves no place to go. It's not an isolated incident, as we know. This is a reality that cyclists face every day in Winnipeg, especially in high traffic areas like Wellington Crescent, where drivers expect to travel at 50 kilometers an hour, which often means 60 kilometers, as you see many times, and you're driving the speed limit and people are somehow speeding past you. Lowering the speed limit can help mitigate the dangers we face and can even reduce the psychological burden on drivers when accidents do occur. It's one way to make drivers more mindful and ultimately reduce the risk of injury for everyone on the roads. I understand that the city is making positive steps in improving the overall cycling network, and I'm so thankful all the time. And the changes we need are not just about physical infrastructure, but it's also about setting the right speeds and priorities for road safety. In closing, my ask is simple. Please consider lowering the speed limit on the entirety of Wellington Crescent to 30 kilometers as an immediate action until more permanent infrastructure can be put in place. The change will help protect cyclists, improve the safety of our roadways for all users, and ultimately save lives. We know that change is hard, but it's even harder to face the consequences of inaction. I'm here today not just for myself, but for the many others who drive or cycle on roads that are unsafe. I'm here for Rob Jenner, whose death was preventable with proper protected cycling infrastructure. We need action for our community, for our children, and for the future of Winnipeg's cycling network. Thank you for your time today in considering this important issue.
Thank you for your presentation. Thank you. Do you have any questions, colleagues? Do we have any questions? No, it's very good to hear your voice here. I'm very glad that nothing happened to you in that collision.
Thank you.
That's crazy, but it happens too frequently. This year, we've seen a lot of very, very tragic incidents in the city. We are moving towards like Vision Zero. We've got a road safety plan in place. We never had a road safety plan before. We've got a staff now. We've got it staffed up. We've got a budget. So there is a lot happening. There could be a lot more, right? There's never enough, right? So, but we appreciate your voice at the table today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, Councillor Chambers has a question.
Yeah, this is more an observation on my part, as well as some social media posts that I've read. And it is concerning the behavior of some drivers, that they seem more road rage inspired. Don't know whether that's just common these days or whether other things add into it, like construction zones and things like that. In your experience that you were just recounting, was there any, I mean, other than almost getting hit by a vehicle, what was that driver's attitude towards you as a cyclist?
So in that instance, there wasn't particularly any aggression. It was more an inattention, where I was in the intersection and they neglected to look the other way. And there were tinted windows. I couldn't see the driver. In that instance, I was not met with aggression, but there have been many times where when you're on the road and you take a lane so that you don't get cut close, that you do face a lot of aggression because of the inconvenience, I guess. And I can understand it to a point as a driver when you're in that mindset and you're stuck in it. You don't want to be stuck behind a cyclist going, 10, 15. Our roads are not designed to be shared like that. So it's understandable. But the aggression isn't, it's not the same where the driver's fighting for their convenience and the cyclist is then fighting for their lives because of that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, our next delegate.
Next up on the big screen, we have
Grant. All righty.
In support of report 6, but in opposition to reports 1, 3, 5, 9, 11, 16, 17, and 20.
Oh dear. Okay.
20.
Mr. Grant, well, tell us.
Well, I'm usually far below the 10-minute limit. Anyway, as expressed by our chair, complacency brings danger. active users must be vigilant. This is starting off really with the last one, topic 20, Wellington. I've been cycling for more than 70 years. This is still my preferred mode for short trips. The car that I share is used only about 5 times a month. So we're minimal users that way, being retired. I was trained as a safety professional when I worked in Ontario. Proper situation analysis cannot support the idea of depending on weak measures like the 30 signs. I suggest build the bike path. I like the idea just recently suggested that we split Wellington, 1/2 shared by cars, and I'm not sure quite how many feet each lane would be, but it would certainly make people cautious if they had to share with another direction, and then leave the other half of the paved road for non-motorized. Anyway, back to the Wellington speed limit. There are a number of myths behind this item. Prior delegations seem to have ignored them. You should not. 20.1, if you post a limit, no one will dare go faster. Even with the highest fines anywhere, Manitoba and Winnipeg have the highest traffic fines, some drivers act as if they are unaware. Posting a lower limit will prevent bikers and peds from making serious errors. 20.3, bicycles must travel on busy roads. Decades ago, the engineers and the Stanley Park Cycling Committee came up with a wonderful compromise. and when my mom lived there, I did bicycle in Vancouver quite a bit. Cyclists could use the sidewalks and the many paved non-car pathways in that park. They use sidewalks in the whole city. To minimize interactions with pedestrians, signs are posted requiring cyclists to dismount when passing somebody on foot. That certainly changes the picture for they pose to those on foot. With such a rule, cyclists are much safer, and we save a lot on having to pave a separate pathway. Any city path or sidewalk can carry bikes with the right safety protocols in place. 20.4, increased use of bicycles. This is a myth. Increased use of bicycles will save the planet. Most of those on bikes in and east of the park are not riding to work or for groceries. Some are, but most rode to have fun. I find that most of my bicycle trips are for fun. Doubling the bike traffic by 2030 will not mean that none of the locals will drive for groceries. Actually, car use can climb when a bicycle path becomes a destination. I am guilty of that myself. I live far from Wellington and Assiniboine Park, and I would load up the family's bicycles, a little car or a little trailer, and we go to Assiniboine Park for the day to bicycle. Anyway, as some actually use their motor vehicle to as part of their bike enjoyment. A different issue with regard to the crazy speeding. Mailing a ticket many days later does not prevent a crazy decision by a driver. Points do not accumulate from photo enforcement. I ask you to have onboard radar, and Councillor Chambers might have a comment on this, but if most of the fleet of WPS traffic vehicles had radar on all the time, then you would catch people like that crazy guy on June 6th. He would have been caught long before this day if he has that inclination to go crazy speeds on open roads. One of our vehicles with on all the time radar would have caught him, ticketed him. He'd do it a couple of times at crazy speeds and he's off the road. So a real ticket handed by a real officer means catching more of the truly dangerous drivers than photo enforcement ever will. If this policy had been in place for years, that June 6th driver would not have dared. He wouldn't have been on that road going that fast. And a 30 sign on Wellington would not have helped. I ask, why is there no paved bike path along Wellington? This has been an issue for decades. It's not the first time it's been talked about. It took just months to conceive of, approve, and build the paved path in Bridge Park near the Margaret Grant Pool. If anyone really cared about safety, the paved path on Wellington would already be in use and no one would be calling for a 30 limit for the cars. Why is there no program to fill wide cracks in bike paths? I did a survey of looking down at the Kings Kilkenny bike route. There are cracks in that pavement 2 inches wide or more in the direction of travel. So if you're on your bike and you don't see that little crack in the road, you're going to be off your bike suddenly. So that's something else, just to comment on that. Also offer you that conditional speeds have been useful elsewhere. A sign that says 20 miles an hour or 15 miles an hour when pedestrians are present. That's very effective in small towns across the US. And that deals with the interaction because a lot of those small towns don't have sidewalks. Everybody walks on the road. And if the rule is slow down to creep past a pedestrian or when kids are playing, that works. It's enforced by the local police. Just those are my little rant on the Wellington issue. And I do agree. I don't always agree with Julian, the delegation two before me, but in this case, I agree with almost everything he said. And I support you with that. On to the advisory committee. Until the province funds undercover police on transit, will not be able to fully deter the worst misbehavior. Bad people still get on the bus, and that's a deterrent to good people getting on the bus. And maybe city should be pushing harder in that direction. Topic 3, service planning. You cannot afford huge delays in staff reports. Your route change date is fixed. Staff should be required to make mandatory reports on time. If some data must follow days or weeks later because it isn't ready, so be it. The endless failures to produce their homework on time makes a mockery of the whole SPC process. When your decisions are time sensitive, deadlines really must be met. In places where good decisions matter, staff cannot properly report, they may not be retained. There is no data. Sorry about that. There's no data here on trip length and destinations. Before BRT Phase 2 was approved, it was clear that nearly everyone on the southbound bus at Jubilee had been replaced by a rider beginning their trip before it got to Markham. In other words, in that section that the dogleg was going to replace or supplement, none of that traffic was on for the whole destination. They were getting on and off on that segment of Pembina. If this data had been considered, the error in building the dogleg route would have been obvious to all. But I don't think that survey was done. And I had waited around a bit, but I don't see anybody else doing that. Topic 5, by agreeing to verbal only reporting, public comment can be completely stamped out. Surely somebody on the SPC will raise their voice in dissent about only getting verbal reports. Topic 6, Arlington Bridge. When Dan Vandal was on council, he said widely and loudly that the CPR had to move out of the city. It was an abomination and a danger. After Dan had been in Ottawa for a year, he and I were on a stage of presenting awards. He told me that the CPR would never move. Dan's team at that time had the votes and unlimited funding in 2015 to 17 to move the rails. If he couldn't, then I suggest that no one ever will. Waiting for a future rail report is a waste of time. Every part of the old bridge has failed, and your report shows that. I suggest just get on with building the new bridge. It would cost less to build, or maybe not much more, to build that new bridge than we spent on a couple of our latest underpasses on Plessy and Waverly. And the federal funding would be there to help with both. Snow on sidewalks. Where a road serves as the walking path for hundreds of people, clearing that road should be higher than priority 3. And delay on the report on active transportation. It's sad that you're being denied reading the report several weeks. It's too bad that it hasn't been prepared. I'll leave the rest of that on the scramble. Topic 16. For this to be a practical alternative, we need a lot of folks to be crossing on foot in all directions for most of the day. The cities we see, when we see scramble in Tokyo, that's because there are tens of thousands of people on that street crossing. I would expect your staff has already explained that scrambles are for extremely busy intersections, pedestrian-wise. If the conditions are not all met, a scramble is a bad idea. Scramble will take 25 to 35 seconds. Closing the intersections for so long for a handful of folks is not practical. The idea should be dropped for now. Perhaps closing Portage and Main for 45 seconds of scramble time every 3 minutes would be fun. After all, the traffic simulation several years ago said that traffic would keep flowing even with such delays. A scramble at PNM would have a lower rate, probably have a lower rate of carnage than the current plan to send pedestrians into traffic 5 seconds before the cars get a green. A scramble at PNM, anyway, of course, if safety mattered, we would have more barriers, not less. There are places where we've noted on Firmer, I think we had a problem where people were going halfway down the block and running across through traffic. And there was a call for reducing speed limits there, whereas a barrier would have prevented that. We see that in some cities. There are actual barriers between the crosswalks. The whole length of the block is a barrier. And that's because they have a problem with people jaywalking. Anyway, the other is topic 17, gravel roads require care. I would suggest that a road that has heavy vehicle traffic and dust safety issues is a good place for a 30 limit. If you put a 30 limit on a gravel road, you kick up less dust, drivers can see what's ahead of them, and the road becomes much safer. So I would suggest that's something else you could consider if we're going to go with 30 signs. And hopefully I've not taken up more than 10 minutes of your time. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions or comments?
No, Mr. Grant, thank you for your presentation about the Arlington Bridge. Actually, you know, even if you remove that rail yard and the railway, the underpasses at Main Street, McPhillips, Keewatin, Annabella, and the Slaw Reptrick Bridge would still exist. And actually, it would probably be good to direct automobile traffic out of a place where the dream is that you're going to build this walkable, beautiful community in that space, right? So, anyway.
Yes, no, I through you, Madam Chair, I agree. And that one, it's very unlikely in the next 30 or 40 years that they will be doing anything with the railway. It's going to be there. And we just accept that because we had the example. Mr. Vandal is influential in that party. They took over, they were going to do stuff, and he realized it couldn't be done. And so we should just give up on it. The report that you have before you describes how each beam has twisted and fallen apart. It's far beyond the time. Like when it was actually closed was probably 10 years after we should have been planning to replace it. So, and we've seen some of the bridges that have been band-aided. We have concrete columns under Highway 1, where at another rail yard, where the rebar has burst the concrete. So I wouldn't trust any concrete that's been in the ground and had salt water on it for 100 years. So I think just biting the bullet and doing what so many people want is build that thing. And if we have to do a P3 or something, I really don't like those, but just we should build the thing and stop wasting time. So thank you for your comment.
There is no P3, sorry. Yeah. Actually, CPKC won't have anything to do with the P3 there. If something happens, they want the city to take the risk.
Yep. No, you're right. It's not the way to go, but I'm just using that because sometimes when we have infrastructure we need, we try to find somebody who will buy it and rent it back to us. So thanks for that comment.
Okay, thank you. And is this our last presenter?
Mr. Coho, yes.
Mr. Coho,
Yes.
slow on the draw, signing up, I guess.
Yeah, pretty much. Sorry, I wanted to read through some of that Arlington Bridge before commenting, so it took a little bit of time. But thanks, as always, for the opportunity to speak. You know, I really do appreciate that we have access to our councillors in ways that we probably don't have to our MPs and our MLAs. So I want to start here speaking to item number 20, the speed limit reduction on Wellington Crescent. I just want to state that Bike Winnipeg supports the motion to reduce the speed limit on Wellington Crescent between River Avenue Academy 30 kilometers an hour until such time as a low stress, all ages and abilities cycling route can be provided along this route. And however, we still do believe that it makes sense to apply that 30 kilometer an hour speed limit to the full length of Wellington Crescent. That would provide a consistent speed limit along Wellington Crescent, building on 20 years or 20 plus years of city planning, calling for the development of cycling route along Wellington Crescent. and in particular, a year-round speed limit of 30 kilometers an hour across the full length of Wellington Crescent would align with the policy and goals laid out in the draft Transportation Master Plan 2050 to enable more active transportation use in all seasons through improved operations and maintenance. We've certainly made a strong commitment to promoting and providing all ages and all season cycling routes, especially along what we've deemed to be primary routes in our cycling network, such as Wellington Crescent. As the 2023 report on enhanced summer bike routes really shows, there is a significant support for that seasonal 30-kilometer-an-hour speed limit along Wellington Crescent, and extending the speed limit to 4 seasons isn't that huge of a change. That support notably was from users, from people who lived on the street and people who lived adjacent to the street. And it's also worth noting that even within that, there was a smaller portion who indicated that they are somewhat dissatisfied. That included a lot of people who also indicated a lack of enforcement of the speed limit as being an issue. So certainly, I think, probably support is higher than just those that are showing that they agree or somewhat agree with that enhanced cycling. As a primary bike route in the city's bike network, Wellington Crescent connects people to key bridges leading to Polo Park, West Broadway, downtown from the west, the east, and the south of the city. And it really serves a large and growing number of people choosing to bike to their destinations. Winnipeg's climate and transportation plans call for the number of people walking and biking to double or triple during the coming years. As a key part of our transition to a sustainable future, Wellington Crescent will see a large influx of new riders in the coming years. So we're really hopeful that we can work on that. So we're reducing the speed limit to 30 kilometers an hour, with speeds on Wellington in line with recommended speeds for roadways that lack separated cycling facilities. That is, roads where people on bikes must mix with motorized vehicles. As an example of that, Transportation Association of Canada's guidelines for bikeway design recommend a speed of 30 kilometers an hour along roadways where people are expected to cycle in a shared space with vehicles. I also want to really touch on the fact that this motion goes beyond that 30 kilometer an hour speed limit reduction. It really also calls for the committee to direct the public service to work with community partners to support a public engagement and prioritization of Wellington Crescent within the City of Winnipeg's plans and priorities in the upcoming Transportation Master Plan and the updated pedestrian and cycling strategies. We feel it's important that we start working now on solutions to provide all users of Wellington Crescent with safe, comfortable transportation options. Residents and through travelers alike deserve a safe roadway that provides separated travel for those on foot and bike, that provides safe crossing opportunities for those on foot and bike, as well as those in entering and exiting driveways and side streets with their vehicles. And most importantly, we need a roadway that will encourage safe interactions between users at safe speeds. We really do want to see a roadway design where the prudent driver sets the pace on the traffic on the roadway, and that something that's not the case. So that redesign of Wellington Crescent will improve cycling facilities, but it also offer an opportunity to improve conditions for people walking along Wellington, as well as those making use of transit. And Winnipeg's Transit Master Plan states that bus stops need to be constructed in pairs with safe, accessible crossings between them. So we think there's a huge demand for walking and cycling in the neighborhood. Improvements to walking conditions will be welcomed and will aid us in reaching our targets for increased walking and some biking trips. And similarly, an improved roadway design that better accommodates left turns into driveways and side roads would be welcome and would help reduce weaving traffic on Wellington, known factor in collisions. I'm going to move on from Wellington Crescent and discuss item 6, the Arlington Street Bridge over the CPR yards. Bike Winnipeg concurs with the recommendation in the admin report to accept the preliminary design, although we do have a few potential tweaks in the configuration of the approaches at Logan and at Stella Avenues, and we really urge the committee and council to include funding for this project into the and refer funding and include it for the 2025 budget so that we can get moving on a solution. We would love to see the plans for the removal of the rail lines and rail yards, and are thrilled that a study looking at that feasibility of such an option is underway. In the absence of any budgeted plans to remove the CPR yards and mainline, the Arlington Street Bridge must be replaced to maintain access between neighborhoods. So in those two tweaks I mentioned, really we're asking that the public service be allowed to look into two small changes to the presented designs during the detailed design phase. First would be to allow a wider boulevard on the south side of Logan, where the plan calls for a multi-use pathway to be installed along Smart Channel. It's really basically runs parallel to that Smart Channel leading off Arlington onto Logan. And really it's forcing a very tight turn off the pathway to get across and continue on that northbound walking, biking access along Arlington. And the concern there is that people might not be inclined to make that turn if they're thinking that that's part of their access. They don't have that visual sight line of that slip lane, that Smart Channel that they're crossing before they're making that crossing. So, if we can increase that, and we've done it with the crossing when involved in the Osborne Street St. Patel Bridge, where that kind of gets into the Kingston Row. I think we've done a better job there of sort of reconfiguring it so that you're more or less crossing at a right angle and giving visual cues to both people on bikes and drivers to try and really create that eye contact. The second ask, and I actually have three here, sorry, is that the design team consider crossing options of Arlington at Stella Avenue to ensure that we have safe walking options to nearby Sergeant Tommy Prince Place, especially with respect to transit, and that those plans really need to be integrated with plans for the bicycle network crossings of Arlington as well. So in the previous plans for the Arlington Bridge, there was a crossing provided at Flora. That was essentially where the landings on the bridge and the grade part came down. So I just want to make sure that we're thinking about how that integrates into the planning, that we are planning for people that will be crossing Arlington to get to Sergeant Tommy Prince Place, and that we're thinking about making sure that we're looking at all the different options there and the different plans that are sort of weaving their way together. The third point would be to see if we can work through these options to make sure, knowing that it's approximately a 6-year process to get this bridge built, that we look at detours as a temporary solution while that Arlington bridge is out of commission, while we don't have that access. And in terms of that, we're looking at something that would go towards McPhillips Underpass, use that as a shared sidewalk on Logan, Trinity, Henry, being sort of the connections through, and then connect onto Jarvis and make that connection through Jarvis back to probably Sinclair there, and looking at ways that we can make that work. Certainly it'll involve some public engagement and some engagement with especially the trucking industry that's using Jarvis, but I think there's options we can look at that would create a better facility there, and that would help accommodate some of that traffic that's been put out for the year, and that in a best case scenario seems that we'll be into that 5 or 6 years of ongoing sort of disconnect. Finally, I just want to talk on the Woburn Park pedestrian bridge replacement. I just want to support again the recommendation of the public service to be redirected to proceed with the planning and design of the replacement of that bridge. It's an important link in the bike network. It's an important link for the community as well. I think the city has acted smartly here in doing, I guess, what they're terming as a pre-study public engagement to move forward with this. And I think that's, I want to commend the public service. I also want to commend Councillors Edie, Gilroy, and Santos for the work I'm sure they've done on the Arlington Bridge, as well as I'm sure as Chair of Public Works, Councillor Lukes and the Mayor have done a fair bit of work along with the public service to move that Arlington Bridge project forward. No small feat. So with that, I think that's my time, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Councillor Reedy.
Just one thing, did you mention Councillor Sharma's work on the Arlington Bridge?
I did not, but yes, I should have. Thank you very much for the reminder. Especially.
Anyway, just so you know, the people you mentioned, plus a few more, worked to get it into the strategic priorities action plan that we came up with in early 23. Yeah. And so Councillor Lukes is, although she still wants to know where the money is.
Where's the money?
Anyway, I'm having a hard time understanding the, what did you call it on the Logan side? There's
the smart channel?
Yeah, is that like what they have on the, if I'm going the cycling route over the Settlers Bridge on the south side of that, if I go, there's like a pathway that takes you down to Wellham's Lane. Is that kind of what you're talking about there?
No, the smart channel is essentially it's where there's like it's a slip lane essentially, but they've, instead of sort of coming in at a 45-degree angle, it's I think the word is obtuse angle they come in at. Okay. And the idea with the smart channel is that you separate that turning traffic, but you're intersecting in this case, the Logan at a really more hard angle that forces the vehicle to slow down before they make that right turn onto Logan.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I know what you mean. All right, thanks. And maybe it's more a did you know question. Councillor Lukes, I and Santos had a lengthy discussion with Mr. Naring earlier on, and we did have discussion about having a decent crossing at Stella. So,
okay, yeah, that's news to me, and I appreciate it. Yeah. And like I said, I think just make sure it's being factored into, and I think it's quite doable to do it, to what the bike network plans through there as well. But yeah, it's something I saw as an issue and wanted to make sure you're aware of, but it sounds like you are.
Yeah, but it's not at the thing is, it's not at the Flora Greenway, right? The bike.
Yeah, and perhaps it just needs redirecting towards Stella.
Anyway, thanks.
Okay, so now what I'd like to do, if the committee's open to this, is have a little break. And then I'd like to move item number 20 up to number 1 and start with that, just because we've had a real intense information
that'll be good.
dump on that. So anyone that's staying around for transit will have to hold on for 5 minutes, whatever, 10 minutes. But where's Mr. Patman? We'll get him up and deal with item number 20 first, okay?
Yeah, but can we take a break before that?
Yeah, so we're gonna take a break now. So it's 3:20, so maybe like 10 minutes or so, get back in 10 minutes?
Should be long enough.
Deal with something, sorry.
Yeah. We are reconvening the Public Works Committee meeting back to order here, and we are actually starting on the agenda now at 3:40 today. This is the November 29th meeting, and what we're doing is we're going to start, because we've been listening all day to item number 20. We're going to start with item number 20 because it's so fresh in our minds. Okay, so we've got the public service here, and I know you've been listening to this all day. We've been talking about it. You've been listening to it. And, I have a motion I'd like to make, but I guess you're gonna, what do you want to do? You want to speak to some of the things you've heard?
Yeah, I want to just, I mean.
Public service, you say, no, I'm just asking, but you know what, but if Councillor Reedy, if you've got questions of the public service, fire away.
I do want to hear from the public service though.
Yes.
What they've heard and the motion in front of us, and then I think we all have something to say and.
Yeah, I'd like to hear this because
there's no motion.
I just, but maybe I could give some context that maybe I don't want to have to ask us, or they could just talk about it. I heard a lot of comparison to other greenways.
Yes.
Wolseley, it could be Scotia, it could be, there's a bunch of them, right? But if they could just speak to the uniqueness of Wellington Crescent as well, because Wellington Crescent ain't nothing like Wolseley, it ain't nothing like Scotia.
Yeah. Hello, my name is David Patman, Manager of Transportation of Public Works. Thank you for that question. I was actually, while we were having the morning, all these presentations from the public, I was talking to some staff just to get their ideas and some feedback. They mentioned that one thing that's quite different about this corridor to other greenways is the traffic volume on it. Although it's a very nice, beautiful corridor, the what we typically see on a greenway is a volume of traffic that's about 1,000 to 1,500 vehicles a day. This corridor has 10 times as much traffic as that. It's more like 15,000 vehicles a day. It's a lot of traffic. There's some sections of it that have more than 15,000 vehicles a day. So although it's like a greenway in terms of it being a place where you want to see a lot of cyclists, or cyclists are common there because of its destinations along it that's close to downtown. The traffic is quite a lot different to what we typically say is a greenway. We can't just say it's now a greenway and leave the volumes of traffic the way they are. That's the problem is the number of vehicles competing for the space with the cyclists.
Okay, any other questions or discussion on this?
I wanted to hear from the public service on the motion as presented. And then there was a lot of talk today about reverting to the original motion, right? Two different scenarios that were put in front of us. Could you speak to that, please?
Yes, the public service has been looking at this corridor, thinking about this corridor. It's like, although the pedestrian cycling strategies update hasn't come out yet, one of the locations in that document that we wanted to focus on almost immediately after the document is adopted by council is this corridor. We've been looking at parts of Wellington already. It's close to Osborne Village. It's close to the, it's got one of the ESBRs, the extended summer bicycling routes that were done during the pandemic, where we had the cones and the barricades throughout the Wellington area. Councillor Orlick, who got a lot of feedback from the public while that thing was in place. A lot of use of it, but also a lot of pushback from the community as well about it. So it was a corridor that we needed to look at. We're making plans to work on this to get it studied, get a solution developed, working with advocates like Bike Winnipeg. They had already been pushing us to take a look at this through the ATAC group. So it's already.
We heard a little bit about this before through this committee.
So what we were thinking was that we would look at the corridor in two segments. The part that was the western segment, west of Academy, and the part that's in the middle between Osborne Village and the ESBR segment. So we were going to look at it as, we thought because the nature of the corridor is different in those two areas. One is more single family homes. It's got the center divider. It's sort of a more residential street. The other is serving multiple purposes. It's got lots of larger apartment buildings, a lot of like parking, and it's also a through route for traffic going in and out of the city, like from the downtown, from the inner city out. Like there's different uses for the same segment, same corridor.
And even at the far end, even at the end towards Cinnabon Park, it goes down to one lane, and then there's a separated. There's a multi-use path, so there's sort of kind of three kind of different.
So it's not one size fits all. So I think we could say, like the original motion said 30 kilometers on the whole thing. I think if it was a city coming up with something like this, we might say different segments have different solutions for them.
Different solutions, but same speed limit. Because
the comment there was a comment made that when you have to keep changing the speeds, it's confusing and it's horrible for this. Like it adds to the load on the driver's mind, right? So I think that there's pros and cons to doing it that way. I think that if we had the time and it wasn't being sort of brought to us this way, we would maybe come up with solutions that would say, let's try it all at 30 kilometers an hour and see what the response is like. I think that's one solution to it. I think that the solution of saying, okay, let's adapt, like the motion's been adapted, let's just do one segment of it at 30 kilometers an hour, that's another solution. So I think that we could probably do it either way and see what the response is like.
Do you have something to say?
Well, probably.
Yes.
Just let me.
You look like you're jumping up and down there, so.
Oh, there's you.
I have a follow-up.
Yeah, I'll just
Okay,
say
all right.
Just on that. I did want to get clarification because like when I was cycling to work and stuff in River Heights and that, I would use Wellington Crescent. I can't remember, but at what point does it kind of narrows out because the boulevard disappears?
At that Guelph.
At what street?
Guelph.
Guelph?
Yeah.
Okay. And
then everything easterly after that, right through to River.
But the other way, so the other way heading west to Assiniboine Park.
Yeah.
That's
Westwood.
that's a wide one laner, isn't it? Like,
Well, and then you have the bridge, the underpass or the under area.
The Burlington line is when it narrows, starts narrowing, right?
That's it.
okay, I just wanted to get clarification because when you start talking about protected bike lanes and stuff or whatever. Anyway, okay, it's quite different. Yeah.
Questions or comments? No?
If I could go on, one thing we were thinking about within the public service in response to this initially was rather than going with the 30-kilometer speed limit, proposing that we would go away and come up with an interim solution and present that in the spring. It now seems like just from the number of people who have said we need to see this come down at 30 kilometers an hour, that maybe that's where the city is going with this. Maybe the decision makers are going with, we want to see the 30 kilometers an hour enacted first. Then next, if we worked over the winter, we could develop a interim solution, like something that uses sort of quick build sort of a solution with like poly posts or temporary curbs or paint and signage to get something in the ground in the short term, and then work on a longer term solution that's more permanent and look for an opportunity to do that down the road, where perhaps it's a separated bike lane, perhaps it's like off in the boulevard, something like that. There's challenges along this corridor because there's lots of trees, there's lots of driveways, so we can't rush the long-term permanent solution, which could be quite expensive. And we won't want to say we're not doing anything. So if we do it in a phased approach, we're thinking that was something that we could possibly present as a.
What do you need, David, for that longer term permanent solution?
I wouldn't know I don't know what the permanent solution would be, but I think we could get rolling on the short-term solution. And while we're working on that, come up with the details about that permanent solution and present that information and say, we can put this in the short term. If we want to do this longer term option, here's what the time frame for doing it would look like. Here's what the costing would look like. Here's what the scope of the work would look like. I present that to you in 2025 at some point.
Councilor Chambers?
Yeah, so there was a comment this morning about it's 2 lanes in either direction, potentially having one lane dedicated for cycling, 1 lane dedicated for motor vehicle. Is that a potential option, or is parking a concern as a result? I mean, to mitigate that, parking could be the curb, the bicycle lane could be the curb lane where the cars are parked, and then motor vehicle traffic utilizing the other lane.
I don't want to say that's definitely the magic solution, but ideas like that would be something that we would take a look at. We know that on some segments of Wellington, there's a lot of loading that takes place. And so we might need to put in some loading zones as laybys, like built into the existing boulevard, but protect for the trees that are already there. Because one of the things that makes this corridor really beautiful is all the very old trees that are there. So if we could build parking between the trees, so like space out, like so there's little pods of parking rather than build an extra lane and make the road feel maybe more like a high speed corridor. So we have to be creative, have to put on our thinking caps, but ideas like that might be part of the solution.
Okay, so I don't know if Councilor Sharma, you want to take the chair?
Sure. Just before you do, I just wanted to say, David was mentioning there were a lot of delegations that spoke today. We appreciate that. You've put that out there, Madam Chair, chairing the meeting all day today. But I also want to say that this committee, I've been on it for a long time, and we care about all users of the road. And you as chairperson, we know your past work. Councillor Chambers has been on this committee for quite some time. Councillor Eby just joined the committee, but we've had a lot of conversations on this topic as well. So
Worked on this since.
I think there's a lot of thoughts around what we've heard today, coming from the public and from the committee and the councillors in that particular area. So I appreciate everything we heard today.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so I'm just, the clerk has helped me with this and I'm just going to send it to you folks so that I'll read it into the record, okay? Yeah, so again, I just really want to reiterate that incredible outpouring from the public on this. You know, the situation, the catalyst that started this, I don't think any speed limit would have mattered, honestly. But it was a catalyst, right? And I want to thank the department because I know you've been working on this ever since, you know, we had the pandemic and then we put in the greenways, the summer greenways. You know, there were a lot of silver linings to the pandemic, and I'd say that was one of them. So we know you've been working on this for a while. We know that this is a major connection between high density and literally one of the diamonds in our park system. We know there's a lot of schools in the neighborhood. We know because it's such a green, beautiful area, people want to be out walking and just enjoying it, or biking and enjoying it. So, and I think what we need to do is we need to look at super short-term solution, then short-term, then a long-term solution. I look at Pembina Highway and, you know, we expanded the road. In some sections, we've put in the actual concrete protected bike lanes, and other sections we have the poly posts that, you know, eventually we will be putting in the more permanent ones. So what I'd like to propose here to the committee is that the Winnipeg Public Service be directed to reduce the speed limit on Wellington Crescent from River through to Academy to 30 kilometers. And then I'd like to direct the public service to work with community partners, Bike Winnipeg, to support public engagement and prioritization of Wellington Crescent within the City Winnipeg plans and priorities in the upcoming transportation master plan and cycling strategies. So I'd like the public service to be directed to report back to this committee within 120 days for an interim solution to improve safety ahead of a more permanent solution. So what I'm envisioning here is this motion to put 30K in goes to council at the end of this month, or not this month, in December. They have to write up a bylaw. The bylaw has to be approved because we're changing a speed limit. So then in, let's say, by February, you should be able to put up 30K signs.
Yep, it's as soon as possible. Yep.
As soon as possible, right? January, February, you put up the 30K signs. Then you come back within the 120 days with a short-term solution that maybe poly posts, maybe cutting into a bit of curbs if you have to change parking. I'm not sure what, but you come back.
Yeah, but it's going to be more aesthetically pleasing than the ESBR.
And all the orange
barricades
and all
things.
those orange
It's going to
things.
be higher quality than that, yeah.
Right, and then, you know, we'll get the short-term, the quick solution, we'll put up 30K. We'll really try and have an education campaign to say, people, it's gonna take you 3 more minutes in the car. Some nice campaign, but the reality is.
We have that road safety branch and they've got a communications
Right.
aspect to it, so that we'll draw upon those resources.
Right, because this is a major transportation corridor, and we really want to be sharing the space more equitably. And, you know, some people say we have hard decisions that we have to make here. I don't think this is a hard decision to do this. I think this is an easy decision to do this. 3 more minutes when you're in your nice heated car to take this stretch of space. Then Mr. Patman and his team will look at some kind of short-term solution, whether it be poly posts or speed tables or portable temporary speed tables. I don't know what you're going to come up with. And that hopefully we can implement when the snow melts and everything is done. with winter, and then you can go away and you can come up with a bigger plan, a long-term permanent plan.
Yeah, and bring that forward to standing policy committee at some point. Yeah.
So that's the essence of the motion that I put out there. I emailed it to you. I'll word it up in motion talk.
1 point though.
Yeah.
Wellington Crescent doesn't meet up with Academy. You meant Keniston, right?
No, it actually goes, it narrows down, it goes under the Wellington Crescent goes under Keniston. And it kind of makes a curve.
Oh, I see, we're by
right?
the Port Austin or whatever it is.
Counselor, there's through the chair, there's 4 distinct networks in that area that the chair has identified.
Okay, no, so it goes,
Yeah, that ends up at
that's
from,
basically almost all the way to the park. Is it already,
No.
is it already 30?
yeah, it takes you to Park Boulevard. Yeah.
Well, we're going to Academy though. That's where we're going. So Academy intersection. Underneath the Burlington line, underneath
Yeah, I get it.
Keniston and there is, there is the active transportation pathway there, it kind of picks up that spot, but that completes the corridor. That's the corridor from one end to the other of Wellington, so.
Okay, I forgot that
So again,
Academy went past Keniston, sorry about that.
yes, yeah, and there's that one little stretch where previous counselor identified issues as through cuts at Academy.
That's blocked off. No.
So again, you're deadheading that 30K at Academy in Wellington, not from Academy to Park.
Right.
Okay, just so you know. So you're transitioning a speed limit.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the motion.
So just to clarify, Counselor, so for recommendation 1.
Yep.
You read that the Winnipeg Public Service be directed to reduce the speed limit on Wellington Crescent from River Avenue to Academy Road to 30 kilometers per hour. The community committee recommendation had additional wording on that same recommendation that read, until such time that a low stress, all ages and abilities cycling route can be provided along this route. Do you want to include that or neglect it?
That's what we mean when we say. to
That's
put-
his short-term spring solution.
Okay.
So we'll take that part out.
Okay.
I just want to make one last thing before I vote yes. I think it's unfortunate that Councillor Orlico wasn't brought into this ahead of time, because I don't know that he necessarily would have had a problem. So I get concerned when I hear people talk about Councillor Orlico. So this has been very touchy for him for a number of years as well, right? So I think, and I'll just finally say, I worked out, rather than having that 1 block limitation on the Scotia route, we went with 30K, and you know what? There's a number of more than 15% of the drivers were not doing 30 kph. So you do need to put in some other measures to ensure that.
Yeah, we have to change the built environment to some degree, right? And I will agree with you, Councillor Reedy. I think it's really important that when you're on a community committee and you're working with councillors, that you work with them.
Yeah.
That you actually work with them and that it's not a surprise. But, everyone has a different style, and I'll just leave it at that. So that's the motion, and want to call the question, Councillor Sharma?
All in favor of the motion as presented?
Aye.
Contrary? That's
Okay.
carried back to you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so now we'll start with transit. So just so that all you guys are done, there you go. I know. Thanks for coming. Alrighty, transit. Now, I did send this around to committee people, that there is an opportunity, we're at 4:00 here. There is an opportunity to incorporate some of our motions here, or some of our reports. Let's just see here.
Well, we were transit, there's 10 should be moved up to whatever. That was handy transit or
Extension of time request.
safety for persons with disability backgrounds.
Okay, receives information. Okay, well, let's start with number 1. Winnipeg Transit Plus Semi-Annual Policy Advisory, is that number one?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Alrighty.
Right, wait, Teresa, you just jump right into it.
Yeah. So this is the semi-annual report for the Policy Advisory Committee. These are twice a year where we provide updates about the activities with the Policy Advisory Committee. In this report, this is from May to November of 2024, and it really focuses on the Spare Labs continued implementation, our improved service delivery, and providing feedback on existing and upcoming new practices and policies. Some of the highlights that we have completed in the past 6 months is the successful launch of the new software scheduling system for Winnipeg Transit Plus and the On Request app. Our Transit Policy Advisory Committee has now returned to a hybrid meeting where we have some meetings in person and online. That is quite new since post-COVID, so it's nice to have everybody come back in person. We've had a new Transit Plus vehicle that will be in service in January. We had one delivered earlier to us that we were able to bring to the Policy Advisory Committee. It certainly offers a smoother ride, more flexibility for access for customers with a dual ramp that really assists with our pickup and drop off for customers. It is more environmentally friendly and fuel efficient. We received feedback from our committee on the Transit Plus and the On Request app. And with the vendor working with Spare, we've been able to implement some of that feedback and then certainly identify that in future upgrades as we work with our vendor. But they are quite responsive to the feedback in what they're able to improve upon. We also discussed the primary transit network. I had a very robust discussion and very appreciative of the attendance of the Madam Chair and Councillor Chambers in that meeting, discussing the communication plan for the customers and stakeholders. And finally, reviewing the new securement system options on the conventional service, demonstrating a video that featured a live experience of a transit customer and also Policy Advisory Committee member on a fully automated wheelchair securement system on the conventional service. That's kind of the highlights of the report.
Okay. Councillor Eady?
All sounds great. Last month, we were hearing some members of the advisory committee. I used to be on that back in the around 2007, 8, around in there somewhere. So do you think, because we heard, I was listening, there's a committee member or was here. She made it sound like they're not asked or involved in anything, like, and they were saying there's a disconnect with the community, and they talked about the Access Advisory Committee getting into some kind of role and stuff. You think just having Zoom meetings kind of led to I always felt being there in person was good because you could have that good interaction, right? You think that might be why, I can't remember her name, she felt it wasn't they weren't empowered enough. I'm just wondering from you, and I'll just give you a little history. When I was chairing the Access Advisory Committee, and actually when I was just on the Access Advisory Committee years ago, the Transit Advisory Committee told us, Access Advisory Committee, to take a hike and mind your own business. But anyway, I'm just wondering, because it sounds like this is here, it's semi-annual, but there must have been some dialogue at the advisory meeting about their concern about the occupational therapists and stuff like that for meeting registration criteria.
At our committee meetings, we have very frank conversations. We have it on the agenda actually as a roundtable for all members to bring any concerns forward. We action those items. I think I agree with you that coming back in person is really important to, continue to build relationships and to have conversations in person. I think there's always value in that. And so we have had that conversation at the committee level, and we continue to have very open
In
and
the report here? This is semi-annual up to when?
up until November 2024, but the report would have been in right after that. So any of the conversations that have been had recently would have been reflected in that report.
Yeah.
And if I could add, Councillor Lukes has attended some of the policy
Yeah,
advisory
great.
committee
You're on the committee now. You're gonna get an invite.
there you go.
Councillor Sharma's come, Councillor Chambers came to the last one.
Well, no, I was
What is the
actually,
next one?
our manager of the Transit Plus, was, I got to participate in a consultation and discussion. That was very good. That was really for our EAs as well, executive assistants who deal with the complaints that come in. And so
We encourage that open dialogue. I think you saw that at the meetings, Councillor.
Oh, yeah, it's great. Actually, it's really fun. It's really enlightening. And, I will segue. I'm still concerned about the introduction of our new transit service for people that don't have mobile devices. And I don't know, we've got to do something about that. I'm not sure what yet, but
We have just hired our travel trainer. So we do have our one travel trainer back in service. We'll
good.
Start presentations as soon as that person is onboarded, and we anticipate that in the next couple of weeks.
okay, so this is really good. So maybe we can just recap this, right? Because the travel trainer, if I'm not mistaken, will be working with senior organizations, older adult organizations, and getting those organizations up to speed on how to figure out a route.
use the new system. Yeah.
Exactly, right? That's
newcomers
Bring it
as
around,
well.
That's the idea. Okay. Only one travel trainer. I'm trying to get another one in the budget. I don't know if that's gonna happen or not, but we have a travel trainer. That's a start.
They're gonna have to start early, June 29th, right?
Yeah,
It's coming. Again.
okay. Any other questions on this item then? No, this is good.
I like the van, vehicle brochure, CS2. How many of those we got?
Right now, we have 5 plus 1 spare. They will come online January 1st, 2025. But we have had one arrive a bit earlier so that we could spend some time with the policy advisory committee, and we were hoping to have it in service a bit earlier to get some feedback. But whenever we add a new vehicle to the service, we also take that feedback from customers. This is how we determine what's something that we have to look at in future procurements.
So that floor and lowers, like I'm just looking at.
It's a lowered vehicle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool. The old ramp.
It's I toured one. It was very amazing.
We also took the policy advisory committee on, a brief tour. It was a smooth ride is what we've heard. There was some feedback about the lighting. So we have been looking into that and some other feedback that we are looking at with upcoming RFPs as well to ensure that that's reflective in the vehicles that we procure.
Yeah, so there's a lot of good stuff going on in Transit Plus, like a lot of good stuff, like with this new software. And look, I'm looking at Serena Bittner's comment. She wants 15 travel trainers, right? Yeah, but you know what? We're gonna figure this out. So, no, a lot of good stuff going on. So, I will,
So we are moving.
yeah, to receive the
this
report as information.
That's a recommendation.
Yeah. Are you moving the motion then?
I'm moving the recommendation to public service to receive the report as information
All right.
that has a lot of good,
Yeah,
positive things happening.
yeah. All in
I didn't
favor?
mean to turn it negative. Aye.
Okay, carried. Okay, the next one is the Transit Advisory Committee update. And I was on that committee. There, Rick.
Yes, this is the semi-annual report to provide the key highlights of the Transit Advisory Committee. I have 4 topics to discuss. First one is the nasal Narcan. Transit personnel inspectors have attended 22 incidents where 22 doses of nasal Narcan spray have been used.
And just for the record, it's misspelt part of the report there in the executive summary. You got NARCAL.
Oh, okay.
It's Narcan.
Oh, thank you. Bus operator shields, at the time of the report, we were waiting on a cost estimate for a static shield portion from the dash to the fare box, along with a new stanchion bar that goes around the fare box. The third one was the live camera feed. The live camera feed pilot project was successful. So on June 3rd, 2024, the live camera feed was launched on all buses and is being used as one of transit safety strategies. The last one is the community safety team. We continue to work with the community safety team on a fair education campaign where we're riding buses and blitzing specific stops. And this concludes my report to be taken as information.
Hey, Councillor Edie, we'll start with you.
Thanks for the report. I was reading in there about the cameras. So they can actually record video throughout the whole bus, right?
Correct.
Okay. Anyway, a woman I know didn't get hit, but was threatened with the end of a hammer. So that's good to have that there.
Yeah, we've had cameras on the buses for quite a while, since 2009.
Well, no, I know they were more near the front, but now they record the whole back, right?
They've always recorded the entire bus.
Oh, yeah.
They actually record out the front window and on both sides of the bus outside as well now. But this is about the live feed cameras. So now what happens is if there's an incident on the bus, the operator can notify our control center, and our control center can observe live through the cameras what is happening and transmit that information to 911.
Well, my woman friend, the driver didn't catch it, but the incident was reported and there is a recording of what happened, so. Anyway,
Okay.
yeah, because, I mean, the danger is also for users, not just drivers, right? It's kind of crazy on these buses. Anyway, you're not dealing, anyway. I'm okay with.
Okay, so I just wanted to add,
Although I don't know what's taking so long to get proper protection for the.
okay, that's the shields, right?
Yeah, the shields,
Okay,
yeah.
I just
Why
wanted
does
to
it
add
take
to
so
the
long?
shields.
We've been doing.
Sure.
I've been hearing about this before I was on this committee for the last couple of years.
So have I. So let me tell you. So doing a retrofit on shields is challenge, right? A retrofit is a challenge. There was a couple samples that we had. We actually got a couple samples of shields. They put them on the bus and they just didn't do the job. They were easy to punch out. So that's not good, right? We're waiting on New Flyer. We looked at other ones. So, you know, it kind of is a little frustrating when I hear people calling, we need more shields, when they know exactly the fact that we're working on this. Every single meeting, we're meeting with people, we're meeting with
And they know the problems, right?
prototypes, they know the problems, and yet they're still saying, oh, we gotta hurry faster. But anyways, we are hurrying. We're doing absolutely the best we can do. And Rick is having all these meetings, and the union did a great job. They went out, they surveyed people at, what were they surveying at?
Operator signups.
Oh, the operator signups, exactly. So they did an excellent job doing a survey because they hadn't had good responses in surveys before. But, you know, to sort of imply that we're not doing anything on shields is totally wrong. We're doing an awful lot on shields because we're working hand in hand with ATU. So it's just retrofits are challenging, and the cost of a retrofit, we're not going to pay some exorbitant amount if we can find something else. So
Why don't you just replace what's in there?
yeah, so we're working on that, right? And the community safety team, excellent, right? People love them on the bus, the transit drivers love seeing them, people on the streets love it. You know, we've got funding from the province, hopefully, we've got funding for next year. So we're doing great things on that. There's just a lot of challenges.
Mr. Christmas falls under what standing committee?
Yeah.
Community services.
Reports directly to CA.
He reports to the
I don't
CAO.
recall anything, or do I? Oh, yeah, he did do one report.
Yeah, he came TPC.
He's just direct to EPC, right?
Yeah.
He's also not the top.
Okay, and he's part of our advisory committee.
No, I understand he's on there.
Yeah,
Because-
but
Because a lot of people. You know, the problem is, it's happening on the streets in all these areas, the people are coming on the buses and they're doing the same thing they're doing out there. And, anyway, what we need to do is resolve what's happening on the street.
yeah,
And, if that happens, there'll be less
Right.
need for
Less drama on
Christmas
us.
service
Exactly.
to, provide.
yeah. So it's not like we're not, advocating for more funding support. I know the mayor is, I know the budget working group is. We have it for the next year. And, so, yeah, I was a little perturbed by all of that. But anyways, we're doing good work in this department. So, okay, so that's the motion to receive as information. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so thank you for your report. With the CSO's communities, it says that it's blitzing certain locations. What happens during these education campaigns with respect to people?
We
not
work
paying
with
attention?
conjunction with the community safety team. We send 2 inspectors and 2 to 3 members of the community safety team to the same location. Our inspectors are the ones that enforce the fares. So when I say enforce, right now, we're not enforcing, we're just informing. So the community safety team is not actually on the bus when this happens, but they're in the area just in case things escalate for the inspectors. So Bob and his team have been very diligent to work with us and are making themselves available to make sure it gets done.
So are there frequent actors that are?
Yes, we always have frequent flyers, we call them, and our bus operators report those frequent flyers. And then when we get those reports, we go out and monitor, try talking to the individuals, and see if we can resolve the problem.
It's good.
Okay,
I'll move the motion to accept this information.
all in favor?
All right.
Excellent. Okay, Winnipeg Transit Annual Service Planning Process.
So we were asked to report back with an outline of what the process would be for an annual service plan. So we weren't asked to actually report back with our first plan today. I just want to make that clear. This is outlining what the process will be of how we consider, evaluate, review, and prioritize requests for changes for transit routes and work through the implementation of those in the consultation and the recommendation to this committee of all the improvements we want to make. We're asking for a 120-day extension because we have hired a consultant to help us with this, who is an absolute expert in this field. But the consultant, it's a one-person company, and they're based in Jasper, Alberta. And as everybody here knows, Jasper essentially burned down this past summer, so they were forced to evacuate. That affected the timeline of this whole project, so we're asking for that 120-day delay. I want to be clear, though, that this particular thing is not time sensitive yet, because we're not going to start developing our first annual service plan until after the new network goes into effect. So as long as we can have this process brought to you essentially before next summer, there's no issues.
Right.
And it has no effect on the primary transit.
Yeah,
Right.
no effect on
So
the
just to be
implementation.
clear,
original routes.
we're implementing the new network.
Yeah.
It's going to go for a year.
Yes,
And then we're going to listen to what people have to say over that year.
correct.
Then you're gonna take that information, like, let's say next July, but not this July, but like
Yeah, 26.
26th July, then how long are you gonna look at that? Okay, so before you come back with a recommendation,
That's one of the things we're figuring out as part of this process. So I don't have a definitive number for you. The process, if you look in the Winnipeg Transit Master Plan document, it outlines an 18-month process from when we say, okay, we've heard everything we want. We start doing the evaluations, do consultation, bring things forward, get them approved or get them into the budget, because it has to involve the budget cycle as well. And then we would implement it in June of the next year. The first one might end up with a slightly different timeline because of, we'll have been operating for a year and we wouldn't have had the process formally in place. So I'll have to figure that out. So the exact details of what the timeline will be part of what we're bringing forward in 120 days.
Okay, so we're gonna get this new network's gonna get implemented and everyone's gonna go, oh, I wanna change the route. So when are we going to have I need a better, like a written answer for people. You know, I know you don't have exact, but I need to have a written answer. So, you know, if we wanna add a route out in Charleswood or somewhere, the counselors will need to have something that they can say that this is the process now. So can you draft up something or?
Yeah, that would come forward in the.
I know, but the plan, when is the plan? When are we gonna have the plan? You're gonna have the plan in 120 days?
No, we'll have the process done in 120 days. So
Right.
that once the whole new network is launched, then we make sure we're collecting the right information and preparing everything about how we're gonna do the analysis.
Right.
And so it won't be that we're waiting a whole year before we start doing anything after
Right.
implementation. We're gonna start collecting all this
Right.
information, doing the evaluations right away.
But I guess the question is, when can counselors expect, is there was gonna be a change when that might be? Would that be in the 120 days or would that be longer?
I think we could probably better answer that question in 120 days when we come forward with
Okay.
that plan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then we'll have that conversation. If you agree with what that plan is,
Sure.
then that will help determine when
Okay.
you come forward with that.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
So 120 days is, what month is that?
Uh,
30, 60, 90, 6
That's April.
months.
120 is April.
April. Okay, that's good because people will, as soon as the new routes go in, they're gonna go, and then we need to have some kind of answer or some kind of response.
Right, and from day one, we'll be gathering that information
Yes,
and
yeah,
evaluating
and
anyway, so
anyways.
it's not like we're gonna start in a year.
Exactly, no, I know, but we need to have that just so that counselors can respond.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions?
Yeah, I've got
Yeah,
a
so this
question.
process, it's not just for a new route, it would be to extend a route.
Extend a route if we need to increase service levels, change operating hours, anything like that. And any changes to our service.
So
we want to
I
put it
just
to a
want you to
formal
know I'm disappointed with Mr. Sturgeon's decision to go with efficiency with the Jefferson and Inkster and should have extended bus service around to down Scotia towards Hartford. So I just want to figure out how that gets changed and how many years that's gonna take before the people who live in the Seven Oaks neighborhood get service.
Well, and any recommendations for service from counselors will also follow that process.
Yeah.
So
Well, that's what I'm
it'll all be
saying.
bundled together.
All right.
Yeah, and this will be good because it's kind of really random right now. It was very random-ish, not really random, but it was,
It's been more ad hoc than we've wanted it.
Exactly, there hasn't been a process.
So I've got a question. What are we doing in terms of transit to new neighborhoods like Highland Point? We talked about that this summer. And there's supposed to be a report coming at some point to look at what plan we can do for transit in there.
Yeah, that's sort of the one last request that we've received from this committee that doesn't necessarily fit into this whole process. I don't remember the exact date of when that report
Well,
is
there's
coming
no
back.
date because I was ill that day and there's no date that the other folks, there's no date attached to it at that time. So it was part of the primary transit network service implementation plan, but that's happening very soon, right? So we could bring that up later, or I want to know when are we planning to bring that back? Because there's no date.
Right, I don't know offhand. I'll have to get back to you on that.
but wouldn't that be part of the plan?
Well,
Yes,
that's analysis you're doing though on what we got out the door next year, right? This is something that doesn't exist. So I want to know, and I can move in your business item.
I told you they'd want to know.
So I want to know about this, something that's an outlier in the plan and I'd like to attach a date to it because I'm noticing the date's missing and I was ill that day. This is in July, that the committee, July 3rd. Mhm. Counselor Wyatt moved it, which was great for me, but hey, where's the date? So, well,
I think we talked about that. Did you? I actually think we talked about it. I think we talked about the plan fitting into the big plan. Like, that's what I thought, but,
Back and watch the video.
yeah, go back and watch the video, but But that's where it would fit in, right? Isn't that where, correct me if we're wrong here, that you're not making any changes or any additions or deletions until we analyze the first year and you guys get your plan together
Yeah.
on how you're gonna prioritize, right?
Yes.
Okay,
So tell me the.
year and a half out, maybe.
Tell me the timeline again. Oh, so next July summer, we are rolling out our new plan, right?
Correct.
Plan. And then following that, you're reviewing any tweaks we need to make to that, Bjorn, and when will that happen?
That's the timeline that we'll come back with in 120 days.
Okay, so from summer, 120 days from then or now?
No, to answer that, we need to know what the exact process is going to be. And in 120
Oh,
days,
you're
we'll have the
asking for
outline of what the
definition.
process.
So when's
Yes.
120 days? That is in
April. Yeah,
April.
Yeah.
So process for that, right? But this is still different. We can bring it up under new business. This is different because they don't have service. And we're gonna have the same problem otherwise one day that we did in Aurora. So I do want to know when we're gonna start working on that.
Yeah, I'll ask him. I mean, this
Yes.
is all part of the plan.
Yes. And we can tell me later, Bjorn, but he accepted the motion. But again, there's no date with it. And I don't know that it entirely fits with that other process because there's nothing to tweak. There's nothing there.
Which neighborhood is that?
Highland Point.
But it's finding
That
a new
precinct G?
route.
Yes.
Is that precinct G?
Yes.
You know what? There's a bus that's running down Salter. So
Well, we're not gonna
part-
solve it right now.
No, just wait. No, there's a bus that's running down Salter and it's using an old loop to Finchley Community Center. And you got Ferrier Road that goes into, it's not that off. So serving them would be talking about an extension of the Salter, I believe.
Yeah. So like I said, we'll park it to the end of the meeting or next meeting, Bjorn. I want it on there, Mr. Clerk.
Yeah,
And
so
I'll work with Bjorn and figure out the details, because as I said, I was not at that meeting. Do appreciate it being discussed, but there's a little bit of a gap because we don't have a date associated with it.
So
It's helpful.
just to clarify, what the committee directed was for the public service to report back with a plan to extend transit service to Highland Point as part of the primary transit network service implementation plan. So I would understand that Highland Point would be part of this extension of time that we're getting today. However, Bjorn may view that differently.
We're not going to have the plan for Highland Point when we report back with this service plan, the service plan process, because again, this is just outlining the process. Yeah.
Should we just park it, Bjorn, and you?
Park it till the
look at
next
it
meeting and
next
then we
meeting?
can.
I do want it flagged.
Okay.
Yeah. And
You got a similar problem to the Seven Oaks neighborhood, Councillor Sharma. And I was told, well, you gotta wait till, after, well, I'm gonna have to wait a couple of years, sounds like, to get service into the Seven Oaks neighborhood.
Yeah. You don't have service there?
No, well, there's service to the Luxton neighborhood, but there's no
Okay, let's
service
keep
to
moving here.
the,
Let's-
to the Seven Oaks neighborhood.
Quick motion.
I'm just saying, so I'm subjected to that.
No, we should
And
look
the
at-
Highland Point, I think, is gonna be subject to the same thing. Just saying.
Yeah, there was a big line in the sand that we drew on all these new routes and tweaking of routes and stuff.
But we want to know what those other routes are, where the gaps are, right?
Yeah.
We do want to know that. And so anyways, we'll park it for now. And I do want to have the discussion.
Okay, so, motion to grant an extra 120 days. Someone gonna make the motion?
I'll move the 120-day extension to come back with their what will be the service plan process.
All in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Okay, now, that's it for transit. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
No, is it number 10?
Oh, wait a minute. What was number 10? Hold on here.
Number 10 is a,
Safety.
Transit safety for persons with disabilities.
that's a public works item.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
public works.
Is it public works?
Yeah.
Oh, it's just at the bus stops, okay.
Okay.
Okay,
Actually, it should be transit too, Jim.
yeah, item number 4.
Snow cleared.
Yeah. Item number 4, vehicle for their annual update, we're requesting a 60-day extension.
Okay,
I'll move that recommendation. You
Go
heard it?
no, you go ahead.
Yeah.
so listen, while they're here, item number 4, item number 9, 10, 11, and 16 are all asking for approve extension of time requests. Do we want to do like a omnibus?
I think they're all reasonable requests.
Which numbers? 9?
3, 4, 9, 10, 11, and 16. They don't have anything done on them anyway,
We've
so
already done 3.
we already did 3
Yeah, so,
and 4.
so the rest were.
9, 10, 11, and 16. If someone wants to make a motion to.
I'm moving
approve the extension of time.
omnibus that we approve the extensions of time for those
Bravo.
reports.
Okay, so that's good on those. Okay, so now we're gonna move on to.
Call the question.
Oh, yes, sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Okay, verbal update on Portage and Main.
Go ahead, Brett.
So, the contract for Portage and Main was awarded yesterday. After we received consent from all 4 property owners that we could enter their property. The contractor, MD Steel, will be mobilizing the site by next Thursday. And if they don't make it by that date, then the following Monday for sure. And the plan is to start at the west corner.
So that'd be where Scotiabank is.
That's where the Scotiabank is. There's we have to coordinate the work with the building owner who's got a cladding contractor who's going to be recladding the building. They're going to start recladding the west side of the building first. So we're going to get in there just a little bit before them, start demolishing, and we're going to work on that corner and then start working on the other corners counterclockwise. So we'll start south, east.
MMF,
then Richardson, then 201.
Okay, BMO.
But at some point, all 4 corners will be worked on at the same time. It's just that they're gonna start in sequence and work their way around.
Because this has to be done by June 29th.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, and right now, indications are working on that southwest corner could have been an issue, but it looks like everything's gonna probably work out really well.
So in terms of, sorry to,
That's good.
we're gonna provide traffic notices to residents or to citizens that are cruising through there.
Yeah, we'll provide traffic updates as it goes on. There'll be traffic lane closures, but I think we committed to actually making sure that we have some public updates on that. So once they start closing the lanes, it's not gonna open and close. They'll be closing and then creating like a work zone at each corner.
So there'll
it'll be
always be
like,
some lanes open.
oh yeah,
Right.
yeah, it'll affect one lane in every direction.
Will there be any new traffic lighting? Or it's just the existing gonna be modified?
No, it's new traffic signals that are being installed.
Okay.
Brad, do they have a dedicated site suit for the project? Like,
Oh, yes, they will. They will. They're gonna have a whole team.
yeah, well,
there
there's
is
a
such
whole
a-
team, but there's someone dedicated to that specific project, right?
They have a whole team dedicated to the project, like a managerial team, as well as on-site superintendents, yes.
So everything's going the way it should at this point?
Well, we're getting a little bit later start than we wanted to, but we have every reason to believe we'll finish on time at this
Right.
point, but I'll be providing those updates, I believe, bi-monthly.
Yeah, I think it's monthly.
Is it monthly?
We were supposed to start
Whatever
in
it
January.
is.
It was every
I'll be
second
doing
month.
it.
Second.
Yeah.
I thought we were gonna start in January. Okay.
Yeah, well, it's November.
That was great.
Well,
Okay,
it says monthly verbal updates.
monthly. Okay, well, it's monthly. That's great. Okay, well, that's exciting. All right. So, a motion
I'll move to
to
receive it as information.
receive it as information, the verbal update. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Now, item number 6, Arlington Street Bridge over the CPR yards, rehab, feasibility and preliminary design study.
So how much of this do you want me to go over?
I've gone over it 100
You don't need
times,
to
but
go over after the exam. It was determined you couldn't do anything with it. You just
Yeah.
go over the new.
So once we determined that we couldn't, we undertook the feasibility study or the preliminary, analysis and inspection to determine whether we could fix the bridge and maintain it for 25 years. That didn't work out. After we did the detailed inspection and structural analysis, we had to close the bridge to traffic last November around this time. And since then, we've been working on a preliminary design to replace the bridge. So the new bridge is a much smaller footprint than the one that was envisioned in 2019. Instead of being a 3-lane bridge with protected bike lanes and sidewalks, it'll be a 2-lane bridge with multi-use paths, but on each side. But it will be functional because it'll be accessible. It'll have accessible grades instead of what's there today, and it'll be available for transit use and fire and paramedic use and some trucks as well. It'll be fully designed like a regular bridge.
So your marble furniture can be delivered going over the bridge, whatever. Sorry. So we had, so I think you probably heard Mr. Coho's questioning.
Yeah, I think, well, what I would say to that is that Mr. Coho knows where to reach us to discuss minutia details about the design. I don't think that it's really appropriate to be talking about like design issues in this kind of a setting and trying to solve them here. But definitely,
I'm not going to try to solve it.
Yeah.
As I pointed out, Mr. Narek, we did discuss the need at Stella, right? So
yes, and this new design does contemplate closing Dufferin at that location in order to improve the grades of the bridge, and we're going to have to work for solutions around that as well. Like, there's a lot of work to do yet.
Yeah, this is just a class 3. So
yeah,
how much of the design is done? Only.
Well, we would call like a class 3 preliminary design of 30% completion on the design, but there's a lot of details to work out with the decommissioning of the existing bridge and even building the new bridge.
Okay, so I have a question here. So you've come up with the price on this. It's only a class 3. Tell me how you you've got this sort of draft capital sheet. So, how do you allow for, in your estimate, inflation? Like if this thing doesn't get started for another 2 years, I mean, the price goes up, right? The price goes up. So
yeah, so like if the project is deferred,
right,
then you have to account for the inflation for the year it's actually funded. So within the budget, because it's a 6-year project, we do account for inflation for the staging.
The years that you project in the budget.
For the years.
Okay, well, if this thing doesn't start though for 2 years, those numbers are all going to change at a class 3 estimate to incorporate more inflation.
They could, but there is alternatives where council could fund this in stages. We could fund the design and the decommissioning.
Yes, correct.
To start, and
correct.
then
okay.
So over the first couple of years, we need something like $30 million while you're trying to find the other 100
the first 2 years.
100 and
As an
40,
example.
let's say 46. As an example, it's something that the budget working group is going to need to consider.
Right.
How this thing's going to be funded.
Well, actually, so if you don't mind, Councillor Lukes, so this report's showing up, the budget's being tabled December 11. Jim, have you presented this project to the budget working group?
Well, not directly.
Not directly, no.
No.
No, we gotta come through committee first.
Right, okay. So now, because I think, well, I understand that, but, so I just want to know if they know, because there's like, where's the money, right? So, you did a good report in there. It says the debt ceiling doesn't allow for this, at the amount, but so are you saying in 25, the amount of money that would be required is not just the 16 million plus a couple of million for detailed design or detailed design? It's a full 30 million you need?
Well, in the first year, we probably need, we need money to start the engineering design and the property acquisition. So you'd probably need in like the 10 to 12 million range in the first year.
Well, you need the
16.9 to demolish the bridge.
16.9. But
in the 6-year plan, right, the demolishing is the first 2 years, right?
We would demolish in the second year, but we would start design for the new bridge and the decommissioning in the first year. So we would start planning or doing it all.
So demolition starts year 2 and it will have to be finished in year 3, given.
Yeah, the 16.9 was identified, if council doesn't proceed with the replacement bridge, that's the amount we need to decommission and not do anything else.
Because the 1 million is only gonna last. Because the 1 million we put in to stabilize it ain't gonna last all that long, so you're gonna have to tear it down.
That's our concern, yes.
Brad, I just, on the record, please tell us the pressure the closure of Arlington Bridge is putting on other streets like McPhillips, like Salter. Can you talk about that, please? We've experienced it, we get the calls, we see it.
Yeah, it's identified in the report, but what it's done, like before Arlington was closed, there's 8 lanes of traffic in each direction between Main and McPhillips, and they were all at capacity. So you take out Arlington, you're putting those other locations over capacity. So what we've noticed so far is that the morning rush hour lasts about an hour longer at heading inbound to downtown, and about 2 hours longer heading out towards the north end at Logan and McPhillips. So I think the intersection is about 25% over capacity. There's also been an increase of about 5,000 vehicles a day on Slaw Rubchick as well.
Is any of the material from the demolition of the bridge salvageable?
Steel they can sell.
Yeah, well, the steel would be scrap metal. So I wouldn't like generally
$90 a ton.
Yeah, generally like the demolition contractor gets the material and that they factor that into their bid if they can salvage anything from it. So that would be factored in at the end of the day.
And that's factored into the overall cost of the project.
That
reducing their whatever steel is salvageable.
Yeah, and like generally at this point, the demolition estimate is good, but it's still a high level estimate. Like once you start working out the details with how we can get in and work with CP and when CP allows us access, that's the bulk of the.
So would any of the demolition impede or impact their operations?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So the way we're envisioning it, and we've talked to them, and they haven't said yes or no yet, but they like this plan better than our last plan. You have to actually strip the bridge down. You set off explosions and you drop it onto the track. You have to prepare the track ahead of time by putting ballast, flood the track with ballast, put down blast mats, put down recycled tires so that when it drops, there's a cushion. And then what CP is expecting right now is that we could get in there and clean up that spanned area of all the scrap within 48 hours. So that takes a lot of equipment and people to do that. So that's how you'd have to plan it. And you do one span at a time. And you'd be impacting the tracks that are under that span. And there's 58 tracks in the yard. There's a lot. It's a very complicated project.
I have some questions just more about volume, capacity and stuff. So the thing is, the old Arlington Bridge, it can handle certain motor vehicles, of course, right? But with the 2 lanes of traffic that they had on that bridge, what was the capacity there? And then do you know what the capacity would be, like at peak, like the full capacity to handle traffic would be once a new bridge is built?
You're talking about the loading, so, yeah. So
Yeah, like the,
Yeah,
like-
okay. So the existing.
I don't mean weight capacity, I'm talking about.
Traffic
Traffic volume,
capacity,
yeah.
okay, so it was handling about 15,000 vehicles a day, the existing bridge, and the new bridge would be similar because it's still a 2-lane bridge. We might actually operate a little bit better because there are going to be improvements to the Logan and the Logan and Arlington intersection, and there's going to be the elimination of the Dufferin intersection, so it should actually be able to pump a little bit more traffic through than the existing. But have we actually calculated that out? No.
Not yet.
Yeah, no. Basically, what we did is we tried to come up with the most modest approach we could find to make it the most affordable we could find. And part of the reason the bridge is a 2-lane bridge is because we tried to impact less property this time as well. So we're basically threading a needle trying to get this thing through.
Yeah, I'm personally okay with just going with the 2 lanes. It will remove the pressure off in Phillips and Salter, right?
Yes, yeah, it'll get it back to what it was before.
Yeah. But we still got lots more new cars going to be driving that way from, say, High Point and whatever. So I just want to get the need for money and how it works. So it's approximately $30 million you would need in the 2025 capital budget.
In that range, yes.
Yeah,
We haven't really broken the project up to say that. I'm just kind of spitballing that number right now, but that's kind of in the range you would need, yes.
Okay. And then the next time you need money, I seen that it said you need 90.4% of the money for actual construction.
I think what we were trying to do there is say, like, of the 166 million, 90 about 9% is related to the decommissioning and the rest is related to the new construction. I think that's all we were trying to say there.
Yeah.
Oh, I get it. Okay. Okay.
Just apportioning the costs.
So I'm interested in when money is needed because I heard Councillor Brawadi and in your report you talk about the debt ceiling in there. That was prepared by Public Works Finance person, I think. So just for my colleagues, I'm thinking, I don't know if we were making the recommendation from the public service is to move ahead with this, refer it to the budget. Now, the thing is, the budget's almost finished, if not already signed, sealed, and delivered. Well, it'll be delivered on December 11th. There is a bit of room in the debt ceiling in 25 to cover off the money needed to get this thing rolling 25, because it is not, from my perspective, we need to get started now, because you wait 2 more years. Now it's 8 years that we gotta wait in the inner city to have traffic volumes move through in a much better fashion. So, and then what I'm thinking is, so if you need more money in 27 or 28 when the construction starts, I will point out to my colleagues that Moody said we could go to 110% on our debt ceiling without losing our credit rating. Our wonderful mayor decided only to go with 100% with this 4-year
Wait,
budget.
you're saying the maximum is 110?
Well, the Moody said, without affecting your credit rating, City of Winnipeg, you could go for a debt ceiling at 110% of your. That's about $100 million. Our budget's over $1 billion, right? Or what's the, yeah, our revenues coming in are over $1 billion, right? So 10% of $1 billion is 100 million, right? So, and there's room in the debt ceiling. The difference in this project, colleagues, is that we have a bridge that's no longer there. Whereas we've got St. James Bridge, it's still there. It needs work. I don't disagree. I totally am for that project as well, right? But we have a bridge here. If this happened in St. Vital, wouldn't we hear from the people in St. Vital if we weren't fixing the St. Vital Bridge and it was ready to be shut down?
So I just have a question of the public
So I
service.
just want to finish. So I just want to point out to my colleagues, if we can sort of recommend going this way. So we could go to the province and the feds over the next few years. If you fund the first part, we can go to those two levels to get them to throw in. And it's not like a $500 million project, which it would have been if we went with the 3 or there was even a 4-lane option in 2019 as well. You see what I'm saying? It's a much smaller project. The province is having trouble affording things. Federally, I don't know what's going to happen, but they should be throwing money in because the CPKC, it's interprovincial, right? It is a federal thing. If it was just an internal provincial, then it's a provincial thing, right?
So, okay, so I'm just gonna be a little bit of a devil's advocate here. So what happens, so there's the St. James Bridge and the Arlington Bridge, and and there's only so much debt, right? How do you decide which one to do?
One doesn't exist anymore, the other one still does.
Eventually, the other one's not gonna exist too, right?
Yeah, well, let's treat it the same way we did Arlington Bridge over, how many? 20 years at least. Yeah,
Okay,
we knew
so what are
the
you
bridge was
proposing?
gonna
Should we-
fail. We knew it was gonna fail.
Should we put the motion to, the budget process?
I'd like to, but maybe EPC, this goes to EPC.
Yes, it goes to EPC and council.
Well, I'll make my financing presentation to the mayor because he's also got some money stashed away that's being used for roads that eventually he's hoping to use for Keniston widening and Chief Peddler's Trail extension. So
Okay, so for now, we'll just refer to the budget process and then you'll come to EPC. Is that what you're saying?
I guess,
Okay,
well, I don't know if you guys are agreeing with me. So what I'll do is I'll bring I'm gonna bring to the mayor
yeah, I think.
where the money's coming from.
It's where the money is
Yeah.
coming from.
That's right.
Okay, so you're gonna do that. So we'll maybe you make a motion then, Councilor
I'm gonna
Reedy?
move to follow the recommendation of the public service, which is to replace the bridge and refer to the budget.
Budget process. Okay, so Councilor Reedy is moving to refer the bridge project to the budget process,
To the 2025 budget.
to the 2025 budget process.
Yeah,
Okay, okay.
I was hoping to see this report in September. We could have got it right to the budget working group early.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Carried. Okay, item number 7 is the Oman Park pedestrian bridge replacement. So we read about this, we know about it. I don't know if there's anything you want to say. I have a question.
Yeah, so the reason we did this report is because of the opposition that we encountered the first time we tried to replace the bridge.
Were you here
then.
for that?
Oh, yeah, yeah. I was actually at the meeting where the little kids were there, so it's just to save our toboggan slide. So yes, I remember it.
Got it, okay.
Yeah, so we decided to undertake a pre-engagement study to take the temperature of the neighborhood and to replace it. And so, like as noted in the report, we had almost 1,600 respondents to a survey. We had on-site meetings. We had a couple of stakeholder meetings and a pop-up at as well meeting as well. And like generally, there's good support to replace the bridge at a higher level so that it's not flooded all the time, and also to improve the accessibility. So as Councillor Gilroy said, we are going to take this back. Like, once we come up with a preliminary design options, we will bring this back to the public so that they can see these options, and then we can make a decision on a final option for that at that time.
Okay. So is it like on all these bridges, these, I guess I'll call it a ped bridge, can you drive a truck over it, a maintenance truck? Are you making it like?
So when we design a bridge, like a pedestrian bridge, we design it for pedestrian loading, and there's a maintenance vehicle loading within the bridge codes. So that's more for like snow clearing, grass cutting, things like that. We wouldn't be envisioning driving half tons over this one, although some pedestrian bridges we do. So like Assiniboine Park likes to drive a half ton across the Assiniboine Park Bed Bridge, which is one of the reasons we're looking at it right now.
What about first responder vehicles?
No, we wouldn't. No, you wouldn't be designing it for that. It probably wouldn't be the accessible path that we're trying to get to. It probably wouldn't even be able to accommodate that kind of a thing. In this situation, in some situations, yeah, maybe you would. For instance, the bridge that's beside Disraeli, it actually can take full truck loading because there's a feeder main underneath that needs to be serviced. So you have to be able to get to it.
Brad, Councillor Gilroy talked about more public engagement, the next steps.
Yeah.
I may have missed some of that. Do you have anything else to add? Just so it's on the public record.
Yes, yeah, we will have additional public engagement once we start developing options of where it goes. Like, we listen to the public of what they think they need. We think we know, so we'll come up with some options, bring that back to the public before we do a final preliminary design on it, and come up with a cost estimate.
I like the idea of the replacement. I know the original consultation people were worried about wrecking the environment, but what's interesting, as a young teenager, we used to try to canoe up Bowman's Creek off the Assiniboine River. So the height of this bridge might allow for someone to canoe and do those kind of healthy things.
Yeah, I think right now you're probably canoeing over the bridge, but if you did it, but
actually we really could
in some cases.
Yeah, the portage.
Yeah, the portage.
Okay.
Right.
So
it's not like it's gonna wholly wreck the environment, like.
And that's one of the things we heard, the character of the park. So yeah, we have to take that into consideration and be sensitive to it. When we came back in 2010, we had a really high level bridge that went over everything, and I think somebody coined it the bike superhighway at the time. So I remember all that, and we're taking all that into account this time.
Okay.
okay, someone want to make a motion so that we can proceed with this?
Well,
Monoman Park Bridge, pedestrian bridge replacement.
So moved.
Councillor Sharma, all right. Perfect, thank you.
All the question?
All in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Okay, the next item is the request for over expenditure.
What did we, which ones did we move through omnibus?
Not this one.
Not this.
It was items 4, 9, 10, 11, and 16.
So
This report has come to your committee because it's over the authorization of the public service. It's over $10 million. The initial bid was under 10 million, but the with the over expenditure of 1.372 million, it's over the 10 million now. So the over expenditure is excuse me, for additional work that water and waste required to do with connecting the catch basins to the land drainage sewer and the rest of it is basically related to additional quantities due to the deteriorated state of the road. So
It was worse than you thought it was.
worse than we thought, so,
I was gonna say, I thought,
and it looks great now. This is,
no, it's
we've done
really,
the, yeah. Yeah, we've done the eastbound, next year we do some westbound segments.
Yeah, there's sufficient budget there, right, in the projects?
It's sufficient
Yeah.
budget, yeah.
Okay. I'll move this, Madam Chair.
All in favor? Carried. Okay. Best practices, we
No,
moved
you
that
moved
one.
You moved transit safety, you're on number 11. Semi-annual report, active transportation advisory committee.
No, didn't we move that one too?
I believe we did.
Oh, was it 11 as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're at parking options at 11:07, 11:11.
Yes.
Row.
Parking options.
Yes, thank you. Again, this is David Chapman from Transportation. In short, the public service looked at this location. It is it's a strip mall with a lot of parking on site. They were looking for additional parking on the street adjacent to the site between two driveways. Unfortunately, during our analysis, we spoke with stakeholders, including Winnipeg Transit. They're looking to add this as a stop when they do the update to the transportation network, all the new transit stops they're doing. This was a stop, it was closed down. They're gonna reopen it as part of the new network. So if we tried to start working on this to put it in parking here, we'd have to take it out very shortly anyway because of the what transit's gonna do. So for that reason, we can't recommend proceeding with a solution.
Right, and we heard Councillor Wai wasn't thrilled about it, but he understands it, so.
which one is this, the Monroe?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so, can we have a motion to receive it as information?
So moved.
All in favor? Carried.
All right,
Okay, update on the status of the completion of Marianne Sorelli Trail.
yeah.
Yes, this is another report with with Councillor Wyatt was talked about earlier today. The public service is stuck. We were working previously when this was the garden center. We were trying to get the land to complete the trail. That went back and forth, didn't go anywhere. It's now with the plan is for a school to go in there. We thought that we were going to move very quickly to get the right of way that we would need to put in the connection. But then the school projects has stalled. So now we're waiting for the opportunity to proceed with the school and get the land when the school moves ahead. Now we heard this morning that the councillor has some connections, and we'll leave it at that. If he has connections that can help fast track this and get us the land we need to complete the segment, then we'd welcome that. That's excellent news. We want to get in touch with the councillor, and we'll do so as soon as we can.
But who would fund that then? My understanding would be is the school would be responsible for it when they make their application.
Yeah, the city get the property through the development agreement process when the school's development, when work on the school proceeds. But the school division's intended next steps are not clear.
Right.
We thought that school was going to go ahead very rapidly,
Right.
and so it would just advance, and we would move to that step. Seems like that school is paused, or some other issues have arisen with getting that school completed. So until that moves ahead, we can't move ahead and get the land we need for the AT.
So if you work with the counselor and the school division or whoever, and you can get the land,
Yeah, for like $1 or something like
Sure.
that, then that,
but then the city would have to pay for the pathway versus the school paying for it.
No, they wouldn't be paying for the actual AT trail.
Okay. They wouldn't in their development application. Right.
It would be, would they?
Right.
I don't think so.
How long is the trail?
I don't have the exact dimensions, but it's fairly short. It's just like the edge of the block.
100 feet.
Yeah.
100 feet.
Okay, so
And okay, so it's already along a sidewalk, right?
Yeah, like we have the whole pathway completed except for this
Right.
one piece.
we need to figure out how to do that.
And we just need to get it done.
Sure.
So
It's one piece done.
So it's crown land to crown land. So the school division itself, I don't know why they're waiting. I mean, you should just go, it's crown land. Just give it over, yeah.
We were talking internally with real estate, and there was two ways of going about this. If we want to just go subdivide the land and say we need this piece, we can buy it off them.
Right.
But if we wait for this, if the school comes in with a development permit, part of the development agreement is we get that
Then
land,
you
we
don't
get that
subdivide
land, we don't have to worry about that.
You don't have
It's
to worry
less
about
legalese,
subdivision.
it's faster in quotes, and it's more, there's less issues around it.
Well,
But the school didn't proceed, so now we're sort of stuck in limbo again.
well, hold it. What? It's crown land to crown land. Why can't it's the Riel School Division, right? Anyway, whatever school division it is. Why can't they just sign a letter that allows the city to build an active transportation across that piece?
It should be a slam.
That's all they gotta
We
do
should
is
all-
say,
we should all be on
Winnipeg,
the
you
same
can go ahead and on our
Is that an
our
easement?
crown land. What's that?
Is that an easement?
I don't even know that you call it an easement. You ask the school division, can we build our AT path on there? And then
They need to maintain it too, so that would be an easement.
well,
So what do you suggest then to do if the counselor's gonna talk to the school division or whoever? Like, should we just lay this over?
If you can lay it over and we can dialogue with real estate and the council.
Sure.
Work
So-
so we
get real estate to dialogue with the school division in question.
Okay, so we're gonna
To
make.
find a reasonable way to get that land right away because that school won't be. Yeah, it's gonna be sometime.
So how about we lay it over for 90 days?
This is
That sound okay?
a long enough time.
I believe so. Yeah, that'd
Okay,
be acceptable.
okay, do you wanna make that motion, Counselor Reading?
I'm moving that. motion.
Okay, perfect, all right, to lay it over for 90 days, all in favor?
Alright,
Carried, all right, next item here.
Okay, next item is related to a rush hour ban for parking on Transcona Boulevard. The Public Service looked at this stretch of Transcona Boulevard between Pegwis and Charleston Gate Veterans Way. Parking and stopping is currently permitted on the north and south sides of this corridor. The observations that were done by the Public Service and traffic modeling indicated that the parking and stopping restrictions at this time are not warranted. Like, there's no need to change what's there now. The traffic and the parking can live together. So the road currently operates well within capacity. Parking restrictions would provide minimal operational benefits to drivers as it would reduce delays by only a small amount of time, maybe 3 seconds per driver. It would also negatively impact parking availability for those who live or visit Transcona Boulevard. There's a number of houses along there, like, and you're reusing that parking for visitors. We see a lot of parking being used along there. Public Service will continue to monitor traffic volumes at this location and will reevaluate as required.
Okay, so we'll receive it as information
Sorry,
then.
this is which one again? Sorry.
14, rush hour.
Rush hour parking.
Oh, that one, yeah, okay.
Okay, so can we have a motion to receive it as information?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Now, did we do Plessy's Road yet?
No.
Okay,
Okay, so this is Plessy Road,
so there's a
left-hand signals.
Is that where we are now?
Yeah.
Good. So why aren't we moving ahead with left-hand turns? This is a very busy.
Well, I'm going to explain. We were asked to take a look at a number of locations. So at 3 of the locations, we are going to move forward with those. We're going to get them done in the future. We're aiming for next year. There's 2 locations, northbound Plessy and Devonshire Drive, and southbound Plessy at Devonshire Drive, where right now the volumes don't indicate that it's needed, but it's something we're going to continue to monitor. When the volumes do hit that level, then we go in and put them in. But right now, it doesn't warrant it. So out of what was requested, we're going to do 3 of the locations next year. And the motion that came from, I've seen that motion, the text of that. It was just to sort of make it more forceful that we are going to proceed with it, get it done in the new year.
In the 25.
Yeah,
For those three intersections.
yeah.
So those 3 are warranted?
Those ones are warranted,
They are the
yeah.
20,000, 15,000 and 10K, right?
Yeah,
Okay, and you're doing it around that time, you are intending on doing it?
we were intending on doing it in 2025. The council's motion, I believe, is to force us to make sure we do it
No later
because,
than the construction
yeah.
season ends, yeah.
yeah,
Is it doable?
yes. Yeah, these are relatively small improvements. Making left turns is an easy addition that gets done on intersections anyway. Yeah.
So these 3 can be done for 2025.
Yes.
Okay, so
And
that's what I'd like to.
And
You're moving it,
And the
you're
other-
moving that motion.
The other locations, we are gonna be
Monitoring.
monitoring.
The other two,
Yeah, other two.
Devonshire.
Northbound.
northbound and south.
We will, when it comes to the point where we know they're needed, we'll bring a report through to the committee, or we'll do them just in the field.
Okay, so we've got the three be done in 2025.
Later than the construction period.
Like how would the
So,
council?
just through the, chair, the executive summary identifies the assessment on northbound, Plessis, and identifies that because of the unexpected, construction on Plessis, right? So that detour, they're gonna complete an evaluation later in 24.
I can actually report.
Provide an update on that.
The director brings up a good point. Since this report was written, our staff did go back and looked at that location. Now so the first time we went to look at it, there was construction happening, there's other activity happening, so we couldn't get a good reading on what that location was like. We've since gone back and taken a look at it on November the 5th. It still doesn't meet the requirement, but we are going to continue to monitor it. So although it hasn't met it right now, that doesn't mean that it won't be met in the future. As volumes grow, as development continues in this area, it's quickly developing. So at some point it will be needed, and when we have the data that shows that it's needed, we'll go and put it in.
So the money for this, the 10,000, 20,000, 15,000 comes out of the old TEIP.
The old TIP, now known as the Road Safety Investment Program.
Right, so
Okay.
moved, to be
Okay.
done in 2025 before the end of the construction season.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
Okay, 16 was a motion, so 17 gravel road.
So just clarification on 16, the public service didn't provide a written report to ask for a specific number of days, so if I can just get clarity on the number of days.
That's right. We were told my understanding is, I'm not trying to put words in anyone's mouth, but we were told to link these two reports better. So we have to take the two reports back and amend it. So there's a better linkage between the initial report on the scramble and where we're recommending a potential scramble. So I'm going to say 90 days for that.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
Okay, we, on, item 17, gravel road maintenance south of the perimeter, Councillor Edie, just so you know, Mr. Michael Canner, Manager of Streets is here now. And he'll be speaking on the report.
So, good evening, everyone. This report touches on a few items as requested by the motion. One is, first item is the report speaks to the maintenance maintenance activities that being performed on gravel roads overall to keep them passable. And the cost of adding the 1 inch of gravel on 18 kilometers of roads in question or of interest to those roads. In addition, the report speaks to challenges that we experienced during years of heavy rainfall. The next piece of information is about a temporary drainage issue we had while the interchange is being constructed at the perimeter in St. Mary's, and some information about the greater operating training we have provided last summer, and the street weight restrictions and enforcement of those. And the report is recommended to be received as information.
So, I know that there was a lot of work that was done in that area this year, specifically to drainage, in fixing the culverts, to provide better drainage, and ditching that was done. Also recognize the fact that the province's interchange, the work they did on the interchange impacted a lot of the residents there in terms of insufficient drainage. Has there been enough work done to mitigate some of the issues that residents were complaining about, and that by adding that inch of gravel, we'll be able to crown the road so that they drown better?
Through the chair, we already adding gravel where needed, not for the resident not to drive
Where needed.
mud. Where needed. As per policy, up to 1 inch every few years where needed. So we do inspect the roads and add where needed, so we're not driving on mud. But adding another inch sure will assist, but it's not gonna solve the issues of the subgrade of those roads and the frost boil that we're experiencing every spring and repairing during the summer. So obviously it will help somewhat, but it's not gonna resolve all the issues.
Well, so, I mean, the motion originally talked about the fact that after any rainfalls, the roads return to almost impassable conditions. So adding gravel will help sustain or provide stability in the roads for longer periods of time, assumably.
It will help to some extent, and we had a few years ago when we had some funding from the province, we added gravel to those roads continuously, and issues came back from underground with frost boils and issues that are sub-base. So I don't see this as a solution to all the issues that we have with gravel roads overall. We'll continue to maintain them. When you have heavy rainfall years, the window to maintain them is very short. And we're gonna look at adding hired equipment to assist us to put as much as possible iron on those gravel roads when we have those windows to repair those.
Well, you're talking about sub-base now. So what, 18 kilometers of roads, how much of the sub-base is required to be fixed so that it provides more stability?
Well, every year we are repairing some areas, frost boil that we see, and we go down to the sub-base and adding gravel on those, but these are just sections. These are not the whole road, obviously. And those roads were built years ago, and obviously we're not constructed as engineered roads, so we, there's gravel on top, but there's not much gravel underneath. And so.
And that's where you see mud pushing through.
And that's the mud coming through. When we have that, again, those can be repaired when those areas are not soft, so we have to wait for the summer to do that, and we repair them every summer as we find them and work on them. But it's not replacing or not providing so much stability for the overall road. It's just short sections where that frost comes.
So, and I don't want to get into human resource issues, but what about the proficiency of the operators to blade so that, again, from a crowning perspective, that happens?
Definitely number one priority on those gravel roads is to maintain drainage. And that means that operators need to be proficient in how to operate graders to achieve that. And we had a big turnover for the past few years. We provided training last summer to our operators that came up the ranks and became operators for those graders. And we'll continue to do that and identify other operators that need to be trained. So I expect our operators to perform much better than for the past few years with that turnover and expect the product of their work to be much better as for drainage, which means it will improve conditions on these roads overall.
Okay. I mean, I want to see gravel added. I mean, it especially in the summertime or springtime when, the rain events happen, you get the washboard and pothole conditions. It's no ends of calls to the office. More importantly, it's about safety standards for people that are driving down those roads. And it's not just vehicles, it's people that are walking and people that are cycling, and cars are having to skirt around all of these potholes. It can be very dangerous. So whatever measures that are necessary to improve standards of the roads, not just passable but safe, that's what I'm interested in.
But if the base is shot, like you can put as much gravel on as you want and shape it and form it as you want, wouldn't you be better off just getting price estimates on what it would cost to fix the road with the base?
Then you're talking about a local improvement.
Right, well, then they may have to do that. Sprinkling gravel on top of it's just gonna.
They don't
Well,
want to
they-
pay. Councillor Luke said they don't want to pay for it.
Again, this past summer, residents have said, I mean, with all of the issues that have been percolating there, and especially with the fact that the provinces, their interchange program had contributed to not just the issues of the road, but some flooding on their lands, on their properties. They've now worked to deal with that issue. The province has. Residents in the area have stated that this is the most work that they've seen in terms of fixing a lot of those rock spoils and whatnot. As well as the culverts, they've replaced some. They've some that were bent during winter snow clearing operations. They've cleaned them out.
So what about the residents' culverts? Like, are they keeping their culverts up to snuff? Because
well, I mean, aside from vegetation, which grows in them sometimes, I know further in in the Vermet area that there were a couple of residents whose culverts had collapsed, and they were the ones that had to go in there themselves and fix that. But this street maintenance has done a lot of work with regards to proper drainage or having a drainage plan in place that brings it to was it the Seine River or the Red River? Red River. So
the interchange was an issue.
Sorry?
the Red River.
That's why the interchange was the issue, the development, because it redirected it to the north side of the
There
perimeter.
was a missing culvert there that was installed.
Okay, so again, with a lot of the work that's been done over this past year, adding gravel, it will help provide more stability with all of the work that was done this past summer.
Okay.
So I would like to move the request for the $900,000 to go to the budget working group for consideration.
Perfect. Okay. That's the motion that Councillor Chambers has put out. Everyone supportive of that? All in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Alrighty, moving right along here.
So just to clarify on that last one, did the councillor say budget working group or budget review
We
process?
need budget review process.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Canada.
All right, thank you for staying for that one report, Mr. Cantor. Okay, item number 18.
Yes, traffic signalization at Main Street and Fanbank Avenue. The public service has been working with the parties involved and the community committee to report to them on a monthly basis about the progress on this file. There's a trailer park there. The access to it, we wanted to tie into a 3-legged intersection to be the 4th leg and complete the 4 legs of a T intersection. So we've been working with them to come up with a design to work with signals to get this implemented. There were some issues with sort of the costing of the project. It's become more costly as we've got the details worked out. So instead of the verbal update, the area councillor at the community committee meeting asked us to put together a written report that provides information on the cost breakdown and how much is being contributed towards it by the developer of the trailer park and how much of it is that the city is paying towards this project. So we have that information. We're going to put that together. There was an impasse and we weren't getting traction on getting this done because there was a difference between how much the city was prepared to pay towards this and how much the developer was. We think we have that problem now worked out. So we're going to put that information into the report and bring it to make it available. So I'm going to request on behalf of the public service 90 days to get that done.
Just a quick question. There's still no full sidewalks out far that north on Main?
They end at right at Fernbank.
They do end it.
Yeah.
So they did get there, but
Yeah, and then there's the because you have the trailer park, the Northgate Trailer Park, and then Shooters.
Yeah.
And then it starts back up again there.
Well,
I think there's a little break because of the front parking area of the Northgate, right? So you can kind of meander on the shoulder and then back into the trailer park there, that entrance.
Yeah.
And then you go through.
No sidewalk there?
Not right in that little piece, I don't think.
Okay.
That's the piece of city right away there too.
Yeah.
Could be
Yeah, as part of this project, we're putting in a crosswalk or updating the crosswalk on the north leg of the intersection.
Oh, there, okay.
Yeah.
What are the high level estimates for this?
I'd have to check. I believe it's in the $500,000.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
the other quote was.
Yeah. So the report that we're gonna bring forward is gonna be the updated numbers. But we were talking to Stantec, who's the consultant working with the trailer park, and they said that they wanted to revisit the numbers just to give us the most accurate numbers before we put this report together. Because the numbers we got are kind of stale now.
Okay,
I'll
right.
I'll move the recommendation.
Okay, you're gonna move it there, Counselor Reedy?
Yep.
Oh, no, that
Oh,
sidewalk,
no, this is verbal.
that sidewalk does go right through, Counselor.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah,
This would be a written report.
It does go right through?
yeah, it does go right through.
Report there.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
So there's a question, where does the committee want the report to go?
What's our choice? Oh, you mean to the committee or to the
Community.
You
community?
can just go to
committee?
community committee and we can.
What was it asked? What was asked?
I think it's a case of the area councilor, it's priority, wants to see it.
Sure.
So we can take it to the community committee.
So I'll move that we bring a written report to the East Kildonan, Transcona Community Committee.
And that'll be in and around March?
Yeah. We have a contribution, I should emphasize that, although I said $500,000 is the cost of the project, we have a contribution from the trailer park. It's just, it's not to the total amount, so the city has to,
Yeah.
there's a contribution from the city towards this.
But that's what the report,
That's
the
what the
report
report
back
will
will be.
outline. Yeah.
Okay. That's good to the community committee. That's my motion.
All in favor?
Right?
Carried. Motion to adjourn.
No,
It's the one line.
item number 19.
19.
And that's the lit pedestrian corridor in Devonshire Drive West at Donville Drive. The counselor of the ward spoke on that. Already.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh,
Jason.
5:47 p.m.
It's okay. So
Speech off.
Sorry.
We know what that's all about. I'll tell you later.
Okay, so here we go. What do we got happening here? We have a motion.
So there's a motion here from the area
Yeah.
councilor. The public service was endeavoring to get a crosswalk done in 2025. We failed to do that, and it has to move to 2024. We aim to do it this year. We come to the end of the construction season for this year. We're gonna have to move it to next year. The councilor says, like, you can read the motion here. It says that there wasn't satisfactory communication. The public's upset. They wanted to see this done. We will endeavor to get this done next year. That's what the motion is saying. Do it immediately. I don't think that's possible. We just don't have the resources to do this right now. But we will aim to get this thing done as soon as possible moving forward. And we will work on our communication so that we don't overpromise.
Sorry, where is this one again? Devon?
It's Devonshire Drive West at Donville Drive. It's a residential location in Transcona.
Residential with a full-blown pedestrian corridor. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's a
You
project,
gotta-
we said
You
it
got a
was,
top 10, you got a top 10 list every year, don't you?
we have many locations that need to be done. We take a look at them and we also get them from other sources. We get inquiries through 311, we get inquiries through Council 311. And we review the locations.
Right.
If they are warranted, we work to get them done.
Yeah, and this one's not new.
No.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So who's making the motion?
Okay, so tell me again the motion. We've got the report in
Yeah,
front of us, the recommendation. Is that in line with what the counselor was looking for?
Correct.
Okay, yes, I'll move it.
Okay, all in favor?
All right.
Carried.
I'll move adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
Have a good weekend.
All right, yes.
You too.
Oh, doing all right.
Josh, we're out.
Yeah, you too.